What is going on, everybody? Hope you are all doing well. Happy Saturday. Once again, we are blessed and highly favored to be able to open up our eyes and be a part of this earth. Whether you walk in or not, it's still a blessing to be able to, live life. At least we hope for everybody. Uh, as I always say, please don't forget to check on your loved ones, family members, and friends, and also get yourself checked out, making sure that you are good to go. Even if it's negative news, you need to know because maybe you can turn things around. And at this moment in life, as Knicks fans, we're all about turning things around, right? Let's see what the weather is looking like. I can tell you right now, it's currently snowing, so there's snow flurries. All right, so what do we got here? We got currently snowing, 37 degrees going up to a high of 38. Looks like it's going to be split between rain and snow or partial whatever until around 3 p.m. And then it's going to clear up. So nothing too crazy. Tomorrow, what is they're saying similar. Depending on how cold it is, it could be little light rain showers or snow flurries. High of 36. Monday, partially sunny, 35. Tuesday, mostly sunny, 30. That's cold. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, 34. Thursday, snow showers again, 38. And then Friday, partially sunny, 38. Oof. I see later down the line that next week, run into some highs of 20s. Woo-wee. All right. That's how it is in the New York area, folks. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. There's a lot going on this week once again, because obviously the Knicks are going up and down with their play, more down than up. A lot of questions that still need to be answered. First off, what is this New York Knicks team currently? What are we? Right? I think when we started the season, there was a lot of interest, a lot of intrigue, and a lot of good vibes. And so I think it's easier to buy in to a system, to a coach, to a team chemistry when you're starting off anything because you have a lot of good high expectations and good vibes. So I think this is the most trying time for the Knicks. It's like it's this time and then it's the playoff time, right? So right now the vibes have gone away, right? The good vibes are over. Right now it's about real. Okay. You've got over the euphoric stuff, right? The start of the season, winning the NBA Cup, that stuff is gone. Right now it's about just basketball, playing better competition because the schedule is opening up. You're playing better teams, and it's all about how you stack up. Now, is it great that this stuff is happening, and in the midst of it happening, you're down players, and then you have to figure out who's going to step up and be this? It is what it is. I do feel, let me just say this right off the bat. I do feel that this current Knicks team, with everybody healthy, the core pieces that we're used to, the Josh Harts, the Landry Shamits, the Deuce McBrides, and getting Jalen Brunson back, I do think that that will solve these issues. I think those pieces that have been here and know how to play together, know what it takes to win a basketball game, have been through all the other stuff, have seen different teams, different matchups. I do think that will get it done, but we're just not there yet. Now we're down Jalen Brunson, which is a really big piece. And so I'm gonna say a lot of different things before we get cracking with the open panel and everything. And these are my opinions. So, some of y'all may agree with me, some of y'all may not, but I just been thinking about this all week. So that's part of the good thing about, having a show on Monday and then not having to speak until Saturday. It allows me to collect my thoughts. I think that I think that we are um, a little lost, right? You guys can all see it, but I don't think it's necessarily that. I think we've lost what we do well. You know what I mean? We are trying to be a better team. We are trying to do more, but this team is unfortunately a little bit flawed in the fact that it's not a perfect team. We know that. We definitely have some deficiencies. There's no doubt about it. But I think the players and the coaching staff are trying to make this team achieve heights of like the best. But there's only so much this team can do, right? So when I look at this team, I know a lot of people are going to say, you look at this team right now, this is not a championship team. I don't disagree. But what I will say to you is this can never be a championship team if they are trying to do all types of things that may not be the best for them to be doing, right? If I'm a player that can score the basketball and I can play good help defense, but my individual defense is not that great, then I shouldn't be left on an island by myself individually. I'm gonna get cooked, right? And if I'm a scorer and not a playmaker so much, then I should be scoring, right? I'll move the ball, I'll find people when I can, but I'll leave the playmaking to the team. Like everybody else really share in and share out because maybe that's not your role to be the scorer. I'll try to do what I can, but I'll focus on that and let everybody else move the ball or let a Tyler Kolek come up and let him have his way and do his thing and put people in the right spots to score. That's and you obviously can tell I'm talking about Jalen Brunson, for example. Like that's that role, right? If I am a slasher and I have a mid-range game and I play good individual defense as well as team defense, I'm going to worry about that. I'm not going to worry about being the playmaker, right? I'll move the ball if it comes to me, whatever, but I'm not looking to get guys open. Okay, go here, go here. Let me find you. No, I got to worry about what I worry about, right? I got to be better at that. I got to be better at finding ways to do what I do best. I think the Knicks team, this current Knicks team right now, is having an issue with understanding what they do best. They're trying to do so much out there that they're losing what they actually do well, right? We're not the best defensive team. We know that. We're not a good perimeter. We're a terrible perimeter defensive team. Okay. Does that mean things are over? No. You know what you do? You lock into what you've been doing that you do well. The Knicks, when they're playing the right type of basketball, are a good paint protecting team. Have you guys noticed that not only are we a terrible perimeter defensive team, but now the paint is wide open. Now people are scoring at will in the paint where they weren't doing that before. This is the same guys, the same team guys. Last year, for the most part, the same core. We were always a good paint protection team, even if we had a big man or didn't. If we didn't have Mitch out there, then OG and Macau would step up and really drop down and cheat and do whatever they had to do to kind of protect the paint. We weren't. I'm not saying we're a shot blocking team because we never have been. You know, as much as we want to talk about Mitchell Robinson, and I'm not getting on I'm not getting on anybody. I'm getting on everybody. Okay, so as much as we want to talk about Mitchell Robinson being this fantastic shot blocker, incredible, the paint protector, the man in the middle, the Knicks get out blocked every team we play. I mention it every time we go through the little tail of the tape, right? The previews, everybody out blocks the Knicks. Do we not have any shot blockers on the team? No, we got a couple. I mean, Huck Porty doesn't really play enough, but he blocks shots. So I would consider him a shot blocker, but he doesn't play enough. I get it. But Mitchell Robinson should be. He's one of the best at his position when it comes to defense. Yeah. And I don't want to hear in the past I gave Mitch the pass, right? Because in the past he deserved it. And Mitch is a good defensive player. When he was I'm just This is all being fair and calling it the way I see it. You guys can agree or disagree, but if you look at what I'm saying, you understand it too because you can see it. Mitch is a really good defender. He's not a great defender the way he was before because he doesn't have the same mobility. Mitchell Robinson was a demon because he was so athletic and lanky but quick, right? He would jump out on the perimeter and be right back in the paint. Like he was a demon, but we don't expect him to be there. He's been in the league like 6 years, 7 years, whatever it is, and he's gained weight. He's a little bigger, so he's going to be a little slower when it comes to that. But back then, I could give him the pass and say, he doesn't block a lot of shots because people aren't testing Mitch. That's true. They weren't. Now they are. So I can't give him that pass anymore. Everybody's going in the paint. They don't care if Mitch is there. So, you know what I mean? Like I can't say the same thing anymore. It's not the same. The bottom line is Mitch is not an upper echelon shot blocker. He's a good player, good blocker. He's not an upper echelon. He's not a Wimbenyama. He's not a. I always forget that guy's name in OKC. The dude. Who I'm talking about. He's not him. He's not a Walker Kessler. He just doesn't block shots at that clip. He's not a Miles Turner. That's just not him, right? He has good timing. He doesn't have elite timing like those guys have elite timing. So my bottom line is it's not about anybody. It's about everybody, right? We got to start stepping up. We got to start playing like we care. Know the ledge. Because we're on the ledge right now. We got to know it so we don't fall off. This Knicks team is lacking a sense of worth and understanding of what they do best. Is that the coach's fault? I don't know. The coach was brought here to do something. The coach had a meeting with upper management. He said what he can bring to the team. They obviously put a game plan in place. He said, this is what I want to do. This is how we're going to do it. So should we get on the coach for that part of it? I don't think so because that's what the plan was, right? He's brought here to do that. That's the reason why they fired Tibbs, to bring him in to do something different. So if the something different is not working, then I would say part of that is the coach, but a lot of it too is the players. The players have lost sight of what they do well, and they're trying to do too much to be something better than they are. It's good. It's good in premise. It's good in theory. But right now, we got to get back to basics. The one thing I will say, and I don't want to do this, this is not a Tibbs versus Mike Brown thing. Guys, listen, I know we all know what Tibbs was, but we got to see Tibbs for 5 years. We got to see the best of Tibbs. We got to see the worst of Tibbs. And there was everything that Mike Brown is dealing with right now, Tibbs dealt with and got more of it, got worse, right? We wanted to fly the plane over the stadium, all this stuff about Tibbs. We wanted to fly it over because of Dolan. Everybody was out of here. All right, Mike Brown hasn't got to that point yet. But what I will say about Tibbs is when Tibbs, after a while, because he's stubborn, after a while of going through a lot of downs, he starts to get back to bare bones. That's what he does. He says, you know what? I can't do this anymore. Can't do that. We're going to go back to basics. We're going to just play vanilla basketball and get right. I don't know what this current Knicks team should do with regards to the style of schemes that Mike Brown and the coaching staff should come up with to get back to vanilla basketball. I'm not saying they have to do that. What I'm saying is they may need to go back to basics of how things were when they started the season. Hey, Mike Brown, act like these dudes don't know anything, right? They already know something, so that's good. They're already above the curve. Act like they don't know anything. Guys, we're going to practice. We're going to do this. This is what we're going to do, okay? If it means that guys have to get up earlier than they normally would to play a game, if we get a home game, whatever, everybody, we're running a light practice before the game. I know guys may be a little tired. We got to get back to basics. All right. I want everybody here, and this is what we're going to do. We are going to run these sets. You're going to show me where you need to be. You're going to show me how you react to this play. What are you supposed to do? They have to get back to basics because what they do well is something they can hang their hat on. No one questions whether or not the Knicks have been a good basketball team. They have been. What we're trying to see is, can they be a great basketball team? But in the course of seeing that, we're losing our way. We're not doing anything right now. What are we doing? We got to the point where now we live by the three, we die by the three again. Right now, I know you guys are saying, but Ron, we're supposed to shoot 43s a game and all this stuff. The Knicks have already shown you. They started off that way, right? And then they started to realize, okay, this ain't working. Every night we don't got it. We can't get the 43s. So then they started scoring high in the paint. Now we've lost that too. We've gotten to the point where now we don't know what we're doing. We got to get back to moving our bodies, moving the basketball, trusting each other. I don't know what we're doing here. We have to get back to basics, not Tibbs basics, Mike Brown basics. We got to get back to the basics of what we did to start the season. We are lost right now. There's no Jalen Brunson. So now more important than ever is that everybody else on this team has to step up. It's not going to be easy to just score like that. You know what? See, this is part of the way where you start to appreciate Jalen Brunson, understanding that not many people can stop this guy on a night-to-night basis. He can do what he wants out there, and even when he has bad moments, after a while he figures it out. This is not the rest of the players on this team. Karl Anthony Towns is the second best player on the team, in my opinion, right now. Can he be the first? Yeah, usually he has moments where he can really step up and be that guy. I'm going to exclude him for now. I'm going to come back to Cat. But the rest of the guys, none of these guys are Cat. The rest of the guys, none of these guys are Brunson. They can't do it to that level, right? Somebody plays good defense on them, they're going to shut them down. It is what it is. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody is not blessed with the same skill set. So these guys got to work together. They have to work together. Now, I will say I do like what I saw in Golden State. I liked how Mikal played offensively. I liked how OG played offensively. That's what we have to see, but we need more of it. I liked listen, you guys can say what you want about my man Deuce. Deuce has been hooping. Deuce has been hooping. He's been trying to do whatever he can to help this team. Shout out to Deuce. He had maybe one game where his shot was flat, and he had another game where it was a little off in the last 10 games. This kid has been hooping. So I'm not blaming him. He can only do so much, and we also know that outside of him playing his defense and scoring, he is limited as far as height. So some guys he just can't guard. We understand that. That's not his fault. That's the team's fault of how we set our roster with height. It is what it is. But this team has to start believing in each other again. I don't care about the whole kumbaya stuff that we had earlier in the season. We got to get back to, hey, this is about basketball now. All that other stuff is in the past. NBA Cup, the all that good stuff that we had, the vibes, it's over. Now it's just about winning basketball games, right? Showing people that we are as good as we think we are. I don't think that the Knicks are a bad team. I don't think that they're not as good as we thought. I do think that they're not playing up to their capability and they're not locking in on what they do best. You have to look at each individual and say, hey, what do I do? What do I add to this team? What is my skill set? And go back to that, understanding this is what I can add. This is what I need to focus on. If everybody focuses on what they do well, this team will be much better for it. Yeah, you still got to play in the team concept. You still got to move the ball, move your bodies, all that good stuff, trust each other. But you also have to do what you do well. We've lost that. Guys are doing all types of stuff. I will say, this last game, I liked what I saw, and I can finally say, okay, they're going in the right direction. Mikal, OG, Deuce. Those three, I'm okay with them, as long as they continue to do what they're doing. But Jordan Clarkson has to be more consistent. Yabusele at some point, I don't even know what Yabusele's doing out there. You know what I mean? I was cool with give the man a chance, let him do what he can do. Let's go. I don't even understand why Yabusele's out there, to be honest. Like, sit the dude on the bench, a la Tibbs, Fournier, whoever you want to say, Kimball Walker, whoever Tibbs benched in the past and didn't let play. what are we doing? Yabusele's not adding anything to this. Like, just no, I'm moved on from Yabusele. I'm sorry. We'll pay you. We'll eat the money until we can move you out of here. Not doing nothing. It's not doing anything. And to add insult to injury, you guys saw how we got embarrassed by Sacramento and embarrassed by one of our own. You think he didn't circle that game? Precious said, you know what? Okay, I wasn't good enough for y'all. Let me show you what I could do. Now, I will say Precious is a little fool's gold, right? Because he does step up on moments. He has these great moments, but he's not consistent either. All right, because I'm sure he can play how he played against the Knicks and then have a dud against another team 2 days later. You know what I mean? But that's just who Precious is. I'll still take that over Yabusele, though. I'll still take that over Yabusele. The Knicks just made a bad call. They were trying to do something to expand the team, to make us a little bit more versatile. And on paper, Yabusele should have been that guy to do that. Unfortunately, it doesn't translate. He is not the guy. We made a mistake. It's okay. Leon Rose and the rest of the front office is not perfect. They can make a mistake here and there. This time they did. Precious was the guy we should have kept, and Yabusele is the one we should have let keep walking. It is what it is. But I will say the other thing about Precious too is I don't know if Precious wanted to come back at that time. I don't think Precious wanted to come back here for that same amount of money. Precious thought he could get a little bit more of a bag, and that's fair. What happened to Precious is his market dried up. The whole season was about to start, and Precious didn't have a team, right? So Precious can do and say what he wants to say, but he knows his market got super dry, boy. It was a Sahara Desert out there. That's why he had to take what he got. And in that case, that's what the Knicks would have wanted him. But no, he wanted a little more. And he was right to want that. It just, so it's a mistake on one end, but also Precious wanted more at the time, and we just couldn't give it to him. And then he wound up not getting the market he thought, and he had to take what he could. So it is what it is. So all that being said, I do want to get to Cat. Cat is the most explosive issue that's happening right now with regards to this team and him and his relationship with Mike Brown. To me, it's ridiculous. We're making a big deal about this as podcasters, as fans, as media. This really shouldn't even be a big deal. Cat is a professional basketball player who has played for different coaches, right? I'm sure not every coach has been kumbaya and loved Cat, right? Because that's the reason why they brought in the European dude that I don't like. I don't even want to say his name. You know what I'm talking about. He's 7 foot whatever. His last name starts with a G. They brought him in because Cat wasn't giving Minnesota what they needed at that position, and he didn't really want to play it. So you had that. You had the Jimmy Butler stuff with Cat. You had the Patrick Beverley stuff with Cat and the rest of the team. He is who he is. We should have already known that when we got him. But even though he is what he is, and he plays the way he plays, last year he played well, right? So what changed? To me, it's all it is confidence and his happiness level. Because last year it was euphoric. It was kumbaya. It was New York. I'm coming back to where it all started. Good vibes. Last year, when Jalen Brunson was out for 15 games, the Knicks went 9-6. The Knicks went 9-6 when Jalen Brunson was out for 15 games. Cat stepped up. Other players stepped up. Cat was the scorer, the main guy. No issues. We're in the same situation this year. Jalen Brunson misses a game here or there. Cat's quiet. Jalen Brunson is out now. Now, I don't know how to get on somebody and yet respect them. Karl Anthony Towns in his last game had 20 rebounds. You guys think it's easy to get 20 rebounds? It's not. It isn't. So I want to give him respect for getting those 20 rebounds and hustling. Whatever he didn't do in that Sacramento game, he did in the Warriors game. He hustled. He was all over the place. I don't want to take that away from him. His effort was there. I don't understand what is going on with Cat when it comes to offense. Cat is one of the best offensive players in the NBA. He added Jalen Brunson, who is your leader, your number one scoring option, averages around 26 points a game. When you lose something like that, somebody has to make up for that. Cat averages around 21 points a game, but you know he can score more. He didn't even hit his average. He had 17 points. That's not what it's not about. Can he do everything? It's about what we actually need. Did we need him to get 20 rebounds? Or could we, you know what I mean? Like you can't, cherry pick what you get. But I'm saying, was that the emphasis that was really needed? Or could we have, instead of him having 20 rebounds, could we have done well with 12 or 13 and really gave us 10 more points or something? You know what I mean? Like, we need Cat to score. He is one of the best at it. Now, the other thing too is you want to say, see, this is why I don't like this stuff, because as a fan, I want everybody to be healthy. I want to, but this is good to see how the Knicks play when Jalen Brunson is out, because the question is always, oh, Jalen Brunson hogs the ball. Jalen Brunson doesn't look for this person. Jalen Brunson, he's not there. And Cat scoring 17 points. You guys might say, well, Cat needs to have 18 to whatever shots. Cat had 14 shots. No Brunson. So you see what I'm trying to say to everybody is, like, we look for someone to blame. Like, it's so easy to say that's the reason. There's more to this. I'm not going to say that when Brunson's out there, he's not part of the issue, because when Brunson's out there, he's looking to score. So yeah, he's not looking to pass the ball unless he has to. He's a scorer. Coach Mike Brown, he has to do better at finding opportunities for Cat. I agree. But as I keep saying to everybody, the most important part of all of this is Cat has to go get it and do something with it. That might be my new slogan. Cat has to get it and do something with it. I might have to put that on the shirt. These are my two things. You heard it here first, guys. Cat has to get it and do something with it. And I'm not talking about anybody. I'm talking about everybody. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what we're doing here. We can't win. Listen, one player, shout out to, I saw that in the chat. One player cannot win a championship. It has to be more than just that. But right now, most importantly, whether Cat is feeling a certain way about the coach, whether Cat has a little bit of a confidence shock right now and he's struggling a little bit just internally, forget good players who really care about themselves, like what they bring to a team, and care about their teammates. They block off. Guys play well sometimes in spite of the coach. You know that, right? Guys like, you know what? Whatever, man. I'm here for my teammates. Cat, I need you to be here for your teammates and yourself. I need you to go out there and claim your worth, man. You are that dude. I need you to be that dude. The Knicks cannot win without Cat playing at a high level offensively. Forget the rebounds. Oh, I appreciate it. We need it, of course. Scoring is more important right now. We need the points. We have lost the player that gives us 26 points a game. We need that. We need something. Something's got to bridge the gap. And Cat is the best person to do it. I don't know if am I putting too much pressure on Cat? I don't think so. Cat is not the second best player on this team. He's one of the best players in the NBA. It's just different. He's a special player. We need more. We need more. There's just no way around it. We need more. Now, I'm still going to continue to say that everybody's got to move the ball. They got to move themselves, and they got to trust each other. And coach, whatever issues that coach may be having with Cat and the vice versa, they need to work together. Because I tell you one thing, this is the bottom line here. If they don't work together, one of them is going to be out. If they don't work together, both of them could be out. So they need to get it together. That's a fact. Coach Brown needs to figure out ways to get Cat going. Cat needs to pick up Put on them Tims that he got for one of them defensive player things at the end of a game and go to work. You're not doing it for the coach. You're doing it for your team. You're doing it for the city. If you do care about the fans, now I know some people may say, well, the fans always get on Cat. Okay, fine. If you don't want to do it for the fans, do it for your teammates, right? Because outside of this, the guys may be a certain way on the court and be not happy. Certain they all like each other, man. They all have that vibe. But we got to go back to business. Y'all not here to be friends and chill and have podcasts. Y'all here to win basketball games. So that's what matters. Two more things before I conclude my rant. The Mike Brown stuff in regards to how he was all kumbaya and laughing and giggling with the Warriors players. Yeah, I'm going to say that's not in the greatest of taste. Do I understand it? Maybe he has a lot of good mutual respect, a lot of great vibes. He learned a lot from being there. I get it. So I would say you go up to the guys, show them a little love. Hey, great game, whatever. We're going to talk after, yo. Or even, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna meet y'all a little later, and we'll chop it up. Maybe we'll go to the dinner. Like I got a lot of stuff to do with my team, but maybe we'll carve out a little minute to get something to eat real quick, and we'll catch up while I'm here, whatever. Or hey, we got to play y'all again at the Garden when y'all come to the city. I'll set something up. We'll go to dinner. What he did there doesn't look good, especially when we know how this team is playing. This is not a, hey, we're the Knicks. We want to be better team. No, this is the Knicks trying to be a championship level team. All this other stuff is, we can't have this stuff. We got to play better. We got to, it starts from the top. So I need Coach Brown to look at that and say, you know what? I can't be all giggling and smiling over here. We just lost another game on this West Coast trip. I'm not happy with the product. I got to be better. My team's got to be better. And we'll go from there. I'll holler at you guys later. That's it. That's what he's got to do. So, that was a mistake on his part. Like I said, none of these guys, nobody's perfect. It's not about anybody. It's about everybody. All right. So that's what it is. Brown messed up there. It's not a fireable offense, though, people. You don't say because he did that. That means he can't get it right. You know what I mean? That's a moment of weakness. That can happen to anybody. Josh Hart is a clown. He has moments of weakness. Do I want Josh Hart out of here? Absolutely not. You know what I mean? So I want you guys to look at it that way and understand that the Knicks are not losing all of a sudden because of Mike Brown. The Knicks are losing because they've lost their way as a team, as a unit. Mike Brown's job is to get them back on track. The team itself has to also understand what they do well and get back to doing it well, and then worry about sprinkling in new wrinkles later, right? Let's get back to, because we've lost it. Let's get back to what we actually do well and then worry about incorporating that stuff back into it. Maybe there's too much going on right now. They can't focus. The read and react thing. Hey, listen, I don't know. It is what it is. We got to get back to the basics. And so lastly, what I wanted to say is the Knicks have a decision to make. This is really the players and the coaching staff, but I think it's more the players. They have to decide what they want to be right now. No tomorrow, no next week. What do you want to be right now? You're trying to win a championship. You want to do it with these players that you have on the team? Well, you got to make a decision right now. How do we get better? How do we do what we need to do to win games again? And I already said the blueprint is getting back to basics, doing what you do well, right? Minimizing all this other extra noise, right? Focusing on this, and this. No, focus on scoring the basketball, moving your bodies, moving the ball, trusting each other, finding good opportunities for shots. And forget, don't focus so much on the perimeter defense. All right. If you're going to be a bad perimeter defensive team, then own it. Say, listen, all right, Listen, we'll try to get out there and stop some of these perimeter shots, but we're terrible at it. We can't do it that well. You know what? When you come in the paint, this is what's going to happen. It's lockdown. We got to get back to lockdown paint play. That's all they can do right now until they figure out other ways. But you got to focus on one thing or be bad at everything. So that's how I feel. That's what they need to do. Get back to locking down that paint, right? Stopping these guys from getting easy twos and make them shoot the threes. All right, if you want to go out there and shoot 40-something% every night, let's see. When you come in this paint, lock down. When you try to get a rebound, nope. Rebounding and paint protection. That's what the Knicks need to get back to. That's what they need to focus on. You come in this paint, you're not getting nothing easy if you're getting anything at all. And if you shoot the ball, you're not getting the rebound. That's what the Knicks need to go back to, because that's what they can focus on. That's what they're good at. Try to stop the perimeter as much as you can. That's not the focus. The focus is locking down the paint, getting the rebounds. Let's move on from there. But they definitely need to figure out what they're going to do, because if they don't figure out, hey, this is our group, we know we're better than this, we know we can do something out here. We've won in the past without our big stars being out there. Let's get back to that, because guess what, guys? If they don't start doing that, then this ain't going to be the team that takes us forward. There's going to be some changes made. So they better lock in and get right, or front office has no other recourse but to make moves. Y'all ain't doing it. Y'all don't want to step up. This is not how y'all want to win. Okay, we'll find somebody who can come in and win. It's a lot easier for the front office to just make changes, man. Yeah, the fans will be upset. It might slow down the process. The window will going to change. It'll go from us being a championship contender this year and possibly winning next year to, oh, maybe we're a championship contender next year and winning the following year because we had to make changes again. But the front office is going to do whatever the front office is going to do. As fans, we're the ones that need it now. Front office has a job. They got a contract. They're just going to keep trying to make the team better. They don't have the dire need to make it happen right this minute. They're just trying to get it done. Knicks have a decision to make. What do they want to do? Do they want to try to win with this team, or they want to see changes made? Because once you start making changes, that don't mean it stops with one change. You know what I mean? They're gonna, you start poking the bear and seeing what's out there. Hey, for example, we might need another big man that can do this. Cat may not be the answer, so we look to trade Cat. Oh, wait, well, I wasn't even thinking about that. We was dangling Cat out there. You offered me this for this. I wasn't really thinking about trading him. Okay, but I'll come back to you. Wound up moving Cat. I'm just saying, for example, wound up moving Cat for whatever it is. Then you start to say, man, you know what? Okay, we got this back for Cat, but something, it seems a little, I don't know how this fits that well. Wait a minute, but over there, we wasn't even asking about that, but they offered me this for Macau or this for that. If we get that or what we just got for Cat, now that works even better. And then where do we go? Now you're looking at a different team. And I'm not saying we're getting there, but I'm just saying once you start opening up that door, right, and really like letting people walk in, you don't know when that door is going to close again. The turnstile may be going. Knicks have a decision to make. What do we want to do? Who are we? What are we trying to do? Let's get back to basics. All right, let's do what we do well, at least. Let's get back to that. All right, let me get to the chat and then open up the panel. Thank you guys for listening to me rant a little bit. Just this crazy, bro. It's crazy. Oh, man. And yes, Chet Holmgren. I seen somebody put that in. That's who I was talking about, Chet. Yeah, Chet is a really good, he has elite block timing. All right. Shout out to, excuse me. Shout out to, always happens. And how do I fix it? By drinking more coffee. Pinky up for flavor. All right. I think I'm good. So, Walter Blackman is in the building. Salute to you, Walter. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. He says, good morning, Ron and my Knicks family. Salute to you, my bro. Good to see you. JJ is in the building. Salute to you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Says, salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, bro. I really dislike how nobody had Cats back. Oh, sorry. I didn't address that. Good point. We'll talk about that real quick. How nobody had Cats back versus Draymond, the dirty flagrant, plus all the other antics, and nobody steps up to him. Teams know we are too nice and soft. I will tell you this. I'm sorry, JJ. I hear you. I'm with you. But I think this whole league is soft, bro. Yes, some teams are not as soft as others. But I think that if you looked around the league, there's 30 teams, 29, whatever it is, 30 teams, whatever. I think you'd find that most teams are not going to do anything in that circumstance. There are some teams that would, but not a lot of teams are actually going to do anything. Now, I will say the other thing with this team is the core pieces are veterans or middle age veterans, like middle NBA age veterans. They've just been around, right? And they've witnessed all of this stuff. They just don't react the same way. Now, if we had some young boys out there, right, that were like core pieces that are used to being out there and playing, they might have reacted. Because that's what I will say. When you go with these young teams, they don't take nothing. They stepping up. But we don't have a lot of core pieces that are young like that. So, Diawara is not going to, and I don't think he has that sentiment. He's a French, like the French players, a little more respectful. They don't get too crazy with it. Maybe a McCullough might have reacted if he was out there. But yeah, these guys, they just not built that way. It stinks, but this is today's NBA. So I don't know. We don't have the backbone. We don't have that style of play. We are we're tough individuals as people, not tough on the court, and we're very finessey. We can have some strength in how we play, be a little physical, but we're finessey. That's amen. We don't have the Marcus Morrises or anybody like that on this team. It is what it is. We don't have a Dante or a Hartenstein. We just don't. It's a shame. But I will say that from of what's going on standpoint, that's part of the issue that you can see. Like this team is missing that. We have good chemistry. We don't have that level of chemistry. Like, well, you mess with us, we're all coming at you. We are missing that. 100%. We are missing that. So I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. And what Draymond did, of course, was dirty. Once again, he didn't like that Cat put him down. And so he tried to retaliate. First off, I don't think he should have got ejected, but that should have been borderline. Like, I don't know. You can't really do anything. You either eject them or don't eject them. But it's like, it should be like a more severe flagrant, right? I think they gave him a flagrant 1. Was that on that? That should have been like but flagrant 2 is automatic ejection. Am I not? Yeah, and I don't know if he should have been ejected, but he definitely should have got something more serious. So I don't know. Like I felt the now they're both pretty bad, actually. I don't know, bro. Maybe he should have. But the league is soft too. When it comes to that stuff, the league picks and chooses when it wants to be something. The league, they're soft too. That might have been one of those where you could say, we got to make an example. Like you do something like that, you could really hurt somebody. After what happened with Mitchell Robinson and Embiid, and I think you should get ejected after that. So, I can't fault it. Maybe you should. Shout out to Lena Franklin, another member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. So what up, family? I know we lost 2 games, but it's all right. We got more games to go. Also, I'm celebrating my moms and sorority sisters for their Founders Day celebration, and my mom is a Zeta. Hey, all right, Lena. Well, congratulations to your mom and the rest of the Zetas. I don't know any skeezy weezy. Ew. I don't know none of that stuff, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I wasn't in a sorority, sorry, I wasn't in a fraternity or around sororities to know exactly what they do. So I apologize. I'm not making fun. I just I'm a fun guy. Anyway, but shout out to them. That's great. Oh, and Lena, and as the West, everybody else who won in the raffle. I apologize, guys. Listen, I'm human, man. Life be lifing. My office is in the middle of we're preparing to move offices. There's been a lot going on. I've been a little caught up. I ain't gonna lie to you. So hats just went out. Hopefully you get them this week, or if not by the weekend. I apologize, guys. So, but I don't want you to think I forgot about y'all. I'm a man of my word. Just sometimes my word gets a little dragged. It is what it is. I'm busy. Okay, I'm busy. Anyway, but thank you guys. It's crazy how JJ says it's crazy how we're closer to being in the play-in than we are being in the first place. We're not that close. The play-in is like what, 8, 9, 10. We're in third place, right? Or have we gone further? Let me check the standings real quick. Hold on. Yeah, we're in third place. Come on, JJ. But I see what you're saying. The trend of where we're going. I got you. Dwayne Dennis says hey, shout out to you, Dwayne. Says 2 years ago it was all Julius Randle's fault. Now this season it's all Cat's fault. How ironic. Yes, Cat has a lot of flaws, but the Knicks problem doesn't only belong to Cat. It's supposed to be a team. I agree. But I will say what we need is for Cat to be the number one option right now. If Jalen Brunson is not there, Cat has to be the guy. That I don't care whose fault is what. We need Cat to be one of the best players in the NBA like he is. We just need that. But all the other stuff, I've already talked about it, so I don't want to harp on it. I spent 40 minutes ranting, but you get it. David Smith is in the building. Salute to Ron in the chat, and salute to you, David. It's become clear that Cat and Coach Brown can't be on the same team. Either Brown gets fired or Towns gets traded. It's over. The correct move is to fire Mike Brown. I would say I would probably not want to do either of those yet. I want them to get right, and I want them to fix this. Because really the only thing stopping them from fixing this is pride, right? It's Mike Brown understanding, hey, the most important thing right now is to win basketball games. Cat is one of our best players. Let's see what I can do to make Cat's life better. The flip side, hey, Cat, I don't necessarily love the way Mike Brown's coming at me, but I want this team to win a championship. I like these guys. These are my guys. I'm going to do what I need to do. Both of those guys need to talk like that. I hope they are. I don't know if they are, though. That's how they need to talk. Sydney Dean is in the building. What up, Sydney Dean? And I wonder if you guys know, the importance of the Sydney Dean reference. Y'all ever watch White Men Can't Jump? Come on, y'all. Anyway, we need to make a trade like I've been advocating for the past 2 seasons. What are we really waiting on? We have Superman begging to be on our team, and we don't go and save him. What are we? Well, I don't know. He continued. What are we doing, man? I'm so upset. We're not making a trade back in the 90s when stuff was going downhill. You make a trade. Why are we holding these players hostage? That's why I respected Bobby Knight and his coaching style toughness. I got you. Well, we'll see. Listen, I hope they get right and we don't have to go crazy with the trades, but if they don't, front office is going to have to make a decision. Right now, the decision is in the hands of the coach and the players. They're the ones who can make this current decision. They can change things around. Wiz BKLA in the building. What up, Wiz? Said, who is sticking with the narrative that we don't need to make a trade? Honestly, guys, as I've said before, we don't need to make a trade if these guys lock in and play the way they can, because the reason why I say that is because they've already done it. They did it last year. For the most part, these are the same players. The way we're playing is going to be bad regardless. You think If you don't fix the problem, it's not going to change anything whether you make a trade. You would have to trade multiple pieces to change the narrative, right? You go make a trade, big trade, bring in one person, but the rest of the team is still here, and we still have the poor principles and the poor basketball play and poor IQ stuff that's going on. Nothing changes. Y'all, that you can't find a savior in a trade, guys. What you need is to fix the issues. Whether or not you make a trade or not, we got some issues we need to fix no matter who comes in here. Because that person's going to come in here and be like, yo, I thought I was coming into something interesting here. Y'all got issues, yo. I just left issues. You bringing me to more issues. Oh, man. Sherwin's in the building. Shout out to you. Says good morning, chat. Jay Davis is in the building. What up, Jay Davis? Says we on skid row right now, but we'll bounce back. What's good, Jay Davis? I see you. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports in the building. What's up, Ron and fam? Salute to you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Darlene Bryan in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Said good morning, Ron, in the chat. Hey, Sam Grandison Esquire in the building. Your salute. What up, Sam? Good to see you, my brother. I hope you're doing well, man. Miss you up here in these parts. Bricks Nation in the building says Leon really screwed this team up with the Bridges and Cat trade. 5 first-round picks for a role player, and the Cat trade was downgrade. We lost our tenacity and identity. Well, I don't know, man. Maybe, I don't know. It's tough for me to say because I do see the good in Bridges and what he did and how he was helping us in the playoffs defensively and stuff. I also saw the way Cat played last year. So I just think that, I think that we are I know we still don't want to face that either. Guys, we are in a different era of NBA, man. These players need to be coddled. You have to appeal to their egos. They're just different, right? And certain methods. This goes back to coaching too. It's the same thing we talked about when it comes to Tibbs. It's the same thing about Mike Brown or any other coach. You have to find what's the best way to get through to your players. And you also have to recognize when something's not working, right? You try a style. I might have messed up. I turned him. He ain't really rocking the way I want him to rock. I got to change it up. Mike Brown's at that point right now. Whether or not he wants to do it is on him. But he might need to figure out how to, get Cat back on his team. Not the team, his team. Sha Powers in the building. What up, Sha? Good to see you. Salute, salute, salute. What's good? Knicks Real Talk in the building, please. Go show your love. No, nobody gets you better and gets you more right than Knicks Real Talk. Pre-game, post-game, everything. Doug Fresh is in the building. Says salute, Ron. Salute. Good. Shout out to David Smith. Thank you for the generous super chat. Every player under Mike Brown looks worse this year than last year, except Brunson and Deuce. What's this coach doing? A recipe for a wasted season. Well, so, I don't know, guys. You're not wrong in what you're saying if you just look at it like. But so here's the thing. What I wanted to say is there's been a steady decline in certain things with certain players. Okay, 3-point shooting has been on the decline for the past 2 years. That was under Tibbs as well. All of the guys have been struggling to shoot the three at that high clip, right? Macau's numbers have gone down from the corner, although they went back up this year, right? So now he's shooting the corner three again. But OG's numbers went down. Even Jalen Brunson's numbers went down from the three. from all around. But I think they're starting to get back to where they need to be compared to what they were 2 years ago, right? I'm only going by that. So I don't think this didn't happen overnight. It started already last year. Guys started to not shoot the ball as well. I also think that guys are starting to get, when you start to get more involved in the offense, then the defense starts to put you on their scouting report. They start to figure out what you like to do and figure out ways to stop you. OG Anunoby, for example, wants to be more involved offensively and do things. But, the thing for the defense is they know that OG's handle is not solid, right? It doesn't always look pretty when he makes these moves and does stuff, but he tries, and his physicality wins these moments for him sometimes. But the defense, especially when they go up against good defenses, they figure out ways to stop OG. They see what he likes to do. They know he doesn't have the greatest handles. They put him in pressure situations. This is the type of stuff that's happened over the last 2 years because remember, prior to that, OG was still a little part of the offense, but he's been expanding his role. So now the defenses, they have to pay attention. They have to scout you. This stuff was coming. The Knicks just have to find that, and I think the organization knew that it was coming too. That's why they brought in Mike Brown and this coaching staff to be able to come up with ways that they could have a more dynamic offense where it's not just about people making individual moves and ISO ball, right? The ones who can ISO was usually Cat and Brunson, but Brunson is the only one who can successfully ISO these days. Cat has been having a lot of problems with his ISO play. I don't know what it is. I don't know if the league has realized that Cat uses too much force instead of, skill to get to certain spots, and they're just playing on that force, right? Putting him in a position where he's going to pick up a foul. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure. But I know something's going on because Cat is not scoring easy, guys. That's the thing. Whether you love Cat or don't love Cat, Cat is one of the best players in the NBA offensively. And it's not looking easy for him when he does these moves now. The defenses they have a plan against them, and it's working. So, I don't know. Sherwin, look at our paint defense this year. He says, sorry, Ron, who goes in the paint if Mitch is there? They've been going in all year. With Mitch there, if Mitch is not there, they're definitely going in. With Mitch there, they're still going in. Look at the shots on goal that are happening. The bottom line is we are so poor at one aspect of the game that it's allowing other things to open up. When you don't play good perimeter defense and you're over pursuing or over committing, right? You leave the paint open. So more guys are driving, right? When we play certain teams like the Detroits and stuff, where they have good guys who can score on the interior, who know how to break down a defender and get to the paint, we're getting cooked. And I mean, I don't have to wait. There's still time. Don't worry. We're going to play OKC. We're going to play Houston. You're going to see more of this. I don't want our team to be this way, but I'm just saying that's how we've been. Mitch has been having issues with I feel like he's getting I don't know how you could do that. Can you do it? I feel like he's been having a little tunnel vision on defense, right? Like he gets locked in, and then it's because we're so poor defensively. He's locked into a certain area. What really made Mitch so dynamic and so impactful is how he could float, right? He could be a certain place, but then he could float to another area. So that's what made the team feel a certain way. But now when Mitch gets locked in a certain spot, the rest of the spots are open, right? So our poor defense is getting exposed on this end or on that end. Mitch can't be everywhere every time. He doesn't have the same speed that he had before. He's still very good. But I'm saying like it's a different Mitch. So you also have to tailor your defense differently. He can't be everywhere. And I get that. They have to figure it out. I'm not blaming Mitch for not being able to be everywhere. I'm just saying he can't. But he was much better. Hey, there's the term, roamer. Right. That's a fact. All right, let me put the link out there. C. Cartagena in the building. The identity of this team was grit under Tibbs. So far under Brown, they have regressed from grit. You can't turn grit off and on. Interesting. Where's my invite? Here we go. Paste. So Sherwin says, I'm sorry, a shot block to me is like a dunk. They both are just for show. Defense is about stopping your man from scoring, and scoring is about putting the ball in the basket. I agree. But there's nothing worse of a deterrent than a good shot blocker. You don't believe me? Ask the Knicks how it was to play Milwaukee when Milwaukee was really playing good basketball and Brook Lopez was in the paint area. Didn't Brook Lopez have like 7 or 8 blocks against the Knicks one time? Right? You know how demoralizing that can be after a while. Now, granted, we did keep testing him, but after a certain point, you start to be like, okay, this is stupid. We're giving up opportunities, right? We're just going at him. He's blocking the shots. It changes the course of the game. So a block does matter if you do it well and at a high level. One block here or there, no, that's not going to be a big deterrent. I hear you on that. But if you can block shots like efficiently, that's a deterrent. Shout out to the real AD in the building. Salute my Knicks fans. Salute to you. I got somebody backstage that I haven't seen in a minute. Happy to see my brother. FGC Hitman is here. Salute. Said I didn't like the Draymond dapping up Knicks while beefing in a game with Cat. Hurts chemistry and shows no grit. I hear you with that, bro. I hear you with that. Marie, is that Marie B? Agree, and they know it themselves. They do. All right, let me just breeze through because I want to get to the panel and whoever I have. D-Rex in the building. What up, D-Rex? Says stop playing Yabusele. I'm with it, bro. I'm with it. At this point, it's time to move on because I knew that we were going to get to a point. Not now, right? I thought as we get to the games in March, as we're rounding into playoff form, you start to see Coach Brown limit the rotation, right? All right, none of this more experimenting. Hey, we rocking with these dudes, and they got to get it right, and they got to go into the playoffs on a high. But we might need to do that a little sooner. We might need to do it. All right, let me just breeze through. Sorry, guys. I'll be right with y'all. Okay. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute everyone. Ron, we really need a trade. I'll be surprised if we make it out of the second round. Detroit, Orlando, Boston, Philly, Atlanta can take us out of the playoffs. I mean, the way we're playing right now, yes. I'm looking less at the what it is now and more at the overall picture, but I get it. I hear you. You're right. AD says, I don't understand why he's so bad in the pinch post. Draymond was standing him up and he became confused. I don't know what's going on. So D-Rex says, Ron, it's simple. You say, I know you're better than this. You are not playing up to your best self right now. I hold you to a higher standard than this because I know you are capable of being better. That's exactly how a coach should speak. And that's exactly how Mike Brown should speak to Cat. I'm with you. I agree. That's 100% true. I mean, at some point, the pride has to stop. Brown has to say, all right, okay, we played the game. Now let's win games. Let's get back to playing good basketball. I will do what I need to do to get Cat right. Cat needs to be able to receive that information and say, all right, yeah, we might have some differences of opinion here, but I want my guys to know that they can believe in me. I want to win basketball games. And I also want the fans to get off my back too. You know what I mean? The respect, like, come on, y'all. Yes, sir, AD. The link is out there. You're always welcome, my brother. Okay. Rebuild NYK. The system is perimeter oriented. It's true, but everything is, even though the system is perimeter oriented, we can still, because we did it. We did it early in the season when our perimeter shot wasn't falling. We went inside. We were scoring 60 plus points in the paint. We've done it. We got to get back to whatever we need to do. Remember, there was a point where we started to say, "Wow, these Knicks are really interesting. They're being unpredictable. Like, it's whoever we play, we adopt their style and we do whatever we need to do to beat them." That was only 4 weeks ago, guys. Look how quickly things change. We got to get back to how we were playing before. We've lost it. Oh, man, I got some good ones in the back right now. Y'all, this is going to be a good show. Lonnie Meek says, you are not putting too much pressure on Cat. He's getting paid to play better. Okay, I hear you. Okay, guys, let me just breeze through. I'm almost at the bottom here. And I got a super chat. I see. My 2 cents. Oh, sorry. He's talking to Rex. Travel Vibes in the, but shout out to my 2 cents. Appreciate you. Travel Vibes in the building. What up, Travel Vibes? Salute, Ron. SKF. Peace chat. Salute. So D-Rex says, Ron, with all due respect, the Knicks should not own being a bad perimeter defensive team in a 3-point dominated league. I understand what you're saying, D-Rex, but from my standpoint, you either be good at something or be bad at everything, right? Unless they make a change to how they're playing, don't matter what they do. They were bad perimeter defense the last 5 years. They're bad at perimeter defense this year. If you try to overcompensate and say, we're going to stop these perimeter shots because that's what's killing us, don't you notice that now people are scoring at will in the paint? One has to give, okay? You can still figure out a way to stop the perimeter along the lines. But if you don't stop the paint, scoring, you're not going to win. You can't have a bad perimeter defense and bad paint protection. One or the other has to be going well for you, or you're not going to have it. It's okay to say we got a team that could possibly outscore everybody. But when the shot is not falling, Sacramento, right? When we played, I'm forgetting, it's all getting convoluted. There was a team we played not too long ago where we shot 21% from 3 and 37% from the field. You're not beating anybody like that. So you better be playing some type of defense. That's all I'm saying. Like, I get it, but the Knicks are always bad in perimeter defense. There's not enough personnel changes here to change that, right? We weren't good the last 5 years of perimeter defense. We were either 28 or worse. This year, we're one of the worst teams of perimeter defense again. So I'm saying don't overcompensate. You still go out there and try to play defense. Try to get in people's faces, but lock down the paint. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But I hear you. It's not, you don't want to settle. But I'm telling you, focus on what you do well and do it well. And then you can create, you can't, listen, if I am the best person at doing data analysis, and we just lost our HR person, we need somebody to step up. Guess what? You tell me I got to help out in HR, I'll do it. But if you think my data analysis is going to be at the same level, no, it's gonna lack a little bit. I got other stuff to worry about, right? Focus on what you do well. We need an HR person. We get an HR person. I'll do the data analysis. Sherwin says, Ron, we are 26th in defending the threes in the NBA. Our perimeter defense sucks. I agree. Not changing what I feel. I'm with you 100%. So, yep. All right. Chris Gotti's in the building. What up, Chris? Good to see you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Randu's in the building, a member of the SKF Army, and he's backstage. So I'm going to get to Randu as well. Salute to you, my brother. Thank you for being here. All right, guys. Let me bring my pen. Oh, wait, hold on. Mellow Mike in the building. What up, Mellow? Good to see you, my guy. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. So I'm speaking quickly. This guy is not coming together to defend Cat. Was really sad to see that. It's not a good look. Forward. They still, they will stick together now. How do we expect to sit together down the road when it really. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Like it really counts. Yeah, they do need to step up and come together for each other. That's how you show. And the bad thing is that even if Cat wasn't thinking about it at the time, now he's got to watch the replays and watch everybody talking. Like, where were the guys coming? You guys don't think that affects Cat? Now maybe he's starting to think sideways. Like, yeah, why didn't they come to my defense? It's not good. It's not a good look. Benjamin B in the building said, would Dalen Terry instead of Yabusele, instead of who's Reith? I don't know who that is. Instead of Clarkson, would the Knicks be significantly improved, especially if they sign McCullough in the 15th roster spot? I mean, I don't think it hurts. At this point, we're not. I don't. So I'm not. That's an interesting. We're going to talk about that, guys. Would you guys feel comfortable? We know what Clarkson's role is coming off the bench and adding, but would you feel better upgrading from Clarkson if you could? Interesting thought. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay, let me get to my peoples, man. Got peoples backstage waiting. Rijan is in the building, member of the SKF Army. We need to add size on the wings and possibly get a power forward. Got you. And also shout out to Ruben Nunez in the building. They already had a team meet. Well, they had a discussion. A team meeting is more formal. You actually set time and everybody goes to a certain place to meet. Like it's different. And it's more dire too. Bodega Wi-Fi in the building. Ron and the rest of the SKF Army. Salute to you, Bodega. Kerry Cox in the building. What up, Kerry? Okay. Boy, the chat is popping. Shout out to everybody. We got over 157 people here. Salute to y'all. Shout out to my brother Juan Lopez on Facebook. Shout out to everybody on X, everybody on YouTube and Facebook. Appreciate all y'all. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so, and share out with your peoples. Let them know we rock it. Hey, Lotorious we are. Hey, is Tori B in the building. Shout out to you, Tori. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Let's go. What up, BKNY? Says hello, Knickerbocker. Salute to you. What's going on, my brother? Okay, guys. And let me get to these super chats real quick. I got two here. All right, hold on. My guy, my brother, Double A. Cat is not alone at fault. Whereas elite from OG and where's the elite from OG and Bridges? Yeah, I agree. I do like what I saw in the Warriors game, and I know it's not enough for everybody as of yet, but I think that's something to build off of. What we saw from Mikal and OG in that Warriors game is something to hope translates going forward. If they start playing like that, that's going to help. So I just want to build off the positive with that. Now, everything prior to that, I'm with you. I agree. They're not being consistent, and they're not doing enough of it. So I definitely agree with you. Thank you for the generous super chat. David said teams can use whatever physicality they want on Cat and get away with it. It's WWE and makes Cat much easier to defend, and Mike Brown does nothing. Well, there's truth in that too. I think Mike Brown comes from he said this already, guys. So I agree, but I also understand where Mike Brown's coming from with regards to that. And the rest of the team, because he said it for everybody. He's like, I want to defend you guys, but sometimes you're complaining about stuff that's not a foul, right? So when you do that, what they're doing is lessening the impact of when they actually do call stuff wrong, right? Because if you complain for everything, they're going to be like, yeah, all right, maybe that was a foul last time, but this guy complains for everything. No, that was not a foul. No, that's you, right? And so Mike Brown's like, I want to defend you guys, but if you complain for everything, it's not helping my argument. So then I look like I'm with you. So then they don't respect my opinion. That's fair from a coaching standpoint, right? He has to. That's why the coach is supposed to be your second line of defense, right? He's supposed to come to your aid. But if you make him look like you by saying, complaining for everything, and he's right there with you, they're not going to listen to him either. All right, let me bring my guys up here. We got a nice little packed house to start it off. All right, let me change this. My brother Double A in the building. Look at you, man. It's been a minute. So happy to see you, my guy.
Hanging in there, hanging
Hey,
in there. Tough week, brother. Losing my sister. Those
I'm
of
s-
you who don't know, I lost my sister to cancer day before yesterday. It was a total surprise because she kept it inside her, and she didn't let us know. So it was like one day she was here, one day she's gone. So it's pretty hard to process when it's done that way.
yeah.
But I
No,
came here for a little love, from my peoples. Love you guys. I miss you guys. It's just been a busy time for me the last few months. But I have always had you guys in mind.
hey
But
man. Listen, I just want to tell you, Double A, look, from the bottom of my heart, man, sorry you're going through this. I know I can't speak for everybody, but I know I would think most people here are good, respectable people. We're here for you, bro. We wish you the best. We're sorry you have to go through this. Rest in peace to your sister. Condolences to you and the rest of the family. And I know it's not easy, bro. I know it's not easy. And then watching, even trying to get a little solace and some love from our team. This is not a
yeah.
good time. So I hear you, bro. I hear
and
you.
then and then I caught the flu on top of it. And the problem was I caught the flu the day I found out she had cancer. So
Oh, jeez, brother.
she lived about 3 hours away from me. So I had planned to go see her, but then I got hit with the flu, and that was the last thing she needed was me to bring my illness
Right.
around. So I ended up not seeing my sister,
Well,
for
I,
her
I will
last time.
say, listen, you're here. I love that you're here. It's good to see you. It's been a minute. But get your points across and however you feel. But if it gets too much or you just like, I wanted to come up, show my face and talk a little bit and get a little release. But if you gotta go, man. Cause I know this is not an easy time. Like I said,
No,
we're here for you. I'm here for you. As always, we talk offline. But
and
I know
my
it's tough.
like I said in the super chat, fellas, look, we're paying OG a lot of money. We're paying Kel Bridges a lot of money. We're paying Cat a lot of money. We're paying Brunson a lot of money. Okay, supposedly these guys are supposed to be, especially against a team like Sacramento, they're supposed to be the best players on the floor. It doesn't matter if Cat has an off night or Brunson has an off night or OG has an off night. These are supposed to be four elite star players because they're getting paid like superstars. And we haven't got superstar defense from OG, and we haven't had for Bridges. Now, I have an excuse for OG, and I don't know how you think about this, Ron, but OG, where his advantage was his size at small forward. Okay, he would use his size against small forwards, and he would bruise them. And he could still hit that 3 point shot. So his game was all. But I mean, he's out of position. Bridges is out of position. Okay, so Hart is out of position. Hart is not a shooting guard. Hart is a small forward hustling guy. Give him his props. But he's not a shooting guard. Not scoring 4 points. Against Golden State, he had 4 points. But listen, we still had four guys with 20 points, and we lost. And if you remember, when I knew this wasn't a championship team, brother, and I've been a Knicks fan since 1970. When I knew this wasn't a championship team, when I seen the game against Milwaukee, where Giannis did whatever he wanted to do, and then near the end of the game, there was a play. I don't know if you guys remember. Portis and Hart got into it. Portis was all in Hart's face. Come on, 6'10", Portis all in Hart's face, and not one Knick came to his aid. You don't think that sunk in to Josh Hart? Again, against Detroit, okay? You got guys in the league like Stewart and Draymond Green. They're not interested in playing basketball. They're not out there to play basketball. If you watch Stewart play on Detroit, all he's doing is that's his game. You know what I mean? And Cat, you're 7 foot tall, 260 pounds, bro. You can't let a guy 6'6" or a guy 6'8" push you out of the paint. You're a superstar. You can demand the ball, right? And you should be happy that you have a team where you don't have to do everything. But Knicks, Leon, did you read? Don't you understand why Minnesota didn't have Cat at center? Because he's not a center, man. Not when it comes to one of the most important parts, is guarding that paint. Okay, people get on Mitch. Oh, he's not stopping people. Yeah, bro. Remember, Mitch has to guard his man too. And if a guard is driving in the lane and Mitch goes over the cover, guess what? They drop the pass over to Mitch's man, slam dunk. That's been happening all the time. Against Sacramento, they had non-rookie bums jamming it on us and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, where's your toughness, man? We need toughness. That's why anybody who thinks these people here are going to take us to the championship, no. They don't have the mental fortitude. When you go into Detroit, knowing that they are geared up, they're coming for your throat. They're coming for dominance of the Eastern Division. You get blown out by 30 points, and you got Cat taking 4 shots, OG taking 4 shots, Bridges taking 10 shots, and then our boy Brunson got to turn it into hero ball. This is not a championship team, bro. Cat needs to go. You can't fit a square peg in a round hole, and this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make this guy into a rim defender, and he's not. He's never been. This is why Minnesota was successful, because they moved his ass at power forward. Excuse my language. Moved him to power forward, but they had Gobert, an elite rim protector, and they had some elite defenders out on the perimeter. Right? That's how they covered him. We don't have that. Now, Leon Rose's plan was, signing. When we got OG and Bridges, I said, man, we're going to have some great defense. Because now you got Mitch, OG, you got three out of 5 players. And if you start Hart, that's 4 players that can defense. But they're not playing up to their standard, to their payday. Let me put it that way.
That's a fact.
And how do you motivate somebody that doesn't have to earn their money anymore? Cat is set for life with his pay. Bridges just got set. OG is set. These guys are not threatened. They're not threatened. The only thing you can play on is their pride, man. That they have some pride. Okay, maybe Brown needs to tap into that pride and sit their ass down for a couple games and play some of the rookies that are hustling out there. We'd rather get beat and watch our team hustle and dive on the floor. That's New York Knicks basketball. Well, we're seeing Showtime, LA Showtime.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Double A. I will say that he may have to do that. I think so. I think with Mike Brown, and you know what? Let me say this while I bring everybody up. I just wanted to give y'all. Listen, I haven't seen Double A in a minute. You know, it's been a tough week. I wanted to give Double A the floor for a little bit, just so he can get his off. But let me bring everybody else up. Hold on one second. Oh man, Esquire in the building. Sam Grandison, baby. Let's go.
What's good, y'all, man? What's good?
Let's go, baby. Yeah.
Hey,
Let's go, Sam.
I've been busy, but y'all know I've been in the shadows, man. I've been busy though, but we here.
This is my first time seeing you since you become Esquire. Let's get it, baby.
Ain't that crazy though? So that means I haven't been on the panel in probably 5-6 months. That's crazy.
Yo, it seriously.
Me neither, bro.
Nah, man.
Double A, my condolences too, bro. Before I even say anything, I done been going through some time similar, so my condolences to you and your family.
You as well, my brother, and congratulations, man. Sincerely, I know how hard you work for it.
I appreciate it, man. What's good, Nick Nation? What's good?
What's good, Sam? Everybody. What's good, Double A? What's good, Dorp? What's good, Ron?
What's going on, fellas? Good to see all y'all, man. I'm happy. I'm happy that we were able to come together and talk about this stuff. I know this is not a great time, personally, life be life, and we're going through some things, but I hope that there's a little solace in the fact that you can come here, have a moment where you can get together with your fellow Knicks fans, your brothers and sisters as well, and just be able to talk about some stuff. So I'm gonna say it right now before we go anywhere else. This is for us up here on the panel. I mean, I don't have to say it for the panel. I know how we rock, but for the chat, let's all try to be respectful of everybody. Opinions. Let's make this a good show. There may be differences of opinions, but let's all keep it classy. Freddie Blassie, y'all know. Come on, I'm old school, yo. Hulk Hogan back in the the Wendy Richter days. Y'all don't know. Anyway, whatever. Listen, man. Let's keep it all the right way and just have some good conversations. We'll move from there. Before I continue and get to everybody's thoughts, I just want to get to this quick super chat. Shout out to Paris Duggan. Thanks for the generous super chat. He said the greatest thing is we're awful last February also. I mean, there's truth to that. You know what I mean? Like the team can grow. And I think part of it too is that we are dealing with a lot of new stuff, right? New defensive coach, all these other new coaches, and Mike Brown's here. So we don't have the same expectations or the same understanding like we'll be okay, right? Under Tibbs, you guys know we had ups and downs. We had months of terrible basketball. But you knew that with these Knicks, the way it's always worked out, by the time we get to the playoffs, we're going to figure it out. We're going to start playing better because that's how Tibbs teams were. It's like if you're a Giant fan, a New York Giant fan under Tom Coughlin. You could start off 5-5, but you know what I mean? Like, you knew by the end of the year, we'd be in the mix somewhere. So that's the thing. Mike Brown hasn't earned that cachet with us. We don't know what to expect. And we're also dealing with some one-off-ish stuff here right now. Like, it's a test of swords over here, if you know what I mean. Like, these guys are kind of battling and trying to, stake claim to something. And so we need to get away from all that. Like I said, none of that matters anymore. I don't care. I know everybody's throwing it out there, but I'm not saying it. I'm not saying I don't care about that. I don't care about anything. It's not about anybody. It's about everybody. There's issues. Everybody's at fault. From the coaching staff down, even to the organizational fronts. Leon Rose and everybody's made mistakes. Yabusele is a mistake. Okay, it is what it is. And let me tell you, quiet as kept, if Jordan Clarkson don't play more consistently, he could also be considered a mistake. A better issue, than having the Yabusele issue, but he could also be a mistake down the line if he doesn't continue to show consistency. I can't have my bench player, who I know he's not making a lot of money, but has a cachet in this league, has always been known as a scorer, a little streaky, but 3 points, that ain't gonna do it, brother. That's not gonna do it. So, like, everybody's got to step up. Most importantly, and I'm sorry to have to continue to do this, the most important person to step up is Cat. Only because he is the best offensive option. He can do everything and score the most points. We're talking about a guy who's dropped 40, 50. He dropped 60 one time, and we're getting 17, getting 6. Like, what are we doing? I can't. All right, let me move on. Let me go Nick Nation. I'm going to go Nick Nation, Sam, D-Rex, Randu. How's everything, Nick Nation? How you feeling? What's your thoughts, brother?
Let me say hello to you, Ron. Your show, definitely.
Appreciate you, my guy.
My brother. Good listening. And AA, definitely my sympathies and condolences, brother.
Thank you, man.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Salute to everybody on the panel. Sam, pleasure the first time, meet you. Randu, Dorsux Rex, which I'm always on here with every Saturday.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Nick Nation. Don't forget what you were going to say.
Sure.
I just want to give everybody, there might be some new people tuning in as well. But, just so you know, Sam is our guy. He's our young boy, man. We watched him grow and grow and grow. And all this time he's been here and jumping on panels and stuff. He's been going to law school trying to get it right. So he's finally achieved all that. He is officially a lawyer. And so we get so excited and happy just to see him here because it's like watching him like a sin in front of us. So anyway, continue, Nick Nation. My bad.
Yes. That's big. And congratulations, my brother, for sure. Because, you know what I mean? I have young gentlemen. I have 2 young sons. One is 28 and one's 33. So that's big. So thank you, for you, that's big. Big shout out to the chat. It's tough, Ron. Like, where do we start with this? This is, it's no one player's fault. It's no one coach's fault. The organization, right now we're not, I'm not going to say we're not a championship team, but we're not playing championship ball. So let me just, coat that in there. And that's where we're at right now. The game the other night, terrible. I thought the officials, not to make excuses, but I thought the officials were they allowed the play to become Bush League. I heard you talking earlier, so that I don't forget that point. Draymond Green, definitely, 100%. That's a 2.
Okay. I was on the fence. I didn't know, but that's a 2. The more I keep saying it, I was thinking maybe it is a 2.
No, it's a 2. It's a 1. It's a 1 if you like just kick your foot up or your hand up and you trip them. Mm-hmm. It becomes a 2 with the twist.
Right.
That's the intent.
That is the extra.
The intent to harm.
Got him kicked
that's
out.
The intent to harm. The intent to harm.
I agree.
And it's Bush League for the league not to make that known and what's name. And then to top it off on that, to make another Bush League call with the officials where a player is simply making an offensive move. Where Deuce is coming around, I forgot the young man that was guarding him, but he fakes a handoff. What's he supposed to do after that? He raises his arms. The guy gets hit by that's that defensive player's what's name? It's on the defensive player to get out the way, because that is a necessary offensive move. So once that happened, it really just snowballed the effect. I wasn't sure or not when they went to, and then here's to top it off. They go to the review to see if it requires point to a flagrant foul. Mm-hmm. But from my understanding, I'm not sure or not, but I thought that we could have challenged that right there. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a quick question, Nick? Quick question, Nick, while you're on it? I don't want to forget. What do you think about, in terms of that, what do you think about the celebration after the missed technical shot? I think that's part of
all of it's Bush League. Yes, it's all Bush League. It's taunting, it's all Bush League. But Draymond Green has set the bar so high for his nonsense that the league has simply kind of shied away from it in ways, and he's intimidated officials, you know what I mean, and other things. But that to me was terrible. But I just wanted to make that point of that. But as far as our team is going, let me get the cat thing out the way. I will continue to say this, Ron, and if you know, I've said it from week to week, and it's not. I know it's building. You know what I've said. Oh. It's not his numbers. I don't care about his numbers. His numbers could be 40 points, 20 rebounds, 30 rebounds. It's his mistakes that continue to stagger us and hurt us. It's his ability not to be able to win the game within the game. And that's the biggest thing. He could score 40. He could score 50. He could score what's name. Offensively, you know what I mean? If we change things for him and he starts scoring more, great. But he loses the game within the game. And maybe some people don't understand what that means, the game within the game, but I'll explain it a little bit further. It's the mental part. It's the toughness of where a player is elbowing you or talking to you. You know what I mean? He might be mentioning your sister. He might be mentioning your wife. He might be mentioning your girlfriend. He might be like, hey, look at your father over there. Your father's admiring me, taking you to the hoop. Those are mental games within the game that if you can't win that at this professional level, you won't be a winner. That's just the way it is. It always, I will harp on that, period. Ron, I know that you played like what's name when we were young, and you guys and other people out there who have played this game, you already know what the deal is because we've all seen it. We've all felt it. You know what I mean? Where you might have erupted or your emotions was like, yo, I let this dude get the better of me because of what he said to me. And Cat consistently allows that. You could see what Draymond Green did to him because Draymond Green knew. He knew that mentally I could wear on him. I can antagonize him and get him out of his game. There lies a point of a difference. When we lies the point of a difference between him and Brunson, Brunson will lock in and show you the difference between what you're saying and what I can do to you. Those things were huge, I thought. As far as our offense, the way it is being run, between the defensive coordinator saying, hey, to me, that's one of the biggest things. Our defense is really at a point where, once again, I said this a few shows ago, you can't allow that much distance in your arm proximity from a player. This is the NBA. A half a step or quarter inch away from a player at times it's too late. So what we line up on defense, if you notice, look at the distance of, you know what I mean, of the players. Not the guy who's even got the ball. Forget the guy who's got the ball. You are trying to be close to your player because why? You know his tendencies, you know what their play calls are, so you're trying to disrupt that. That's what you do. If you can't do that, then what's the, you know what I mean? Everybody gets beat back, but there's a way and a situation of how you do it. That arm bar is real. Because officials don't look at it more so. They look at where the ball is at a lot of times, and the emphasis is on the as far as the ball handler. But everybody else, nah. You're allowed to get a little, to reroute them, to rough them up, to arm bar them, and to do things. That is part of defense. What we're doing that far away from players and those things, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work in the NBA. That ain't gonna work on defense. It's just not. That being said, we've got to do better offensively because I don't want to take up the whole thing here. I could go on forever. But offensively, let's just say our offenses, Mike Brown's offense is made up in 4 parts, right? It's part of it is the UCLA, part of it is Princeton, part of it is called the 5 spread, and I'm trying to remember the other parts. It's one other part. But either way, by looking at those offenses and those switch themes and those plays are doing, what it is our offense right now is just too vanilla. So teams know kind of what we're going to do. They know our tendencies. So when they know your tendencies, it's like they're sitting there waiting on you. To say that this team, that part I don't know. Because I don't want to throw my feelings and emotions in it, but it's IQ. So how your offense begins to develop and those plays begins to develop on the point of IQ. So, you know what I mean? To be able to say, okay, here, I'm going to put this guy here in a pinch post. Here, I'm going to run a double screen here. I'm going to take the 4 and the 5, you know what I mean? I'm going to come off the curl here and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Those things take, you know what I mean, IQ for how you implement your offense. So at the first point was, because it was a new look offense for us, and they mastered that point of it. But right now, that little portion, maybe because we haven't had time to practice, the NBA schedule, the cup, whatever it may be, that compression point of our schedule is killing us. We have to be able to mentally take it in, and we also have to be able to open up this offense so that it can develop more and we can have a better understanding. And teams, we don't become so predictable. Right now, we're 100% point of predictable, and it's what's name. So I'll step down to the next person to let the next person go, Ron, because I could keep going on about this.
Nah, I hear you, brother. I mean, yeah.
Good take, brother. Good take.
It's a lot. I'll let everybody. I want everybody to have the floor to be able to speak what they got to say. I'm just gonna add my little 2 cents in between here and there. My whole thing is, I know that everybody has faults, as I keep saying. I feel like, as these shows go along, every year I come up with something that I'm like, this is kind of exemplifies what's happening with this team. To me, this year, it's not anybody, it's everybody, because everybody's playing a fault in this. I definitely think as fans, we single out Cat because he is the 58 million, whatever, $53 million man, and you know, he's definitely a big part of
he's 30-something% of our salary cap.
I agree.
So at 30-something% of your salary cap, yeah, you're gonna get that pressure.
Oh, I agree.
To come through. You're gonna get
agree. I want us, not us. I want the Knicks to. I want Cat to be aggressive. I want Cat to get it and do something with it. Another slogan, but it is what it is. It's true. I'm not, you know.
But what about the other side of the ball, Ron? That's the main problem.
I know. I hear you.
We know he can get it on own. But what I'm saying is, backing up what he's saying is, you know, you got a guy that's supposed to be a superstar. He's a superstar, and you are going against a 6'8", 6'6" player, bum. And you're getting pushed out of the paint. You get pushed all around. You know, you're getting out rebounded. You're getting out hustled. You know, that game is against Sacramento. That didn't do him any favors with the Knicks fan. That sitting on the floor, not getting your butt up and hustling, that didn't 100%. Do him any favors.
Yep. Laid on the floor. The play was down on the other end. They still got a deflection back. Cat still wasn't back. He still was on the floor.
That was a terrible
play. The camera was zooming back, and it's like, where's Cat? He got to be in the picture soon. And no, Sacramento player got back faster than he got up off his butt. And that don't endear you to players.
No one likes that. No one likes that, and
especially Knicks fans.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, but it's indefensible anywhere. Like, no one like that. That's one of those plays that Cat's gonna have to deal with, because you can't. No one can argue that. It looked terrible. His optics are horrible, and it kind of exemplifies where the Knicks are right now. And I agree with you guys when you talk about Cat, and then especially Double A when you talk about him on the defensive end. I'm not changing my thought on any of that. Do I think Cat needs to be better on defense? Yes. Do I think we can afford to have guys who really are not even the core pieces come out there and, you know, put up points on us and score on us in certain ways that shouldn't happen? No. All I'm saying is, on the offensive side, if we can't at least get what Cat is good at, we have a big problem. Cat's never really played great defense, but if he's not giving us the 25, 30, maybe even 40 points, and that's what he's done in the past, and we're getting 17, we're in trouble. That's what I'm saying. I all that other stuff has to be fixed, but I at least need this. And then there's no Brunson. I can't have Cat just give me 17. I understand the 20 rebounds. It's just not enough for what we're missing. Somebody has to make up for what we're missing. And even you want to say, oh, well, Ron, OG had 20 this and Macau had 20. All right. But when you think about what they're actually adding to their overall, you know, averages, it's like 10 points, 12 points for both of them. I need Cat to give me that 30, 40 when Brunson's not there. Cat is one of the best. And it's not like I'm not even questioning it. No one should. We know Cat can score, but where is the scoring? Like, I can't even, that's what I can't defend. I could always say Cat don't play defense. Cat makes mistakes. Cat gets fouled out. He's in foul. I know that. But another thing I know is that Cat can give me 30, 40, 50 in times, maybe even 60. He's done it. Where is that at? That to me, I can't let go. That's the part I'm like, if you do nothing else, that's what you do. I'm not even getting that. That's the problem for me. I get it. There's more to it, but we got to get points. If Cat gave us, instead of the 17 points, say Cat gave us 37, I think we beat the Warriors. I don't know about Sacramento. Sacramento was terrible, but I think we beat the Warriors. So,
no doubt.
Whatever. You know, I'm just saying. But I hear everybody.
I don't see him get upset. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Patrick Ewing, when they did something and pissed Patrick off, look out. He was going to go to your throat.
Rick Smits knows. Rick Smits got that 2-piece. He didn't get the Chris Childs 2-piece, but I try to tell y'all, if y'all don't know, back in the day, this has nothing to do with anything, but there's a video, and it's hard to find, of Patrick Ewing fighting Rick Smits, and Pat was going to give this dude the Hung Kung Fui or whatever he gave him that little 2-piece, and Rick Smits says, oh, okay, I see what that is. Let me stay away. All right. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let me get to this super chat, and let me get to my guy, Sam. Shout out to Mets Knicks fans. Let's go. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, I always said your two best players cannot be your worst on D. Salute. Oh, that's hey, listen. You know what? That is a fair point. And if there's ever a time when I would say it's kind of showed more than any other time, it's this year. Because even though Brunson is not a great defender, he has had a lot of good moments defensively, and he's been better individually at times. This year, he struggled more defensively, and him with Cat in the system of where you're trying to get things right defensively and try different things. You're trying to play zone. It's not really working. The Knicks have issues, guys. Defensively, we got issues, and we got to figure it out. But what I'm saying is let's get back to basics and start doing something right, and then work on the stuff that we're not doing right. Could we do that at least? Could we have a chance to win these games? The Knicks should at least be in every game that they play down the wire to have a chance to win. That's the best I can ask for. Everybody else might say, we just need to win. I get it, but we at least need to be in the game. We should have a chance to win every game in the last 3 minutes of every game we play. Like what happened with Detroit should never happen. That's terrible. And the Sacramento game was almost as bad. Detroit was, at least you can respect Detroit. They're a good team. Sacramento's like 10-30. Terrible. It's terrible. Okay. Let me do this. Sam, bear with me. I just want to shout out a bunch of people that I starred. Shout out to Luna Jean. Let's go, Luna. Top notch T in the building. King Scientist in the building says that we open up the phones later. Yes, I will definitely do that for a little bit. Hot Grabbers in the building. Salute. East Blue Drew in the building. Twin X Sports in the building. Salute. Nick Yak is here. Salute. Endgame is in the building. Shaw Legacy is here. Billy Goat in the building. Salute. No Cap Life's Analyst is here. My brother Raul, the Organic Fanatics podcast in the building. Shout out to you guys if you haven't checked out the Organic Fanatics podcast. They're family, cousins, brothers. Dope. It's definitely like, it's not for everybody because y'all, maybe everybody's not raised that way. I know what it is to be around brothers and cousins that curse each other out but still love each other. Like, yeah, we good. This is how we talk. It's dope. Shout out to them, man. Mr. Vince is in the. Hey, Mr. Vince, where you been, man? He says his condolences to Double A. Salute to you, my brother. It's been a minute, Mr. Vince. Shout out to RD Barn in the building. What up? Knicks 1974. You changed your name. What's going on, my brother? Good to see you. Al is in the building. Salute. And condolences, Double A. Salute. The Wizard of Oz is in the building. Salute. Leon Mitchell's here. Salute. Ronald Clark in the building. One Shot D is in the building. Salute to y'all, man. Thank everybody for being here. Anna Grill, what up, my brother? Good to see y'all. Frankie's in the building. Salute. Okay. All right, guys. And Jay's in the building. What up, Jay? The chosen one. All right.
Hey.
Okay.
What up?
What up, brother?
What up? My bad.
You good, man? Just Knicks is in the building, man. We packed today. We got over 184 people rocking with us. All the Knicks fans is coming out today. They're like, yo, we gotta talk about it.
Losing is good for business.
I guess. The new Knicks City and squad is in the building as well. Salute. What's going on, brother? All right, y'all. Okay, let me get over to my guy. Oh, and shout out to APAP as always. What up, brother? Shout out to my guy Sam, the Grandy man. What's on your mind, brother? It's been a minute.
Hey, you know how I go around. I'm short and concise, man. I don't have, too much going on outside of work, the day-to-day, just like everybody else here. Just trying to, make it happen. I catch the Knicks games when I can. It's unfortunate that some of the games I miss, so I just watch the replay. So, y'all have got these long, drawn-out conclusions that I usually have. I don't have them, man. I usually, I have my little notepad with my facts and stuff down. I just, can go from what I see when the games I watch. And it's kind of similar to what y'all been saying, the defense is just it's not good, man. I was watching specifically the Kings game, and I'm just looking at it. I'm like, Precious, I've never seen him drop like 10 in the first quarter. Like, something's going wrong. Precious Jewett doing this to us. I'm like, oh, man, something got to change. But I said this even before we traded for Cat. I'm not sure what y'all think about it. Y'all can let me know. But, he's literally the best offensive player on the court if he just becomes aggressive. I don't understand what happened to Cat. You know, the Kentucky Cat that we used to see. I have yet to see Cat get on the block once, like aggressively, like he used to. In Kentucky, I don't know if y'all know, but Cat had post game. Like, I don't know why he like went to the 3-point contest and just completely abandoned it. Acts now as if he just does not have any footwork when he's got the skills. And I think I said this too, like, you know, pretty much every time somebody's guarding Cat, he's got the mismatch. You know, whether it's a center or a guard, because he's either got the size advantage or he's got the speed on the centers, because he's not a slow-footed guy. Like, he just got big feet. The dude can move. So, like, I don't know, man. I just hope that we can get it together, because, like you see, Brunson's going to get hurt again. I mean, it's the same thing every time. It's the ankle. So somebody's got to step up. They know that this is going to happen. You know, I don't know who it's going to be, but it needs to be somebody soon, because like you guys said, I mean, we pay people now. So we can't say guys aren't having, you know, they're like Double A said, they're getting complacent now that they've gotten paid, which is true. And to be honest with you, that's majority of the league. If you look around, look at these blowouts. Look at the scores in the league right now. Partially it's to blame for the schedule. The other part is dudes have just been paid. So, you know, they're fighting for themselves each day. So I'm hoping that the Knicks can, you know, turn this thing around. I mean, we're still placed good, but, you know, certain things that we want to see as fans change. So hopefully we're able to make those adjustments, because, like, those losses like the Kings, like Double A saying, like, you know, that can't happen, man. Like, those teams like that, we're supposed to beat them on an off night. We're supposed to still win handedly. So we'll just see how it goes moving forward. I'm not on the, you know, get somebody up out of here train yet. I'm gonna let it rock out for a little bit longer, but I'll just say that we have expectations as Knicks fans for this team. So hopefully they're able to reach those this year. We know that we're capable of good things. So I'm just letting it play out, man. I'm not going too crazy. You know, blessed to be on the panel though today with everybody else. I'm gonna pretty much let y'all rock out. I'm just here. I'll give my 2 cents here and there. Y'all know me, man. I'm more chill. So blessed to be here. Hope all is well with everybody.
Facts, man. Good to have you as always. Appreciate everything you are and what you've done and all your accomplishments for you personally. Yeah, man. Listen, there's a lot. So I want to get to everybody, get your thoughts on everything. I just want to keep everything in balance and in focus. There's a lot more going on with this Knicks team than just one person or two people. It's not anybody. It's everybody. That's so true. Sometimes I even surprise myself when I say these things. It's very true. It's everybody, man. Everybody plays a role and a part in this, because as much as I want to, say, oh, Cat's got to be better. Yes, Brunson's got to be better, right? You know what I mean? Like, I could keep going. It all goes down the line, even the bench. Clarkson's got to be better. Like, everybody's got to be better. The only thing I can say, I can give one guy a pass, but everybody else has to be better. And you guys might be like, who's the one guy? Well, listen, I can't ask for more from Deuce. Deuce is playing, fantastic. Yeah, Deuce. All right, listen. Hey, Jay,
he's consistent. He's consistently
right. Jay, he's Deuce. Yeah. He's not Miles. Okay, listen.
Yeah. He's Deuce.
Yeah, I can't argue with Deuce is trying. I like the fact that Brunson's not there, and Deuce is not. Hey, I'm gonna still give you the 15 points. Even Deuce is like in the backup, bro. He's been given the 8 points, and I'm like, Deuce could do better than that. I need the consistency. So since he's been consistent in that role, he's been giving you the 12 to 15. He could have stayed there. No, Brunson. Let me give you 20 something. I like Deuce is doing everything that Deuce needs to do. Shout out to him. Everybody else needs to get on the train. All right. We definitely need OG to play better. We definitely need McCall to play better. It just goes down the line. We're giving people playing time. Hold on. What did he play? Hold on a second. Give me a second, guys. I hate doing this, man, because I'm the real guy, but I'm not the negative guy per se. So I don't like to really get on everybody, but at this point, at some point, you know what I mean? Like, you can't. Everybody has a fault in this, and we just got to be better. Hold on, where is it? Oh well, okay, it's not that bad, but he shouldn't even got that. Yabusele played 3 minutes and 59 seconds. He don't even deserve the 3 minutes and 50.
It was a -9 in 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's no, dude. Listen, go sit. Go listen. Find out. Maybe you're French anyway, or whatever. Go text Fournier whatever books he was reading on the bench. See if he can lend you one. You got a Kindle, whatever. Download something because you should not be playing. That's it. It's not even like what are we doing?
What happened to him? Because he was good on the Sixers. Like, what's the deal with that?
I
He,
think.
he looks overweight.
I mean, there's so many different things that we don't know what's the problem, but I will just say the system may have dictated that he would be better in Philadelphia at the time. You know, he's coming to a different team, different system, different players, and he's actually asked to be a part of the team that we could use because we felt like that was missing, and he's not fulfilling that. In Philadelphia, he was just playing. You know, nobody was checking for Yabusele. He was one of the players that was getting time, and from that time, we got to see some good things come from it. They had Paul Reed at a time when Yabusele was there. Like, you know, Paul Reed is mouth. Now, I will say, they in Detroit, they got Paul Reed balling. He feeling good over there. But
Yeah.
it just is what it is. So I'm just, whatever. I'm moving on. Let me get to D-Rex. Ah, brother. Man. What's your thoughts, brother? Man, I feel like, man. Oh, wait, hold on 1 second, D-Rex. I did want to address something real quick. Shout out to Mr. I Think for Myself. As soon as I saw your name pop in here, and shout out to you, appreciate you. I see you are a Knicks fan, you say. As soon as I saw you pop in here, I knew you was going to be a firecracker. He said, get rid of Brunson, bottom line. I don't know why everybody continues. So just like we flip it, I'm going to flip it both ways. I don't think that of all the issues that are happening with this team is Cat's fault. I'm sorry, I don't. We got more issues here. But I don't think all the issues happening with this team is Brunson's fault either. It's collective. Everybody has fault in this. Everybody has something they need to be doing better. But when you go and see that you got 2 games, Brunson played 5 minutes in the Sacramento game. He didn't affect that game, right? Brunson didn't play at all in the Warriors game. Yet you're still seeing the same issues. Is Brunson talking to guys? Don't pass the ball to Cat. Is he saying, Macau, you got to score 30? Don't, like, what is happening here? It's the team. We have issues, guys. We got to figure it out as a team. It's not just Brunson. And I said before, the one good saving grace that we can call on when we make this argument about Brunson is that Mike Brown is playing Brunson off ball. He's trying to get the ball moving more with Macau. He's trying to give the ball to Tyler Kolek to initiate offense. So you cannot blame the guy who you're making a scorer for not moving the ball, yo. And he asked the question before, has any of the panel played organized ball? Yeah, I played. I mean, unfortunately, I was put in a bad situation where I was asked to come to a team. Everybody on the team played AAU. I had never played AAU in my life. The guy put me in the game and said, stack. What? Stack? All right. I don't know. I didn't even know what I was doing. And then later I learned and played better organized ball. But I'm just saying that's the thing. Like, I was in a situation where I didn't know anything either. I feel like sometimes in this situation with the Knicks, guys just don't know. The read and react system is forcing them to read and react. And they are not reading properly. And they definitely ain't reacting properly. So there's a lot going on. Sometimes you got to simplify it and dumb it down and say, I don't mind Mike Brown, saying, okay, I want to employ this offense. I think we need to try to do this. I think we'll play better if you guys start learning how to react off of each other. But at the same token, you also have to realize when you don't have highly skilled players at all these positions, high IQ players that are thinking the way you want them to think. When you're coming from Golden State, you are spoiled. Those guys are smart, whether you want to recognize them or not. Yes, we know they're overly skilled some positions. I mean, but they've had that they've built that fiber for years. You come here to the Knicks where they've been playing the same system for 5 years, guys. I keep saying that none of this stuff happens overnight. It takes time, and now they're struggling. Because it's too much. It's too much. Sometimes you got to dumb it down and then get back to basics, and then you start again. Let's start over. That's what I think they need to do. All right. Sorry. D-Rex, my bad, brother.
No, you're good. First of all, I want to acknowledge that, we're all feeling very tight. we're all not in a great spot with this team. I think I now, maybe not as much as the extent of some of the true, longstanding fans, the suffering, the anxiety, trial by fire, all that I kind of understand. Double A, condolences. Of course, it's very, very sad, very shocking about your sister. Sam, nice to see you. Everybody, nice to see you.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
Yeah, he lost his sister. It's unfortunate. So I did want to say, as far as the Draymond point, look, our team is a bunch of nice guys. That's the reality. I like to consider myself a nice guy. I like to consider myself a lover, not a fighter. However, the problem with Draymond, and I'm the last guy on planet Earth to talk about that he's hard and he's soft and all this macho nonsense. I think it's total rubbish. With Draymond, what you have to understand is that he is a bully. He is a narcissist. Bullies do not respect nice guys. When you are nice to a bully, you're saying, oh, you can come into my house, you can take all the food out of my fridge, you can slap my mom in the face, you can do whatever the hell you want to her. And then what? Because he talks nice about Kat afterwards, that makes up for it? No. Do you know what bullies respect? Bullies respect when you bully them back harder than they get bullied. Bullies respect when you hit them harder. That's not how you treat a bully. You don't say, please don't do that, don't do this. Oh, throw a tea party for them and all this nonsense and hugging and kissing. Maybe go polish their shoes afterwards. So for me, that's utterly, and I'm not talking about this from a macho way, from, oh, you're hard and they're soft and this and that. Forget all that. It's just, this is how bullies operate. And when other people see this on NBA primetime show, oh, we can go knock the Knicks around. What's going to happen? Their young guys are on the bench forever. You have OG and Mikal, who one is exhausted all the time, the other one hates contact. What are the repercussions? Nothing. It's easy. We're inviting it upon ourselves. So that's one point that I want to make is Draymond, he wrote a poem for Kat after the game that makes up for him trying to break his ankle? No. If you're going to have someone out there, put Huck Cordy in to punch him. Literally punch him one game. You're not playing him anyways. What the hell's the difference? Throw Yabu. Maybe Yabu could do one useful thing. Go have him hit him with his belly, do a sumo hit. I don't know what he's doing.
Earned him his money.
Yeah, at least he could earn his contract then. So a little bit of pushback. I don't think Yabu actually looked good in Philly. I think it was total fool's gold. He was playing alongside Adam Bona and Quentin Grimes and bigger, taller, more defensively oriented players. So for him to be the anchor, whatever, I don't know. And I was thinking a lot on this, like, how was this roster constructed? What was the idea between the front office and Mike Brown going to this season? And, James Dolan said we have to evolve, and Mike Brown was brought here to do that. So I think what happened is that they thought that they are going to recreate the Golden State Warriors offense here in New York. And they're going to evolve us, but they're going to evolve us to 2018 Golden State Warriors, not all the way to 2026. And I wanted to say, look at the Golden State Warriors this year. The small ball is a failure for the Golden State Warriors. So I think that they thought Yabusele is going to come here. He's going to be our Draymond. He can space the floor, all this other stuff. It's a completely upside down way of looking at it. Because even if you have all of that, first of all, Jalen Brunson is amazing. God bless him. He's no Steph Curry. We could all acknowledge he's no Steph Curry. That whole Golden State Warriors team falls apart without Steph. He is a once in a lifetime. You're never going to see him again, a guy like that. And whatever his height is, he's even taller than Jalen Brunson, but you need a guy like that to make the whole thing of Golden State Warriors work, the whole small ball thing. And it's from a logic of, well, okay, in 2018, you don't have skilled bigs. You don't have skilled bigs that can move their feet and that are mobile. You have slow-footed guys, so to be smaller is faster. You have 6'8" guys that are faster than 6'2" guys now. So what is the small ball logic? There is no. It's going against the reality of the time. It doesn't work for Golden State Warriors. And they have Steph, and we don't have Steph. And they have Draymond, and we have knockoff Draymond with Yabu. So I think it's a total nonsense of how that was built. And it's just like, I don't know, like a nostalgia or something, or not acknowledging the reality. Another thing, in researching this, I realized that Golden State Warriors, their big failure of the last, let's say, post-dynasty era, was the two timeline thing. We're winning now, and we're developing at the same time. Well, then there's no bridge. There's no bridge. When the time comes to go from one to the other, it's a failure. You see that's what Golden State Warriors are struggling with right now. So win now and develop it later. Golden State Warriors did it. They're 5 years ahead of us on both of this front. So whatever. Sacramento, I think that was a particularly embarrassing loss. I think we can all agree. Just to add to the humiliation, they played 3 rookies against us. We had Maxime Reynaud, Nick Clifford, and I forgot who the third one is, but Maxime Reynaud, second 2025 pick, he was in the starting lineup against Cat. He outplayed Cat that game. So as much as I want to defend Cat, I mean, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we need to simplify the players' roles. I think that we're asking all of our players to do way too much, and we're not being honest about the talent we have and what they're capable of. We need to be real about the players and what they're capable of. So people were telling me, oh, what are you worried about the defense? Landry Shamet's going to come back, lockdown defender. We're going to be an amazing defensive team. He's going to make us better than OKC's defense. Just you wait. The lockdown defense that Landry Shamet played against the Golden State Warriors, oh my God, Steph Curry was an Alcatraz. I mean, we have to be real here. There's not one team in 8 years of 5 teams that Landry Shamet has been employed on. There's not one team other than the Knicks that has said this guy's a good defender. They've all said he's a defensive liability. He's a spot-up shooter. He's 6'4". He's 190 pounds. He's a wimp. He's a wimp. I promise you Draymond Green is not shaking when he sees Landry Shamet take the floor. I promise you. Okay? I could score on him. I could score on him, and I could score on Jordan Clarkson. I haven't touched a basketball in 10 years. Landry Shamet is not a defender. We have to be real about ourselves. More to the point, Josh Hart is not a legitimate on-ball defender. People have told me, oh, size doesn't matter when you talk about Josh Hart. He plays with heart. How come anytime he plays against anybody that's 6'8", including Precious Achiuwa, he does nothing? He gets nullified, completely taken out of the game. Dunked on, blocked at the rim, time after time. So this is the nonsense. We have to be real with ourselves. And why are we asking Josh Hart to – he's also going to rebound. He's also going to be the backup PG. He's going to push the pace in transition. He's going to be an on-ball defender. Landry Shamet, from what I've heard, he's going to be the best point of attack defender, according to Mike Brown. He's going to be a big boost to the perimeter defense, I heard Knicks fans saying. He's going to be a playmaker because he was in a PG in college. What are we talking about here?
Well, I don't want to cut you, even though I am, but I agree with your argument. Continue to go, but can we take Landry Shamet out of it? I mean, my man just got back. I mean, he ain't even got his game speed up.
Even more to that point, we're rushing him back from a shoulder injury for what? To be 2 of 7 from 3? Sit out another game. What did you do? He didn't help. He was a -8. I mean, yes, be gentle, sure. I'm not saying that we should kill him, throw him off the team. He's a bum. I'm not even advocating for trading him. As much as I personally don't like him, and I'll admit it.
I know, but you also have acknowledged when he was playing well before he got hurt.
I never said when he has a good game, do I come up here and say he was playing bad? No. Nope. All I'm saying is that he's a spot-up shooter. Asking Landry Shamet to be your point-of-attack defender will be exercise and humiliation for this team. Yeah. He hasn't posted a positive DPPM in 1 year out of 8 years for any team. And he was with a top 4 offense in Philly with Embiid and Ben Simmons and a top 12 defense in the Clippers. So in that system, he couldn't be a positive DPPM. We have to be honest with ourselves. Because he's a Knick, and we saw him have one good possession in the playoffs, whatever. He's a lockdown defender. He is not a lockdown defender. We have to be honest with ourselves. He is hidden. If you look on Crafted, he's a hidden defensive player. He is not going to lock down anybody who matters. We just have to be honest with ourselves. Josh Hart, why? Because Giannis on one leg on a minutes restriction with the flu and COVID, he was able to play defense on him once for one possession. It's not defensive, or it's not a real defender.
He's still at 30. He's still at 35.
Yeah,
Josh Hart been getting cooked for years, but they won't talk about it.
And that's also my point. Is so people were mad that he got 5 points against Golden State Warriors. I'm also mad about that. However, 20 of the points that Golden State Warriors scored on us was on Josh Hart specifically. Podziemski destroyed him. He was 80% of his shots, bro. He didn't have one shot even altered. And Jimmy Butler was bullying him. And what do we expect Josh Hart to do? You're tasking them with too much. It's not in their wheelhouse. So I think you need to look at the players you have and be honest about what their capabilities are. And to that point, I think that Wingstop, when you talk about Wingstop, people talk about JB Cat. Mikal Bridges isn't even a wing. How is he a wing? How is that a wing duo? That you have one that's 6'8" and one that's 6'6" and hates contact? When they switch, there's a mismatch. Tatum and Brown is both 6'8". So when they switch, one of them has an advantage. And he's like, we're talking about backup. That's our backup ball handler, but he's not a real defender. He can defend some people sometimes, but we have enough data at this point. He's not a lockdown defender. He's not going to lock down anybody who matters, especially if they are physical or athletic. It's just not going to work. He's offensive. I understand now. I feel like he's a floor setter. He's not going to break out of nowhere and give us a 40-point explosive game, do something you're not expecting, but he's very steady, very reliable. To the credit of him, he was very efficient in the Golden State Warriors game. He shot very well. He had a good game, I would say, out of everybody who played, maybe him and Kat. But to go in there and lock down Podziemski and be locking up all these physical people, it's just not his game. We have to be honest. So he's a 2, he's a 3 maybe, but he's not a wing. Even OG Anunoby is more of a power forward, and he can't be a one-man band of the whole defense. And so now we're going to the small ball thing that I said before. So your best player is a 6'1" defensive liability, and you have Cat also, right? So on top of that, now we're adding Jordan Clarkson, Landry Shamet, and Gershon Yabusele. So first of all, I'm now expected to believe that the bench of Gershon Yabusele, Landry Shamet, and Jordan Clarkson is going to go and beat OKC's bench in the finals. That's what I have to believe now. We have to be honest with ourselves. Also, they're vets. Jordan Clarkson, I'm not exaggerating, he is a bottom 5 defender in the NBA. The worst defender in the NBA. Not bottom 20, bottom 5, bottom 10. There is nobody else on this team that is even close to as bad as him. And to that point, in Golden State Warriors game, in 18 minutes, he was a minus 18. So every single bit he was on the floor, he was getting scored on, and he had 11 points. So do you know how bad you have to be on defense that you have 11 points in 18 minutes, but you're still a minus 18? Like, we have to think a little bit more smartly about these things. I'm not saying, I've even came up on here many times and said that I've liked his play, I respect him, I accept him for what he is, I've seen him hustling more. But this whole losing streak, he's come on. AI, can you mute? We're all hearing you.
Oh yeah,
sorry.
my bad. Yeah, no, I got him.
Yeah, sorry.
You good.
My bad. I just, I don't think you want to be heard crunching on them snacks either. But yeah, this whole losing streak that we've been on, Jordan Clarkson comes in, gets 20 minutes a night. He's a minus 18 every night, shooting inefficiently. He's a defensive target. So you go from Jalen Brunson, the defensive target, to Gershon Yabusele and Jordan Clarkson, the defensive target. We're like baffled. Why is the defense bad? I don't understand, guys. Stop playing Jordan Clarkson. Stop playing him. Stop playing how he's a vet. He can't. Who cares? I don't care what he's making. I don't care what he's doing. I don't care that he was here 6th man of the year in the Stone Ages. In 2026, he's a defensive liability and he's inefficient. And we could go, just clutch your pearls, gasp. Oh my God, how dare you suggest it? Diawara on one leg in his sleep is better than Yabusele will ever be again. Ever. Hakim Dadier will never in his career be as bad of a defender as Jordan Clarkson is. Never. I'll bet my arm. You could take my arm out of my socket.
Right, but you know what? Once again, I'm not continuing to allow you to cook. I'm just, I just got to say the Jordan Clarkson thing, you got to understand, as much as I get on Jordan Clarkson because of his inconsistency, as far as being able to score the basketball, the dude knows how to do it at all levels.
You see me come up on here and give him his flowers, Ron.
He's just so inconsistent. But as far as when he wants to go, like if you watch what's in Jordan Clarkson's, you know how the kids talk, what's in his bag. The dude can do everything. He scores.
No, he will score, and I do think that
he just.
That's what he's here for only. That's what he's here for only.
So you know what? You're right. He's a microwave scorer. He's instant offense. He's instant offense for both teams, not just our team. And to that point, I want to say that I understand the utility of him because especially in that Suns game, you saw without Jalen Brunson, they just sit there. They will not do anything. All the starters will just sit there. Somebody do something. Help. Somebody do something. Without Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, oh my God, somebody give me the ball. Somebody set me up for a play. So the recklessness of a Jordan Clarkson, of a Josh Hart, they don't care. They're just going to go and score. So at least it'll get other people going. So I understand the utility of that.
Because there's such a necessity. There's such a need for that because guys cannot create a lot of shots for themselves. Like, of course, OG might push the pace, and Mikal does a decent job of something. But he's like
he has the skills, but not the willingness to drive hard. He will never do.
Yeah. I think what everybody has said, and we have come to understand, Mikal is very hands off, and when it comes to the contact. So because of that affects. Can Mikal break down somebody and get to the rim? Yeah, I think he could do it all the time. He just doesn't want to all the time. So hey, listen, I don't know if that's necessarily great for how this team is because we have other deficiencies. It's not a big deal if Mikal doesn't want to play that way. If you got Cat being who Cat is and Jalen Brunson out there. But when you don't have one or two or one, like technically it's like we don't have both. We don't have Jalen Brunson and we don't have Cat playing the way we need Cat to play offensively. That's when you start to point fingers at the other stuff like, hey, what's going on here? This doesn't look good. Now you can't afford to let that go. Like you can't afford to say, Mikal, you could just hang in the cut and not be aggressive and not draw contact. I get it.
Especially when you got him guarding somebody like Jade Cunningham.
Right.
He just go right through you, man. You got to have some kind of resistance. You got to have some kind of resistance, and that's what kills us when we play a team that has a headstrong point guard that will go to the rim hard or whatever, we get in trouble.
Josh
Because
Giddey.
we don't have nobody that wants to go in front of them, especially when it's a big guard like Giddey, like Dork said, and like Cunningham.
Devin Booker, Jalen Johnson. I mean, that has been 2026.
Look at the Sacramento game. Who killed us in the Sacramento?
DeMar DeRozan, nonstop middies, nonstop.
And who else?
Precious.
No, the guard. What's his name?
Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine, but he always kills the Knicks. To be fair, he always kills the Knicks.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is these big guards are killing us.
It's a clear bad matchup. At this point, you can't deny it.
I mean, D-Rex, I appreciate you. I don't know. Are you done? Can you land your plane?
I have one plane landed. Sorry.
Okay.
So we're looking at these guys if they're bad defender. I promise is the end. That we're putting them out there. Like Cat cannot be the sole rim protector against Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. That's not a winning move. So you're putting these guys out there in these small ball lineups. What? Because they're fast. Kolek with Jordan Clarkson, Deuce McBride, Jalen Brunson, Landry is not going to be defensive against anybody, and they're not going to outscore anybody. They're not all snipers like Golden State Warriors. Mm-hmm. They need to be in a more balanced unit. So you put Kolek out with these lineups or Cat with these lineups of all midgets, and it's all 6'8" wings. They're going to tear them apart. So last thing, I have a little visual metaphor here. Here, look.
Small people.
We call Josh Hart a Swiss Army knife, right? So you have a knife of the Swiss Army knife, right? You have the can opener, right? You have the scissors, right? So it's this tool can do many things, right? But if I have one pair of scissors that is only a pair of scissors, it's better than this pair of scissors, right? If I have one pair of pliers that's only a pair of pliers, but it doesn't have every other tool, it's a better pair of pliers than this Swiss Army knife that can do 1,000 things, right? So I think we understand what I'm saying.
Thank you for taking us to school, D-Rex, with the educational part of the show.
Maybe later you can break out the Bunsen burner.
Yeah, because it took me a couple.
Live up to my name, right?
You know, now I think I've earned, a treat, because that's what I used to get in school. You know, my teacher used to give me the pretzels and the strawberry flavored cookies. So, D-Rex, next time, bring the rest of the age, okay? Just saying.
You want a cookie? You want a cookie, Ronald?
I do. I really do.
Put your hand down, Ron. We'll give you a cookie.
I'm quiet. I've been good.
Give a cookie.
Let me before I get to Randu and then Jay, and then we'll change topics a little bit. Let me just say, okay, a Mr. I think for myself. Now I know who you are, my brother. This is funny. All right, guys. So I respect this man's opinion. Okay. Now everybody has entitled to their own opinion, but I will tell you one thing about this brother here. His name is Foot, right? That's his nickname. That's what we called him ever since I've been a young kid. I'm gonna tell you something. The one special thing about Foot, I think I've referred to this before. Maybe you guys never knew who I was talking about. There's two fellas, all right, two brothers. When we used to play as kids in the street, there was these two guys, Foot and Haz. They also used to play with my brother True God. You know what I mean? But Foot and Haz would pop up together like best friends. They would come to the block. We'd all be playing, three man. They would come to the block with Tim's on, jeans, you know what I mean? Look like they just finished listening to the Fushnikins, Lord Finesse. Yeah, they would come to the block and bust our behinds with Tim's and boots on. They would cook us. So shout out to you, Foot. Always respect your opinion, because when it comes to ball, y'all used to cook us. In boots, Tim's, everything you could think of, we had no answer. Foot would be cooking us with his jumper, layup package was on fleek, and then Haz would be dunking on us. So these two dudes, man. Anyway.
Tim's weren't even tied, right?
Nah, it was the laces were out. But we still got the business, man. They were cooking us, bro. Foot kind of look. If you want to think about who he looked like, he kind of looks like Dink Pate. Back in the day, he looked like Dink Pate, and he would just cook us. So, shout out to you, Foot. I'm glad to see you, my brother. Okay, all right. Randu, you here with us? I know Randu.
Yeah, I'm here.
You represent. Okay.
Salute to everybody on the panel.
Hey, what up, Randy?
Hey,
Just
what
turn
up,
down
Randy?
the
Just
noise in the back.
Salute, Randy.
I think you got to put some
I think you gotta put
headphones
some
in.
headphones in.
Or not.
Or
He
not.
could,
You can.
I'm gonna stop
Can you hear
talking.
me?
I'm gonna stop
No,
talking.
no, no. I'm gonna stop talking. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think Ron. I think he has both on.
Oh.
He's
Hold
got
on,
to
Randy.
show
He
one.
got to shut one off.
I'm gonna pick you and then come back.
And then come back.
Put the link in the chat. Come on back.
Come on back.
Let me kick him.
Kick him.
All
You
right.
just got to close the tab. He had two
Yeah.
tabs
Yeah,
open.
yeah,
That's
he's
what
got-
Nick Nation was saying.
Nah, this is
He's got two.
to force him to come back the right way. Let me send the invite. Jay, it's your time, my brother.
But just remind him to turn off the one that he's originally on before.
Yeah, he put me in the hall of chamber, the echo chamber. That's
right. He was like, you were back there getting your ass bust with the Timberlands, and your brain was like,
Oh, shout out to my 2 cents. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army, my brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Continue, Jay. My bad.
All right. I'll continue to start. All right. Well, first of all, good afternoon to everybody. Blessings to everybody on chat, Ron, everybody, the whole chat. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Doesn't mean your opinion is right, but you're entitled to it. Doesn't mean mine's right, but I'm entitled to it. Facts are facts. Usually they're backed by numbers and different things, but even the numbers don't tell the whole story. So, as much as I look at some of this stuff and listen to some of, and I, to different things, and I'm not just talking today or any day. Sometimes I'll go, what in good God are they talking about? And I gotta remember, like, that's their opinion, and they're entitled to it. And if it's like really ridiculous, then I'm entitled to say that. But or maybe I'm not. Maybe I should just be quiet.
Listen, I mean, if it's too crazy, Jay, you already know how it goes here. If it's too wild,
see if I know the ledge.
Yeah. And sometimes that's us. We're grabbing them by the belt loop.
Randu, I got you, brother. I just skipped you, so Jay's gonna go, and then we'll come back to you. Okay? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So
entitled to opinions. Everybody's got one.
Entitled to opinion. Yeah, no. I want to say, I'm trying to figure out how to say this without cursing and flipping out and being weird and all that.
Let it out, Jay. Let it out. It's a safe place.
Right.
Hey, it's not
Here's the deal. It's a safe place, but it's also a family show in the afternoon. No, it's really a bunch of grown people. I probably could do that. All right, listen. Here's the deal. Pardon me. We are soft as tissue. If you have a guy who was brought over here, and forget the 5 picks, forget the nonsense. Some of those picks, those kids are in and still in high school, like whatever it might be, or below it. But he was brought here for a specific job, right? We were told that that he's a wing stop. We're wing stoppers too, right? And you don't want contact. That's a problem. You got to get out there and go get the contact. You got to go out there and draw contact. I think everybody, David, that's about the last time. I'm telling you right now. I won't do it here. I will blow up another time and show. You're a corny cornball, brother.
Don't entertain David, Jay. You know that.
Yeah, I'm done. Sorry, I don't even know how I look. Ron, I'm super sorry. Here's the deal. Everybody's soft on this team, especially Cat. Very soft. And they're like, how do you get pulled by your foot on the ground, fall on, like they could have broke that man's leg, foot. Now he has, even though he's never really done too much of anything, he has a good career. He just sat. He took that. And then Brown, at the end of the game, extra long hugged Draymond Green. I'm going to say something. I think that there's a major difference between where we are as our age and what we expect out of a game. Like, we're never going to get the 90s back, guys. This game has totally changed. They say it's evolved. I disagree highly. I think that shooting has evolved, right? But sports has changed. You can't lightly tap anybody anymore. People are flopping. There's the contact, but some teams are still figuring out how to get away with it, and we can't figure out how to get away with it. Some teams are going up there and busting people's backside, and we can't figure out how to do that. I don't get it. I don't get it. OG shouldn't be dribbling the ball. But when I give him this, he's a workhorse. He'll try to dunk on the whole team. He's about the only person on this team that I think that would try to dunk on the whole team. Maybe Mitch when he gets the ball back off a rebound. This whole problem with this team starts with the coach. He's not keeping them accountable. He's not standing up for them. He's smiling. He's got his hands in his pockets. All right. I'm not saying, okay, great, let's go get Tibbs back. Well, that's what it is. But there's gotta be a midway from Tibbs and Brown, because Tibbs had to be on to something to get this team to work hard and bust their hump and level up each year in the playoffs. If you tell me right now that you're looking at a team that is even going to make it to forget the finals. The finals. Do you think that this team that you're looking at right now would even make the Eastern Conference Finals?
No.
As today.
No,
right now.
not right now. No.
Okay.
Not at the moment. No.
All right. I appreciate the honesty of that. So the truth is that the fact is that it starts with the coach. Okay? When I saw him sitting down after his supposed star center gets pulled down by his foot, when I saw nobody say one thing about it.
Only Deuce. Deuce did.
Yeah,
If you
right.
looked at
Deuce,
the film, Deuce did. He's 6'1", the smartest
Right.
guy on the team.
Look, I think there's something, and I accept this about me, right? About myself. I'm having a rough time changing. Fully, I'm saying changing my personality, right? And I'm very adaptable. I know, a comedian. If I need to go into a business meeting, I shave to get the hair right. Like in life, I can do those things. But when it comes to like what I just did a few minutes ago, I'm regretful already, right? Because you know me enough now, Ron, where I don't like to present myself this such way, but there is a beast in me that is not going to tolerate certain life stuff, and that is not. This is not directed to anybody here. This is about life. The fact is that if there is a player on every team that goes and does something that would get in people's face. If you remember when LeBron pushed around, I think it was Frank, the kid,
Nikina, yeah.
Yeah, and Enos Cantor came right up in his face and basically trying to choke him out.
Right.
I don't care if we can't do that anymore, but it needs to be available. There needs to be an aggression on our team, and we lack this aggression. The aggression on defense, the aggression on offense, the aggression to stand up for each other, the aggression to guard the perimeter, the aggression and that starts with Mike Brown. I don't care how anybody feels about this. What I would give to have Tibbs coach this team with the bench players. And I don't like Tibbs. I from the beginning, I thought Tibbs was a get off my grass, couldn't pivot, couldn't do anything, whatever. Made everybody run small, tiny circle. So I am kind of overdoing it. I don't want Tibbs to do it. But I do, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. I
think the bottom line is, if we really want to understand where you're going, is that you want somebody that has some type of authoritative mix that the team can rally, because the team is supposed to embody the coach, and if the coach is soft, then the players are going to be soft too. Or if the coach doesn't have this get back thing, then the players are going to have that too. Now, I will say, I'm going to go right back to you. I do not think we already see that Mike Brown is not a soft type coach. He does have his moments where I think we already called him out. That whole thing about him shaking hands and kumbaya and with the Warriors was wrong. But at the same token, he's the same coach that has no problem. I still don't love that. I still think that's not the way to go about it,
especially when they tried to hurt your player.
Right, but no, I didn't even get to my point. Like what I don't love. No, I don't like that. No, Double A. Don't get me wrong. I do not like what he did about that. What I don't like that he does, even though I respect it and I think it has to be done, I never liked it. I do not think that you should call out players publicly in the press. Leave it for the back room, the locker room. Let the players know that they messed up. I don't know about that whole thing. I think that's part of the reason why he got fired in Sacramento, because he did it over there, and in Sacramento they didn't like it. Ownership didn't love it, and the players complained, and that's what got him kicked out. Now, the players here are not complaining yet because they agree kind of with what's happening, because there's so much stress right now of them trying to be a good team that they're not making a big deal. But don't worry, because the thing is, when you create that culture of calling players out publicly, eventually you run into the issue where you're going to call out one player and then that player is not going to like it, and then I don't know why they called you out. That's different. then you create a problem for yourself. So I want Mike Brown to be able to call players out, but do it behind closed doors. It doesn't need to be publicly yet. We're not at that point. We didn't not win. We're not last in the East. We're third in the East, still have a chance to make the playoffs, and still can make a really good run this year and see where we're not there yet. You know what I mean? Like I don't like that. That's one thing I say. Mike Brown, I don't know who's not talking to him, whether it got to be a brother, Worldwide West. Yo, listen, let me holler at you. Yeah, I
Right.
don't know. I agree.
But Ron, seriously, if you were the head coach of the Knicks that night and Cat fell on the floor and didn't bother getting his ass up to even that one of the Sacramento players, when the ball went back to the back court, he didn't even available to get the ball. I mean, that you deserve to be called out. I think you deserve to be
Can I
called out.
finish?
Well, yeah, because we're gonna
sorry,
get too
Jay.
far off.
I'm sorry.
Don't forget D-Rex. Don't forget, we're gonna come back.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say one thing. My bad. I lit a fire.
It's all right. I only have about like 20 more minutes.
Oh,
so
yeah.
what I want to, yeah. So look, here's the deal. We need somewhere in between the and every team has this moxie, this thing. That's what made the New York Knicks great. Whether or not you like, we like it, or you don't like it, or somebody else doesn't like it, or the league doesn't like it, New York loves it. New York fans love it. All right. We are missing that. All right. One day, the inconsistency with Cat going down the court on one day and roaring like a lion and dunking. And don't think I don't, just because I said something, don't think I don't understand that this man has played on an all-star level for damn near 11 years, and he's been playing real well. But there's always been that thing attached to him. All right? Now, if he can unlock that, because when we see the father, it seems like he unlocked it. Like, you know, so like, if you can unlock that, he should, like, he does this weird thing where he drives left, but he dunks right. And okay, I sometimes like to sit with, and my arm goes like this, and I heard it's because of, I'm gaining weight and it's comfortable, but that is just something that I'm doing, and I noticed it. Like, if you're noticing this stuff, if you're watching tape, if you got 46 coaches sitting behind you, if you got, you know, people on the bench, all right, the reason why they're all lost is because they're deferring to Brunson, and Brunson's not there. And when Brunson's not, and now Brunson, and I notice I didn't call him Captain Clutch this time. I called him Brunson. Because I think somebody needs to talk to him and tell him as well that this is not 2 years ago with 5 people hurt. You know,
I'm here, guys. Sorry.
okay. So this is not 2 years ago. That was a hell of a sales pitch. That was really slick. So that so I should have kept talking to it and then and buy it online. I really think that somebody needs to talk to Brunson and say, look, this is not 5 years ago. This is not 2 years ago. We need to move this ball around. The ball efficiency is not good. The pass efficiency is not good. The rebounding is not good. The boxing out sucks. The setting picks is horrible right now. And yes, I do believe what you said about Brown, but I am not going for it with players who don't fight back. We're a New York team. We're a team that is expecting our players to be a certain cut from a certain cloth. And they got to do it. And if they're not doing it, and they get pulled over and get talked to, and they're still not doing it, then we got to figure something else out. And by figuring something else out, that means there's a time coming soon. A date coming soon.
Well,
and I really believe that this team may need to be mixed up.
Well, let me ask you this, Jay.
Yeah.
I as I said, I don't love it because I think you have to do more stuff behind the scenes before it gets to the point where you call a player out publicly, right? Like, I think you need to do more coaching and more fixing behind the scenes and getting through to your players before you call them out publicly. And then what's the benefit of calling someone out publicly? My point that I'm trying to make is Cat went from he's meow mix, I said it myself, playing soft or whatever, to us watching him come here and start doing things and showing that he's a lot tougher than we thought, playing through injury, putting up big numbers. I'm talking about mainly last year, and doing all that stuff. So you look at him and view him a different way. But yet throughout all that, he's still got negative public perception. Oh, he's soft, he's feminine, he does these gestures, he's this. They make memes about him, and even our own fans who are like, oh, Cat needs to be an all-star and all this, they're still going along with the memes and not like I don't like that part of it. But my whole thing is, in the public perception, Cat's already looked at a certain way. So why do you think going to the press and saying this about Cat and this, how do you think that's going to get through them? That now, oh, it's in the public perception, something negative about me. Oh, now I'm going to play better. You know what I mean? Like, if you could go to the public perception, you would have to get on someone like a Josh Hart, who's adored by people in the public, or Jalen Brunson, who's adored by people. Then you're making a statement. But just by targeting Cat in the public, I don't think
it should be even. Yeah, I agree.
I agree with that.
I don't think that does a lot, Jay.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I'm gonna land my plane on this so we can move it around. All right? I'm gonna say it. But it's just, I'm a big guy. It's like a 7, 87.
That's okay. It still gets to the destination.
Right. I'm gonna get down. So here we go. I agree with you 1,000%. I never in my life chastised my children in public. Never. Not once. Okay? I have said, hey, wait, if they're close to the curb when they were little. I've never once asked my child, what's wrong with you? Because there's nothing wrong with them. They're just making mistakes. That was done to me. Right? That was done to me. So I broke the chains of my family with that generational bullshit, stuff. I never do that because there is no purpose to doing that publicly. However, if a man, and this is the second, this is the side note. If my child did do something wrong and I didn't publicly do that to them, I'm sorry, that's sort of disgusting, but better than shooting it, right? Anyway, making a man show. Sorry, ladies. Anyway, then when I get home, I sit them down. I ask them, what did you do wrong? And then I let them know how to correct their behavior. This is what you're doing for punishment. And usually punishment for me was, getting work and all that stuff. And I know you have to get to something in a moment here, but I'm just gonna say this, that when you I think for 1,000,000% that not only is Cat not playing how he possibly could be or what we saw before, but I think we lost him. I think we lost him partly on him and partly on what you're talking about. Because you could see that he is. Look, is he soft? Yes. Does he have some of those ways? Yes. Does that mean that he can't get 25 points and 15 rebounds? No. Should he be attacking the rebound? No. Yes, he should go and do that. Right? I I don't think anybody should be dissing the man and calling him out of his name or you know, I've seen Catherine, I've seen all this other stuff. That is so tacky.
Lame, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But go out there and give you 1,000%, and he's not giving 1,000%. And partially why he's not giving 1,000% is because of what you're saying. We lost him. And if we lost him, then we got to go find he is worth something to somebody else. Yeah. And that's worth a lot more to us. That's a lot of money. You know how much we could get back for that money?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want my 7-footers starting at the top of the key every single time they get the ball. I want my 7-footers who has a 6'8" defender on them to back that sucker down and dunk on them.
Like Giannis.
Right. I want this guy who I know has a 16-foot shot to take a 16-foot shot. And I want you all to have the best day you ever had.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Appreciate you, man.
I just had one line.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So for the cat thing that people were saying he was laying on the floor the whole time, when I first watched the main video of that, I also was shocked. I'm like, he's got to be running back on defense, right? I felt it was very gassy. And I did just say, look, you got punked by a 2025 pick. If you actually look at another angle that was watching him, he is not just sitting on the floor the whole time. It sounds like I'm shooting him bail, but if you just see it from another angle, he was about to walk into the frame. The play started coming back.
Yeah, I know.
And then he started going.
Right.
But it's not like he was just sitting there like, oh, you know, I just told you that this guy's not a rim protector. He just got punked by a 42 pick. On that particular play, I do think it's a little unfair because the play, like Precious stole the ball, started coming back the other way, looked like he was going that way. So it just so happened that the video we saw was like right as he was about to enter the frame, he started going back. So
no,
we should be fair.
Yeah, when you watch it, you can see that he saw it and then he thought the play was coming back to him. So then he was stopping and he didn't want to, like, it didn't make sense to continue to go, but then but it didn't happen because he wasn't there. So the play kind of continued. And so it makes him look worse. I get it. No, I think the bottom line is it wasn't as bad as it looks, but it wasn't good either way.
The meta critique of that he falls on the floor too much and this and that, that's right. Not a good defender. That's right. I think this particular play, he wasn't just laying there.
I think part of the issue was the fact that even if you want to look at it and say, okay, he got on the floor and it took him a little time to get up. And then when he got back up, he was anticipating something and then he was wrong. And so the play continued. So now you're just leaving your team with 4 instead of 5. But I think it's part of the issue is like when something like that, happens with him or even with Josh Hart. I can't be blind to Josh Hart either.
Right.
They're complaining. Get up and go help your team. And when you have a moment to talk to the ref on the side, there's a stoppage in play, do it the way Brunson does it. Brunson complains, but he kind of stays in the play. And then as soon as they have a stoppage, he's walking over to the AE. What the heck was, you know what I mean? He does it in a different way. It's all complaining, but the way Josh Hart complains, the way Cat complains, they're complaining on the spot. I mean, like, nothing else matters. Julius Randle used to do it all the time. Like if these guys, like they're not still playing basketball.
Look, Ron, you played pretty decent level ball. What is the point? I never played it. What do you think you're going to do by talking to the ref? I never understood it.
No, I think the bottom line is these players do it because it's all about the next play. They think, okay, if I complain, you didn't do what I need you to do now, but the next time you got me. And that don't always happen. That infuriates them even more. So then they're like, "Oh boy,
I've never seen it work once."
It really doesn't. The key makers in the NBA, the Shea Gilgeous-Alexanders, there's not a lot of them anymore. But the guys, the Lucas, whoever they are, they're the only ones who still get the calls. You know what I mean? They can complain a little, and they still get the calls. So there's not everybody gets this anymore. Even LeBron is starting to not get the calls because his play doesn't look good. Like, you know, it is what it is. All right.
But you shouldn't stop. You shouldn't stop
Anyway,
playing. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, you shouldn't stop playing.
No, you can't stop.
Or stop there and look at the ref because that time you're taking to stop and look at the ref and say whatever, your man is down court wherever. You already lost.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah,
too
we
much.
saw it
of
in the
that.
Pacers series, by the way. We saw in the Pacers
Yeah.
series, we would score. They'd be, oh yeah, cheering there, already scored on the other end.
You can't stop playing. The game continues to move with or without you, and all you're doing is putting your team, your fellow teammates at a disadvantage. David Smith says, "Hey Ron, don't you also notice Nick announcer Steve Novak, Mike Breen also bashed Cat a lot on the broadcast this year?" Well, I will say that the problem is even announcers are always interesting because they are always favored towards their home team, right? They always have that slight. But even announcers at a certain point, when you're not changing, your play is not changing the narrative, they're going to go at you too. It's not the first time it's happened. It happens. Like Clyde has no problem calling out
All the
anything on
time.
your team. So it's not
All the
foreign.
time.
When they see
Yep.
when they see enough of it, they're gonna say it. And people, the good thing about that's why I think the Knicks have such a good announcing team, as well as the Mets too. I mean, other teams may probably do, but I like the
No,
fact
just
that some
those
of these,
two.
right, some of these former players are well respected, and you know what they've done, and what you can't tell Clyde nothing. What Clyde did everything. Clyde was a great defender, a great
Right.
offensive player, got other people involved, won championships. You can't tell Clyde anything, so you can
I
respect
agree.
that. So it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Let me-
Ron, you know what Cat is number one at?
Hmm.
Do you guys know what Cat is number one at?
What?
Anybody here?
Mm-mm.
Number one in offensive fouls this league.
Falling
Wait,
down.
number one at what?
Offensive fouls this
foul.
league.
Actually, I did hear that last week. It hasn't registered. Yep, I found that out last week.
Push it off.
Terrible.
Number one. Number one.
Terrible.
Yeah, but you know, can I get read? I'm sorry.
Let me read the
I'll
super chat.
go ahead.
Shout out to Paris Duggan. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, "This is fan chaoticness. Look at our travels since we went to Vegas to play 2 games. We've been home about 4 games. JB was out, Sac and G State. We are everyone's big game, and we stunk last year in February. Nobody wants to see us in May and June." I hope that that's still the case. I agree with you. I agree with you in theory, because that's always who we've been. But our identity is a little different because Tibbs isn't here. So I hope that the Knicks still have that same, that same fight, that same,
You can't count on that, right?
Nah, because I don't know. Because the
You're
thing
right.
is,
you can't count on that.
what I want to say about this is we are as good as we present ourselves, but we can be really bad if we lose fight, lose hope, lose confidence. What you don't want, because easily things can turn. Right now, the only person that I really feel has lost confidence is Cat, which is our next topic, but we're going to get to that in like 2 minutes. The rest of the team is still there. But if things start to spiral a little bit, like what happened in Golden State, like watching Mike Brown go buddy it up with the rest of the Warriors guys, if some of the Knicks players who don't have the same issues that Cat might have with Brown, and they have a little bit more togetherness with Brown, maybe they look at that and I don't know why coach did that. I don't like that. Like, what you don't want is the rest of the team turning on Mike Brown. If we get that, we're in trouble, like serious trouble. This is bad now, but this can be fixed, guys. I already said, even me, who is not a coach and I'm not a player, I could tell you that if you just get back to basics, focus on what you do well, Mikal, get your twos going, move the ball, all that stuff, worry about the paint defense, lock down the paint, the Knicks will be better. They'll turn this thing around fast. That's me on the outside looking in, who's not playing organized basketball right now, who's not a coach.
Until they meet a team like Detroit that punches them in the mouth and they don't punch back.
Well, even a team like Detroit, the same team, they were very physical with us last year. They lost. We beat them in that series. They can lose. It's just that game meant way more to Detroit than it meant to the Knicks. It was 2 wake-up calls in that game. One, we got to see Detroit's real, because the Knicks haven't seen this Detroit team, this version. They also get to see,
and they were still missing Jalen Duren and some good players.
Right. So we got to see who they are now, because they're better.
We slid by them in the playoffs last year. We can't say that we took them out. We beat them 4-1. We snuck by Detroit.
We won every game by like 2 points.
We snuck by it. We didn't.
Basketball down the stretch, decision making and stuff. A couple changes here could have went. It could have went either way. The Knicks had more experience, and it played out in those games.
Right.
Yeah.
I will say
It's
another
like
super
I
chat,
said,
bro.
Like I
Oh.
said, you got a six.
Oh, sorry.
When we face somebody like Cade Cunningham, where you got Mikal Bridges, where your job is to stop him, yet you don't want to take no physical contact from him, we're gone. Because he breaks down our whole defense, whatever defense what we have, and then it's done. If we try to stop him, he just dishes the ball off, and that's the whole thing, Ron. And I agree with Jay 100%. That's a bad look, man.
Yeah.
What happened at Golden State was a bad look. And then you got this puppet, Draymond Green, after we shoot the technical, he got the nerve to argue and say, oh, he didn't really do anything wrong. When he almost tripped the guy, right?
Mhm.
Purposely.
Yeah.
Yet we shoot the technical and we miss, and he's hopping on around like a fool. Somebody should have punched him right in his face.
Although I will say,
I agree with the punching.
I will say, Double A. You know what? I forgot who set it up here. Somebody set it up here. That was a good point, and that's a problem too. We talk about how we want guys to come to each other's aid.
That's
and
what
stick up
me.
for each other.
And the same thing happened in Milwaukee. Josh Hart, Garrett Portis was all in his face.
Yeah, I know, and you
And
mentioned that.
nobody.
That's
Nobody.
fair, but I do want to say one more thing with that, and this is a really interesting point that someone said. I mean, how you want me to come to your aid or your defense, and you ain't even mad? Like Cat was like nothing. Like, what are we doing here? That's not the same. You know, I say Cat is not. I say when Cat is mad, or Cat has been pushed, he defends himself. We saw how Cat went towards Embiid. Embiid is not no small dude. Cat went right at Embiid.
Right.
But we didn't see that versus Draymond. And I don't think Cat is scared of Draymond Green. Draymond is a bulldog, but it doesn't matter. Let me read these super chats and get to the next thing.
It's
Because
not about this fear. It's about
He's
makeup.
not hard. He's not hard.
Nah,
at
it's
all.
not that. I'm gonna tell you. Let's get to it. Hold on. Paris Nugget, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, also, look, guys, run away from. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do it right. You know what it is. Also, look, guys, run away from pressure shots. Tired of this blame. JB for the others not producing under fire. Sac and G State games had ball movement. LOL. I mean, they were trying to be better. We still lost, didn't we? We still lost those games. That's the thing. Shout out to you, my guy. Appreciate you. That's right. You know it. Queen Latoria in the building. Thank you for the generous super chat. Appreciate you. Why is all the talk about Cat when the entire team is collectively playing horrible? Wings ain't stopping, scoring inconsistent, rotations ass, coaching suspect. That's everyone, not one guy. Agree. That's what I've been saying in my opening 40-minute monologue. There's a lot of issues here. There's a lot going on that we need to fix. What we need from Cat is just to be the best version of Cat that he is, and coach to help Cat realize the best version of Cat once again. Now, let me get to this, okay? Because it is what it is.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I said that 100%.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that you did.
Yeah,
I don't doubt that you did.
Just on Cat. Believe me,
I will say that Cat is unhappy, okay? And the reason Cat is unhappy is he is being called out from every angle. It's not one thing, it's everything, okay? He's getting called out on defense from the coach. He's getting called out from the fans. And he has been getting called out on court from his fellow teammates. Now, there is nothing wrong with that. It's deserved. If we're trying to be a championship team, you got to call out everybody on the court. The problem with this team is the communication on defense is most important. Forget offense. Offense is different. Guys, if you're talented, you can know how to score without even talking to the rest of your team. Give me the ball, man. Come on. You know what I mean? But on defense, y'all got to talk. Y'all got to communicate. Y'all got to say what just happened. How do we fix this? Next time down, watch this guy. You see how you let him go? I can't get him. You got to stay with him. Whatever. All the communication has to happen during those times. This year, Mikal Bridges, for example, has been calling out everybody. He's even called out OG. So, you know, there's no, hey, I'm calling out this guy. No, I'm calling out everybody. As I said, it's not anybody, it's everybody. So
he needs to call out himself, though.
What it's true, but I think for Cat, I think it's become a little bit too much. I don't know enough about the man. I can't get into his head. Pause. How you young YNs want to think. All I'm saying is,
man.
yeah. All I'm saying is, I think it's just he's human. He's gone through a lot. I just think it's maybe it's too much for him.
Can I say a point on that, Ron? Because I think that's a fair point. Is like, look, it's happened here on this show, and you've actually made a point of it where, like, you know, if you are the one that stands out and everybody's ganging up on you and you feel like you have nobody in your corner, that gets to a point where it's very overwhelming and isolating. Right. And you feel like you have nobody on your side.
Right.
And the refs are calling him out, like Draymond's attacking him. Cat is I'm sure from the time he was a kid, he stood out. It's just different from the other kids. You know, just look at him. He's a 7-foot Dominican guy. Like, that's like a little effeminate, sure, whatever. He's just a unique guy. That's why he is who he is. But when you're that guy and the whole world seems like it's focused on you and isolating and targeting you, you're getting ganged up on, it feels really bad. You feel like you have to defend or just like be invisible. I don't know, you know?
Like, honestly, I know these guys and my whole thing is I'm saying this because people don't think about it. You think, oh, well, this guy's making $53 million. He's going to get even more money soon. Whether it be from us or anybody, he's going to get more money, right? Because that's the way the contracts are going. He just got engaged. There's a lovely woman behind him, you know, in his corner. He's got his dad with him. His dad is like his best friend. You know, he should be okay. He can get through all this. He's happy. You know, he's living the life. If I had 53 million, listen, you can say what you will. There's plenty of people that are rich by themselves that live miserable lives. There's other people that no matter how you think they are, they may take it differently, but they are affected. Cat not only is going through the stuff that he is having a hard time fixing on the court, he's dealing with his coach, and his coach is now calling him out publicly. You got all the fans for no reason, even some of his own fans laughing at him because he's feminine and makes gestures. I just saw a meme yesterday. It was so upsetting. I mean, it was like, these guys don't stop. I almost wanted to post it in my group chat just so for my people, but I didn't even want to do that. I don't want to add more fuel to the Cat fire. I'm like, why?
Can I also say one other thing? We say all this about Cat. He's feminine. He's a girl. This and that. But you say Jalen Brunson has a big head, needs to pass the ball. How dare you? Oh my God, Jalen Brunson needs to. How dare you?
Wait.
He's a big head. Needs to pass the ball. Get over it. It's the same shit. They flip.
Hey, calm down. Let me mute you, man.
Don't talk about Brunson like that, bro.
What's wrong with you?
What you doing, bro?
You understand the point. Sorry, I got
your point. Oh, yeah. Now it just we gotta. Y'all can't think that this man doesn't have feelings and he's not affected by this stuff.
100%.
God forbid Josh Hart was in Cat's situation and had. Now he's a different person. But if he had to deal with all, because you know Josh Hart pays attention to social media, not a question. Mitchell Robinson pays attention to social media. They watch everything. I mean, but they also have a different look at it. They might have different skin. I saw Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson post a video of somebody from Knicks Twitter cursing them out, and they were just laughing.
that one was funny though. That was funny.
I saw that, and they were like laughing at it a little bit.
No, they have different personalities. They took it like, okay, he's upset. It is what it is. But Cat is dealing with this is not just basketball, guys. They're talking about him as a person, like how he carries himself. That's more.
No, that's off.
It's
off
different.
base,
it's different. So he's got to deal with all that stuff. He's got to still deal with, and as much as y'all want to think, time heals all wounds. No, it don't heal some wounds. He's still living his life, his best moments. He just got engaged. He's going to get married eventually. His sister ain't going to be there. His mother ain't going to be there. Like, all this stuff, this is still there, right? And you piling on other stuff by, like I said, I'm talking about it in a way of, I'm thinking of him as a human being, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to get through to Karl Anthony Towns by trying to embarrass him publicly. He's embarrassed publicly every day.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I say, what do you think you're doing, Mike Brown, by calling him out publicly? What do you get from this? It don't help. you're calling out the wrong person. You're calling out Brunson,
And
somebody. Maybe
even more,
I don't know.
even more to your point. First of all, Cat's the only one he calls out by name or by specific. You foul too much, this and that. But even beyond that, Cat is the one that he's asking to make the most sacrifice and the most changes. So you're holding him to a standard publicly very high, but he also needs to completely change his game. You're making him be like a Sabonis, and he's getting less touches, less shots, everything.
Right.
Just put yourself in his shoes for 1 second. You don't have to love the guy, but you still want to see the team succeed. You know, we're not trading him tomorrow.
So this is why I'm coming back to this. To my point, why I feel like Cat didn't get up, why Cat didn't fight Draymond, like Cat does, because he don't care. He's not happy anyway. Why I'm going to show all this fight? Yeah, whatever, man. All right. You know what I mean? He's out of it. He is weak, and Jay may be right. I hope he's not, but I will say there's a lot there. We may have lost Cat. It's still early. We don't know for certain.
I'm not there, but I think that it's like when you're in a funk and like in a deep depression, you need something to really shock you out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like you could just keep spiraling and catastrophizing, and it gets worse and worse. But I also feel like sometimes that's like the bump before you really thrive. Sometimes, you know.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say really quick one thing. I know that he wants to be like I would hope. I don't know. I take that completely back. I would hope that he would want to be the best version of himself, no matter what is happening. Anybody who's been through anything mentally or whatever might know that it's hard to get going or to get if it's got to be depressing to hear people crapping on your name on a regular basis. However, you are a 60 million, I'm just say 60 million, right? We're gonna round into that number. Player who made the All-Star game and did all this stuff. That's one side of it. You got to get through it. This is your job, right? This is what you do. You got to get past it. On the other side of it is if you can't control the way you walk or the way your hips move or all this stuff, then fine, whatever. You got to learn how to zone that out and still play ball. However, the getting up, the getting moving, the hustling, that is all things you could change.
Mm-hmm.
All things you could change. The perception of you will change when you start rim rocking, calling for the ball, going in there, dunking on people, winning game winners, winning the game by yourself. Like he was doing all those things. He was doing those things last year. There is still a slim part of me that feels, because of something that he said and he said it more than one time, but it was said just like this, and I said it before on the show, that makes me feel that he is not fully ingratiated himself into New York City, and that he is missing Minnesota still to this day. And this is what it was. Damn, those Minnesota new unis are fire. Man, they're fire. And yeah, man, it feels really weird not seeing Towns on the back of one of those. That was this year.
I mean, they do have some nice jerseys.
Last game we played versus them. So,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And I'm going to say...
And I am done too.
Wait, Jay's got it. We need some white jerseys. That's it. He solved it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it.
No more white jerseys.
I'm going to say what I said when Jay said this last time.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say a difference to it too.
Okay.
I understand, and guys are going to feel that way, right?
Yeah.
You guys know that Dante DiVincenzo wants to be a Knick. He wants to be a Knick right now.
And they want to give him to
Yeah,
us.
but he's not coming here because they can't make it happen. So he's got to deal with that internally and understand, hey, those are my guys. I miss it. We didn't really get to, fulfill anything and go where we could have gone. Hey, I wish I was there with them. It's not happening. I'm in Minnesota. And he handles it in a certain way, but he also says stuff. But you know what? He don't stop. The thing that allows, and you see, I don't know what's going on in Minnesota, how they're talking, but I know they're not talking about Dante the way they're talking about Cat when it comes to that, because Dante plays for them. They've seen him get down. They've seen him fight for them.
Yeah,
he has the highest plus minus on the team over the season. Of course, they love him.
You know what I mean? So it's how you approach everything. So all I could say is, and I'm going back to this because Cat is a human being. Even when it comes to everything that has happened, guys, for everything that this man has gone through as a person, just being a human, everything throughout that happened 6 years ago, 2020, you know what I mean? Throughout all of that, you have to work in stages. Sometimes you could do it on your own. Sometimes you need help, expert help, to get you through these really difficult moments. But just to build yourself up, to go from that, to be able to play high-level basketball, to command that money that you are getting, to have to deal with fan disrespect. He's never dealt with this level of fan disrespect, guys. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I was hearing all types of stuff about Cat being soft, and did I see all of these memes and stuff about him being feminine until he got to New York? No, I didn't see it. You kidding me? And you want to talk about Knicks media? This stuff ain't all coming out of New York. It's coming out of other places because people hate New York that much. So anything they can latch on to make their little jokes, they do. But this is all happening now that he's here. Like, it's to a next level. Forget everything we talk about with Cat, what he has to do right is warranted. I'm just telling you, it's a lot.
It's something to be said, bro. The fans here is vicious. We've seen how many players have come here and been chased out of town. I think the fan base themselves could mature a little bit. It's not that easy to do that and ask out of every fan, but we don't really show our guys a lot of grace. And I criticize them plenty, but I'm not saying until it's to make a point or something, but I'm not every day Jalen Brunson and midget memes,
But the thing is, but the thing
he's not
is
a midget. He's 6 foot and he's bigger than you and me. You know what I'm saying?
I'm actually taller than him.
Yeah.
Listen, we got millions.
Can you ball like him?
We got
Knicks
millions.
Nation, you're muted. Knicks Nation.
Oh wait,
I think we all beat this horse, and we all know a lot of things of what's wrong. Where do we go to fix these things? Is what what I mean. I have some interest in, but
that's my next point.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's and to me, I think it starts. You have to look at the defensive coordinator and say, is he actually trying to, to put people in a better position? Is he, looking to lean towards some of, because some of these guys do have strengths, and right now, the way that defense looks, it's a problem. Each game, it's something different. But to me, it's the core values of the spacing. We are too far away from guys. And I think that, we have to, one is you got to take it to heart. You got to take defense to heart. And you got to take guys scoring on you to heart. And it seems like, guys are dropping threes. If a guy comes down and hits 1-3, okay. Guy comes down, hits the second three, and usually in the same spot. I haven't seen once of what we've done to besides, blitzing a guy, and that's usually too late. But once we start doing that, it's like we don't recognize it early enough. Just a simple play with 1:20 left seems to be like what I think and feel of how the Knicks have gone this year. It was 1:20 left in the game. You look at Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler comes and lays the ball. They're up 10 points. He makes it a point to lean into OG and give OG the shoulder and looking for the foul. Boom, lays the ball up. Next play down, OG's got the ball. OG goes to the basket. They're up 12 points, like I just said. Draymond Green knocks him down to the floor. He has to then go and, But to me, that told me the difference and what purpose that we have and how we feel about each other as far as a team. And what I mean by that is basically hey, you knock one of my players down at this meaning point in time, yeah, you come back on that next end, anybody, I don't care who it is, they're
He's gonna
catching.
get him. Yeah.
You know what's crazy is I feel like we did that in the Pistons series, but then never again. I think we matched them, and then okay, we're not going to do that.
But that was a so different coach. So to me, is sometimes you would take on the personality of your coach.
I mean, yes, I agree, but I also feel
I'm
like
not sure what it is.
your competition makes you better, and I feel like that we, at a certain point, like I don't think we took the Pistons very seriously until they won, but that they forced it out of us, and our competition makes us better. And now that we have that knock on us, that the Pistons is like knocking us around, the next time we play them, I would hope that we're not going to do the same thing. I would hope it looks different.
There's no difference in basketball and football when it comes to that. It's a copycat league. You show those weaknesses and you expose that. Hey, until you fix it, you know what I mean? You look at that Pistons game. Let's look at the Pistons game. Let's look at the Sixers game. They ran, I think it was one time at 1.4 or 5 plays, the same play.
Dude, I'll do you one better.
We couldn't defend
Sacramento Kings game. DeMar DeRozan did the same thing the whole game.
And Spurs,
for 48 minutes.
When we played the Spurs again, De'Aaron Fox was cooking us with the same play. And they were cooking us with the 3 from the same spot, from the same dude.
It's not complex stuff that we're losing to. It's not rocket science.
My point is that intellect? Is that, you know what I mean? Is that skill set? Is that, you know what I mean? The coach not putting us in the proper place, you know, the ground principles of it, you know what I mean? And to me, until we fix that, we'll be back doing the same thing over and over again. That has to be fixed.
That's fair. Let me get to AA, and then Fritz is here, so I want to get Fritz's take on this.
You got about 3 super chats.
I see him. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, AA.
Just real quick, I'm one that thinks it's not fixable. Not with this. Okay. I'm saying right now you have a unique situation where you have 2 super duper stars with matching salaries that are both unhappy in their present situation. I'm talking about Giannis with Milwaukee. I don't know if you guys noticed the boo thing where Giannis is now. In fact, he's formally requested a trade now.
Which I got to tell you, I'll continue AA, but I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know if I love that. We didn't like Julius Randle doing it. Why would I want Giannis here doing it?
Like, he can't shoot. He's not healthy.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah.
Can I finish, please? Giannis is what we need. We need that power presence. Just like Jay said, we need somebody we can hit that when the time is running out or the player is dying. You can post that player down low, and it don't matter who you put on him. He's going to go over and what they've got to do to go on him. That's Giannis, okay? The other part of it, I wouldn't trade Cat straight up for Giannis. I'm talking about trading Cat and Bridges for Giannis and say Gary Porters. That solves our toughness problem. That solves our backup center problem. And then it also gives us some salary flexibility the following season, okay, going forward. But right now, it's not fixable, man. You got Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. They were brought here to be our defensive stoppers.
I'm with that.
And they're not stopping nobody. They're not stopping anybody.
Not since even the playoffs they didn't last year. Who did they stop in the playoffs?
So, you know, this is what I'm saying. This is a unique situation. And I'd rather have Giannis in my front court than have Giannis in Milwaukee kicking our ass. Because that's what's going to happen. He wants out. He's going to get traded. So if we thinking that they're going to wait on us until the offseason till we decide whether this is going to work or not to make a decision whether we want Giannis or not, that's not how it works. Milwaukee's not waiting for the New York Knicks.
We don't have anything to give them anyways.
Don't have enough.
I just said. I said give them Cat and give them Bridges.
They're gonna have Cat and Miles Turner on the same team.
Bridges. I said give them Cat and give them Bridges.
Still not enough.
Okay, they can use Cat just like they use Cat in Minnesota. As a stretch.
Cat and Miles Turner together on the same team.
Yeah. Turner plays in and out. Miles Turner plays inside and he plays outside. I don't like the dude, but he plays inside and out.
They're not going to do that. It has to be a third team, 4 teams, whatever involved. They're going to want youth. They're going to want to restart.
They want
They're
youth.
not
They
going to
want
accept.
picks. They want
Yeah,
the
they
have
want youth and picks.
No
But
developed young players that would entice them, and we have no picks.
Well, they're trying to trade for John Morant, so does that tell you they're looking to rebuild?
If they're getting rid of Giannis, it's a rebuild, bro. They're not going to trade Giannis and then go to contend the same season.
Saying is that they're still trying to get John Morant.
At a bargain. At a
And right
bargain.
now, yeah.
At a bargain. And
Yeah.
rehab his value, and if he don't act up, he'll be right back out.
John Morant don't cost much today.
He's a bargain.
What's up, Fritz?
Hey,
Let
what's up?
Fritz go, Ron. Let Fritz get it off.
All right, hold on, Fritz. 1 second. Let me just read these super chats because I don't want them. If I read them too late, I don't want them to lose their what they're talking. Shout out to Latoria B. Thank you for the generous super chat. McAllen OG can't call nobody out. They've been getting cooked lately. There's facts there. This is true. Boy. Shout out to Paris Douglas. Said Tibbs was 0-13 against Golden State, OKC, Cleveland, and Boston until May. There's some truth there too. David Smith, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, "We are beating a dead horse. Trade him. Can't stand it. Hey, let Cat go, win a chip somewhere else, and let the Knicks decline for years." Okay,
They're ready.
I hear you, brother. Also, real quick, want to say shout out to looking good doing it. King Ribby in the building. Big Chino's here. Salute. Keith Turner's in the building. Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. Knicks 1-2. Wait, 1-2. What? Knicks won today. Oh, I'm tripped. I don't know. I can't read. Yeah, I got you. Appreciate you, my guy. Shout out to Long Island Sound. What's good? Prezi the boss is in the building. What up, Prezi? JJ47K in the building. My guy Apollo Williams in the building. What up, Apollo? Danny Landis in the building. Salute. And what? LBNY City. Appreciate you. And also Kim Doc is in the building. What up, Kim? Good to see you. And she did make a good point. Let us not forget that the Knicks only beat Boston. The record stands against Cleveland and OKC. Yeah, truth there. Okay. Fritz, hey man, sorry to make you wait, brother. What's on your mind?
Man, I'm just listening to the fans. Like, I don't know, sky is falling for some people.
It's you know how it is, man. We deal with adversity because this is who this Knick team has been, but we don't like being there. We don't like being in adverse times.
Yeah, but I one thing I don't like is people's like, oh no, they'll lose. 1 month ago, y'all was cheering this team like it's inevitable.
Facts.
All you have to do is get back to a month ago. Like, I just don't understand how people's like, it's impossible for this team to win. You were winning a month ago. All you have to do is go back to the principles that got you there.
We weren't beating the teams we're supposed to beat. We weren't beating the Magic. We weren't beating Detroit. We weren't beating Philadelphia at home.
But we beat them. We beat them when it mattered. Double A. We beat Orlando when it mattered in that freaking NBA Cup, whatever you want to call it. We were still at that point. We were still learning how to play better, and I think the Knicks figured it out. But they've lost it. But back to you, Fritz. Sorry.
I think at first what I thought it was to say, hey, we did a lot of experimenting, and maybe they just kind of got out of the rhythm, and kind of lost what they had because they were doing a lot. We were doing a lot. We were putting these weird lineups. The rookies were playing, and but at this point, like they're gonna have to show some pride. They're gonna have to get back. They're gonna have to show some pride. And they're gonna have to have fun at playing this game. I think right now, like winning isn't fun. Like it is. Like offense is tough for the Knicks. Defense is tough for the Knicks, and I think they're just grinding it out until I don't know until something positive happens. I think if they got a few wins in a row, I think they forget all that.
Yeah, I agree with that, brother. I honestly look. They don't need a team meeting, but they do need a couple of influential players to just have a conversation. If it's just the starting five, because a lot of times most of these games are won by the starting five anyway. It's just the starting five, and more importantly, Jalen Brunson to talk to Towns. Like I've already said, the way to fix this is for Mike Brown and Karl Anthony Towns to actually sit together or have a conversation together. Hey, listen, this and this and this. This is what I don't like. This is why blah blah blah. You are one of the best players in this league, Cat. I know what you can do. I want to see you do what you were brought here to do. No one can do it like you can do it. What do we need to do to help you, to make you feel more comfortable out there, to get you right? I see the teams are blitzing you. They're trying to get you off your spot. You like being in this area. They're trying to take you from there. They're trying to make you give up the ball. How can we help you to get to the spots where you can get your shot going again? That's what Coach Brown should be saying. Cat should be saying, listen, Coach, I know I'm not perfect. I know I make mistakes. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to keep my hands to myself. I keep picking up these ticky-tack fouls. The refs are not working with me. And I'm having some issues with my jump shot. For whatever reason, it's not going. I'm trying. I'm just not getting the rhythm. I need a little help there. But either way, I want you to continue to believe in me, because right now I feel like you questioning that. Whatever happens, I don't care. Man to man, be real. Let's get back to what we got to do here. All this, it feels like it's a clash of egos, and we don't need egos right now. We need victories. Now,
I think I could fix it, Ron. I think I could fix it.
Okay. All right.
I think how I could fix it is we have to get OG to share his yayo that he had in that second half and give it to Cat in the first half, because that second half of what his play was, that's what we're looking for. If we can get him to play like that, you know what I mean, for the whole strip of the game, would be awesome.
You know what? I will
say share his yayo, you know what I mean, with Cat to get whatever.
I think that's a good point, because first of all, he was not dribbling much. He was going to the rim and he was not settling for threes. So I think he is listening to some of this criticism. And he was playing with crazy aggression. I mean, he was dunking like Jordan in freaking Space Jam or something. I've never seen OG like that.
That was last year, early OG. Because
even last year, he was like trying to break the backboard. Some of them,
yeah, that was good to see. That was we need more of that.
I do want to say that I feel like I heard that, for example, Kevin Garnett reached out to Wemby to teach him how to be aggressive and stuff like that. And I'm like, why can't we get none of that? We have a brain trust of ex-players, and some star players out there somewhere have to like the Knicks, right? OG Anunoby went and got advice from Dirk Nowitzki. I'm like,
we got one of the best centers ever in Patrick Ewing.
But the problem with Patrick, my fault, Fritz. Don't forget what you were going to say. I was going to say the problem with Patrick Ewing is Patrick Ewing had thick skin and he didn't care. He's Jamaican. Hold on, brother. I don't care. You don't like me. I don't like you. Like Pat
powered him up.
No one bothered Pat.
No. I'm talking about him. Like Dork was bringing up. Why can't we use somebody to help our players?
Oh no, I get it. No, what I'm saying is you need somebody to not only help him understand to be more aggressive, more physical when it comes to hit certain things, but also lay back on the physicality when it comes to his offensive game. He's too physical. That's why he keeps drawing. He's number one in offensive foul.
Well, that's because of that arm on his drives.
He needs to learn how to play without that. And maybe a guy like KG, but Ewing played differently, but maybe Ewing can talk to him. But all I'm saying is you also want somebody who's tough but can appeal to him. I feel like I respect KG over the years more than I definitely do the other dummies he's hanging out with, because that dude's stupid. But I respect KG because I think KG understands that people are human, even though KG's also the same person that did the whole Honey Nut Cheerios thing. I can't forget certain things. But I just respect how KG has learned over the years. But someone has to also appeal to Cat to kind of block out the noise. Maybe Ewing is good for that, because Ewing didn't let stuff bother him. So maybe he would be good. So we'll see. I hope somebody talks to him. But Fritz, what were you going to say before I interrupted?
The Knicks always have had people come through all the time. Like, it's not like they don't do it. It's not like they don't have to announce to the fans that they do it. They do it all the time. The Knicks do it all the time.
I mean, even if that's true, like we've had Mark Bryant on the staff for so long, we haven't seen much progression from our bigs there. And this whole like aggression thing, it was a talking point. It's not a new talking point. It was from last year, you know. So maybe they need somebody outside the Knicks orbit. Maybe they need to bring somebody in.
Well,
Like
we have like one of the biggest development staffs in the NBA. Like almost every person has a personal development coach.
Well, okay, that's true, but that's true as of this year. That's true as of October. It's not true, you know, for a long time.
Right.
So,
and shout out to David Smith because he said Ewing won nothing. But I just want to say, Ewing was Ewing with no one else. Ewing had nobody. And if anybody wants to tell me that Ewing had Larry Johnson and Latrell Sprewell and Allen Houston, yeah, that's true. On his way out, Ewing had already played years before these guys came along. So
then he got hurt.
So he couldn't even appreciate the guys that he had with him because he was on the ends of his career at that point.
The ice on his knees was about this thing.
Yeah, it was levels to that ice. It was getting crazy at that point. But give Ewing and Ewing's prime Allen Houston and LJ and Latrell Sprewell. The Knicks win. I don't care what nobody says. I felt really good about that team, and Ewing was a beast. But whatever, I'm moving on. All right.
What do you guys think about more pick and roll action between Brunson and Cat? I thought that was the whole thing.
I've talked about this before. Like Jalen Brunson never throws lobs, and even if Cat rolls to the rim or pops out, it usually doesn't really result in much. I think we probably have to have some of the least productive pick and rolls of any team because there's no guess. There's no guess. They just know, okay, Cat sets a screen, Mitchell Robinson sets a screen. The same thing happens afterwards every time. In the logic, it should create an advantage, but we never make them guess. In reality, it just brings their two best defenders to the ball, and now Jalen Brunson is trapped.
Right.
There's no guess. There's no lob that they have to, I have to go back to the rim to catch a lob, you know?
Well, and the thing is, when you for the Knicks specifically, because they don't have a lot of athleticism, a lot of quickness, foot speed, stuff like that. When you're gonna try to really get into the pick and roll game, you need two outliers. One, it can't just be pick and roll; it has to be pick and pop. Jalen Brunson, for example, hasn't been the greatest. Now he might be better at it now because I've noticed because he's been playing off ball more. He's been doing a lot more catch and shoots. And he's been better at it. So if you're going to do the pick and roll, the pick and pop has to, as soon as that pick happens, Jalen's got to be able to shoot the ball right then and there and make the defense pay. Because if Jalen has to dribble a little bit or get comfortable before he gets the shot, then you're killing the vibe of the whole point of it.
You know what? I'll even make another point that somebody said that Cat isn't the best at setting screens. I don't want him using his fouls to set a screen. I want him using his fouls on offense.
That's a very good point too. If you're going to do pick and roll, you have to be good at setting screens. You cannot be picking up ticky-tack fouls because you don't have the right positioning. The other thing too is to make it something that really forces the defense in a bad predicament. You have to do pick and pop, pick and roll, pick and pop, and then cutters, right? You have to have a backdoor cut, a side cut to the basket so that if they don't fall for the pick and pop or the pick and roll and they're there, say Cat can't roll fast enough to get to the spot because they blocked him off, somebody's got to be cutting from the side. And that's where
I'll even go further. Our two best players, even though we want to have them in action together, having them in one place on the court makes it easier for the defense.
This is true.
You want to have them split the defense, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole reason why you got Anunoby and you got Bridges, because they're excellent corner three-point shooters. The play just doesn't stop because you attempt a pick and roll. That doesn't mean the play has to stop there. You can pass it off. If they draw the two best defenders, you can kick it out to the end.
I think this is that's a great point, and please forgive me if I'm talking too much, but I think this is a good thing to talk on, is that I feel like the way that the Knicks do offense is very rigid and structured. It's like they think that they're playing chess. You know, it's like you take your turn, like tennis. You know, you take your turn, I take my turn. You have to have somebody that's, I don't want to say a little reckless, but again, Josh Hart. You see how the team looks like they're statues without Josh Hart. They just wait for somebody to do something. OG Anunoby, Cat, Mikal, Deuce even is not really going to take the initiative and drive, or it'll be awkward. You know, it's not really their game, I don't think, you know. I think you need somebody a little more aggressive, or you need to tell them, like, don't just wait for the sign. Oh, I'm winking at you. Like, you have to just do it unexpectedly sometimes, because if you're so structured and rigid, it's not that hard to figure out, you know?
That's true.
And then what you said, Dart, if we can't use our center to set picks because he's going to get in foul trouble, doesn't that hurt our offense?
It does, but I'm actually making a different point, because I feel my whole point that I've been making for a while is the way we use pick and rolls is hurting us. A pick and roll, traditionally, by the textbook of a pick and roll, should give you an advantage. The way the Knicks do pick and rolls makes it a disadvantage for us. We don't get anything off it. We get a disadvantage.
But because the problem with the Knicks, when they run pick and rolls, they don't pop. The point of a pick and roll that
there's no pop and there's no lob.
There's no Well, you gotta have pop. If you don't got the pop, what's the point? Like, why am I rolling with this dude if you're not shooting from the outside? I'm gonna just stand here. Then you ain't doing nothing. So what's the point of the pick and roll? But all right,
it's actually kind of, they pick and pop. They don't pick and roll. They never pick and roll. They pick and pop.
Well, constantly. I mean, I see what you're saying. Like the roll part never happens. It's always in some form of a pick and pop. But I'm just saying, like
with Cat in particular, and the offense itself, that would actually be. It sounds weird, but if you really look at the scope of all our games, that would actually have to be added. The roll part would have to actually be added.
No, and not just that. It should be like OG sets a screen, because then you have him pop to Cat. He passes to Cat. If you have Cat setting the screen just because he's the bigger guy, but he's going to run to the corner from there, like, it doesn't make sense, you know?
And the other thing too is, as another thing, we do it backwards. It's like we're picking and rolling, but Cat's not rolling. Like we're just picking. We're not even. That's all. What? We just pick it.
This is also another good point, because I feel like we have a thing in our head of, like, now the era is positionless basketball. That's what they say, right? Mm-hmm. So the old logic, a big guy sets picks. The little guy is the one initiating the action. That's the ball handler, right? So how come you can't have an OG or a Diawara or one of these other guys setting a screen or rolling or something? Why does it have to be these guys? Because Mitch and Cat is the big one. He's the guy that sets the screen.
I don't know, bro. There's guys that. Like, there's certain guys I think it's because they want to feature your best scorers to get them going and allow the team to play off of these guys. But really, there's no reason why you can't do it with other guys. Mikal Bridges is one of the best. You guys saw the stat. I put it up last week. He's like number 7 in the NBA at 2-point shots, mid-range shots. Wouldn't he be a great pick and pop candidate? Like,
he can handle the ball. He could shoot. Why not? How many times have you seen somebody on our team who's not a big set a screen?
Even Deuce McBride.
Only bigs and Josh Hart. That's our only screeners.
Even Deuce McBride. He would be a fantastic pick and roll candidate. He could put the ball on the floor a little bit, not too much, but the point is he's shooting at such a high clip from the outside. The defense has to pay attention to him. That leaves whoever's picking and rolling wide open most of the time, because you can't leave Deuce the way Deuce is shooting right now.
More to that point,
and who was that on?
But I will say, maybe part of the pick and roll thing, that why we're not seeing it, is because we're leaving it up to the players. We are playing in a read and react system, and and Mike Brown's not calling plays, so it's up to the players to do something out there.
Right.
But Ron, you remember in the Bucks Cup game, we actually did that. We had Cat set a screen for Deuce. He got a wide open shot. It killed them. And now they have to guess, and then he passes to Kolek. Oh, but they have no idea what's going to happen.
But I part of that too, I feel like, because it's such read react, we don't keep to anything. Like, plays that are working and they're doing, like, why if that was the case versus the Bucks, why aren't we continuing to do that every night? You got to force the defense to make an adjustment to what you're doing well, and you start something else, right? You keep doing what works well. That's how consistent teams win. And shout out to the 220 people across all platforms tuned in. Please smash the like button. We are on the road to 10K. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. And tell your peoples we out here rocking. Let me get to these 2 super chats real quick. Shout out to my brother Shop Powers, Knicks Real Talk in the building. He said, let's just stop and go get Triple J. Listen, man. Hey, Triple J is floundering out there in Memphis. I know he's not happy. I know he wants to get up out of there. It's craziness over there. He just wants to play basketball and win. And I'm not mad. I mean, I don't like bigs that don't rebound. And I don't care what you
Yeah.
say, he's not a great rebounder. But the dude can play defense. He won Defensive Player of the Year. He can stretch the floor and shoot from the outside. Hey, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Although, of course, I do know that if you're talking about him, we know who you got to trade. You know, I don't know.
I did a video on it yesterday.
Oh, did you? Look at that. So, hey, there you go. Check out NBA Economy Show. Fritz is all over it. So, you know, definitely check out that video.
Is that work?
Also, Fritz, I think I made you I think you're a moderator. So if you want to post the link to your video in the chat, by all means, my brother.
There's no problem.
What were you gonna say, Jay?
And I was asking Fritz, did it work?
Yeah, trading OG. And
Ooh, all right. Get it, Fritz. Don't put that out there nowhere, man.
Wait, hold on. I actually didn't hear. What did it say?
He said trading OG for Triple J.
Oh,
ooh, that's a
okay.
That's a tough one.
Interesting.
That's a tough one. I mean, look. So, in fairness, by what you're doing by trading OG, who we know we love OG because of his defense, but you're not bringing back a slouch. You're bringing back a former Defensive Player of the Year. So,
who's going to score on a more consistent basis?
He scores differently, but he does score on a consistent.
Right now, OG is not consistent with his shooting, so we have to be honest.
Not consistent enough. That's what I mean. The difference is consistency. And
like if there was ever somebody you say you want to trade OG for that doesn't necessarily destroy the Knicks, Triple J plays defense, so he's a defensive person. That I like OG, so I wouldn't want to do it. But if they did it, I would eventually be out. I would learn to be okay with it eventually. But right now, I'd be upset.
You know, something. It's really something to think about. I know you're doing something, so I won't talk.
All right, let me get to this next one. Shout out to Bagger Jones. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, "Hey, Double A, why would Bucks want Cat if he's soft?" That's a good question, Double A. What you think about that? Why would
he's a
Milwaukee even want him?
He's a star.
It
depends on which way they want to go. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If they want to win now, Cat would be a good replacement for Giannis. Okay, a big man scorer. He replaces Cat's Giannis scoring. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. I know Cat is not ideal for everybody. Like, you know, not everybody will want Cat on their team. But
so on one hand, people are saying Cat is this great guy, he's great scorer, blah blah, top 10, whatever. So why wouldn't they want top 10 all-star type center to replace Giannis?
Because they have eyeballs.
Unless they
want
to try, you know, full rebuild, then, you know, that's understandable. But in that case, before I trade OG for Triple J, I would include him in a trade for Giannis. Would you rather have Triple J or Giannis on our team?
But then they're not equal price tags. They're not.
No, then I'd give them some more pieces. Yeah, we have to give them more pieces, obviously. But what I'm saying,
we're way out. Like if the Knicks got him this year, we would be depleted. Like let's throw.
Maybe not.
Let's throw.
No, that's actually true. Yes, that's true.
But we got a couple young players that we're looking for time for. We're going to be needing playing time for. Diallo is playing good. J.R. McCullough was playing good. So you can't say, so we ain't going to have nobody, because then you're saying, you know, these guys that were pushing.
I think you think two players are going. No, we're going to take we're going to take back bad salary, and then we're going to give them.
It's going to be a bidding war for Giannis. Everybody is going to want him, and everybody's going to offer more and more, and we only are going to lose because we just built a bare minimum of depth. Now we're going to have to give up like Mikal, OG, Cat, like a lot of pieces to even be in the running for Giannis.
And Giannis, by the way, they don't have to trade Giannis.
Right. They don't.
And number one. Number two,
he just requested
he only
a trade
said he wants to go to New York. He didn't mention anybody else. That's number 2. Number 3 is not to say whatever, but the injury. Yes, he is definitely better than Cat. Not at shooting, but at two-way playing, defense. He everything else, every single thing else besides the 3, and it's still. I still don't see how that gets done. I think it's more of a pipe dream.
We need an
We don't have
additional
picks.
team.
We don't have
We need an
picks.
additional team.
Or
We
two.
have no star young player that somebody would want. We don't have like a Stephon Castle. There's nothing.
Now you need a team like Washington,
Yeah,
perhaps
Right.
like Washington,
That's the type of
who might
team.
want to say, hey, we just got Trae Young. I'd like to join him up with Cat or somebody like that. They owe us like maybe a pick, and then say, hey, you know what I mean? If you guys give us that pick and maybe 4 other picks or something like that, then we could transfer them over. And then maybe, you know what I mean? You probably have to trade somebody else, or for them to take 2 of our young players. This way they could at least say to save face and say, yeah, we got 7 ones for Giannis.
And to Jay's point is when they
good point, and you can probably get back Sar with that too as well, because
Sar would be nice. He's playing well, but I do want to say that like when a star requests, we had this whole thing in the offseason of every coach, like Jason Kidd. Oh, I'm going to go get interviewed by the Knicks. He had no intention. It's like Knicks baiting. They dangle a little offer. Oh, front office, I might go to the Knicks if you don't give me 10 times my salary this year. You see, I have an offer. That's what he's doing. He wants either a competitive offer or he's joking. He's like dangling it in the press like he's going to go to the Knicks. Maybe it's true, but you also have to consider the option that he's putting a narrative out there to show I have another place I could go. If you don't pay me or send me another place, that's good, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, and you got to bring my brothers. Don't forget, bring my brothers.
I hope you're ready for some NASAs, bro. I hope you're ready for that.
No, I'm not ready for no NASAs. I'm not ready for it at all, bro.
But I think Giannis is more concerned with winning, being in a winning situation than money. He's paid.
Right.
No, he wants his brother on the roster, bro.
He wants his brothers.
All of his brothers.
He wants a max extension.
Yeah, we have to get the Liberty involved too.
Or put him on the G. Put him in the G League.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that's where they would go. G League. So two things I wanted to add to this. One is that I don't think that we can get Giannis at all. But if something crazy did happen where we were able to rope a 3rd team or even a 4th team into this, to maybe, because we just don't have enough good stuff to give Milwaukee, that they don't have to do anything we want. He doesn't have a no trade clause. They don't got to do anything. So it is what it is. So we want him. Maybe he wants to be here. Possibly. I still don't think he's doing enough, but maybe he's starting to do it now. I don't know. We'll see.
Would you give up OG and Bridges?
No, that's too much. Because
then who's going to play for the Knicks?
The flip side.
Giannis and Jalen Brunson is not going to win by themselves.
I'm going to tell you this either way. If the Knicks somehow make a trade at trade deadline and wind up trading Cat and other pieces, and with a 3rd team, 4th team, and Giannis Antetokounmpo comes here, guess what, guys? This season is over. Okay? They're not winning nothing this year. Now, maybe next year they can figure out a way to make something happen. But this season, as soon as the trade happens, you may not want to face it. This season is kaput. So I just
want to rebuild our team. We're going to have no depth. We're going to have nothing around them.
So we got Cat, Giannis, and Brunson, and Hart.
It's something to build off of for the following year, but this year would be Dunsky. So, okay, now that I've said that, let me move on.
But it might be already, Ron.
Yeah.
Anyway,
what I was gonna say is, before we get to the doomsday, till like this is a Marvel movie.
I love Marvel movies.
Let me just tell you, all that has to happen, because what's more important to everybody? Is it fixing all of our issues or is it winning basketball games? Because my plan can't fix all of our issues right now. We got too many issues. It's going to take time. But I can get us back to winning basketball games. And I'm going to say it again. It's so simple. Make Cat feel good about himself again. Give Cat the ball. Find ways for Cat to score. If Cat because Cat could do this easily. We've watched many Knicks players have a run here. Amari Stoudemire, Marcus Morris. Marcus Morris was averaging 30 points for like 8 games. What?
Yeah,
what?
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns right now, especially with Jalen Brunson out, can be featured and can average 30 plus every night. If he does that, and these other guys chip in and just play the basketball that we expect them to play, we win games. So all of the dire stuff is not there yet. Even even if he doesn't play defense the way we want him to, we will still win games.
Or offense, or be aggressive on offense, like we've been saying, Ron.
Oh, no. He can't average 30 if not being aggressive.
Why do you think Minnesota was willing to give up Cat? Because they went to the Western Conference Finals, and he got his butt handed to him by a 6'8" power forward, P.J. Washington. That's why. And it's the same Cat that we got now, and that's been his MO. You put a shorter player on him to rough him up, and it rattles him.
So I guess we should trade Jalen Brunson then, because he had 6 turnovers in Game 6, right?
Yeah. Also, it's the financial constraints. He had to go. He had to go. He had to go, or the center had to go.
Well,
it wasn't getting for anything for Rudy. Rudy was untradeable at that time.
Rudy was definitely untouchable. They gave this dude $205 million or whatever it was back when they gave him that 5-year contract or whatever it was. But the thing, so what AA says is right. That's true. That is a way of affecting Cat. You get a smaller player up in his chest. He can't really move. He can't, like, he's got tall, long arms. He can't really put the ball on the floor and break him down. So you do put him in a bad situation. That's true. I agree. But even in that situation, you do know that Cat had a good playoffs, and even his own teammate, who people are, he's a dog, Anthony Edwards said, all this guy got to do is stay on the floor and not get into foul trouble. And he couldn't do that either. He kept getting into foul trouble too. So, like, these type of situations is what he runs into. And I'm saying that even with his flaws, even with his bad defense, if you get Cat the ball in favorable situations and you work with him, if he can get back to his comfortable, way of scoring the basketball, he can give you 30 points a night. The Knicks will still win basketball games, because that's what we had last year, and we were winning. We're not winning right now because he's not comfortable. He's not happy.
I think that's a good point, Ron. I think that another thing that I hear a lot is like, oh, we want Cat to go in the post and back people down. Like, that's what I feel like every Knicks fan says. I think that's what other teams want Cat to do, because Cat in the post is not as big of a threat at him as a 3-point line. He's dribbling. It's asking to get picked. He's not like an elite dribbler.
He used to be in Kentucky. That was his game, down low.
Right, but I mean, you know how it is, AA. Once you come to the NBA and things change,
and fall in love with the jump shot.
Right.
Yeah. But not even that, but also teams scout you. Teams know what you're going to do or how you dribble or your tendencies and stuff like that. I mean, I see him so many times trying to do that. I feel like he's doing that because fans ask him to do it or they want him to do it. And so many times it doesn't work out. I feel like it's not the most efficient way to use him. Like, if he's going to, like, sorry, I'm laughing, but
when did you see Cat catching the ball in the paint?
A couple times in the last few games.
I haven't seen it. I must
in the Kings game. In the Kings game, I actually saw
it. And Mikhail threw it to him a couple times.
I saw it in the Kings game for sure, off the top of my head.
But it wasn't like the reason why you missed it, because it was rare and far and few in between. You know what I mean? Like,
and to that point, Jay, that did happen a few times. But the problem is that when you look at, because we've had this happen before, guys. You've seen it. We had, his name is Julius Randle. But the difference between these two players is Julius Randle is much more comfortable living on the block and going down low. He didn't want to, but when we forced him to, or when he forced himself to, we saw how it worked. Because he can live there. He's strong. He has that aggressiveness that sometimes he's able to force his will and not pick up the offensive fouls.
He's quicker also. He's just faster than Cat.
That's true. But I think the problem here is, I'm going to say it, that because you kind of alluded to it. what makes Cat unique is his overall game. You take away the outside shot, he's not unique. He's not an elite post presence.
But
right?
but you got to mix it up. You can't just
You
rely on a jump
You
shot.
do.
Yes,
game.
but for example, in the Golden State Warriors game, he took 1-3 or something. Like he's not really shooting. I mean,
You gotta let Cat be Cat. If we're gonna have Cat be here, $53 million man, all-star every year, he's gotta be who we signed him up to be. Like, this is who I am. Let me be.
I agree.
Let him talk. Hey, Ron.
If we don't get that, we not getting nothing. Cat has to be Cat because that is what makes him unique. There's a reason why the whole, I don't want to throw things out there. I keep saying it. You know, I'm not the biggest Cat guy. I like Cat and I defend Cat when it's needed. But I tell you, this is Jalen Brunson's team. But what I will say, what makes Cat one of the best players in the league is that he is a all-level scorer offensively. He can do everything. Everything that you think Cat can't do, he can do. He can score. Right. He may not be the best at it, but he can do it. All of that stuff he can do. So my whole thing is, and he does it well. Even his layups. Cat shoots layups sometimes. He looks like a guard. I'm like, yo, that's okay.
That's because he starts his play from the top of the key a lot of times.
Right.
And he's posting up at the foul line. That's a longer way to the basket.
Well,
post him deeper.
So,
I think that's
Double A, to your point, you know how you flip that around. I do say he still needs to play a certain way. Cat is used to being out. That's what he likes. He got to get his confidence back so that the shots start falling. Part of the reason why the defense can even play Cat away is because they know his outside shot is not falling. He's nowhere near what he normally is. He needs to get back to that in order to keep the defense honest. The other thing, though, is what you do is you got to believe in your teammates. You guys ever heard of the give and go? Right? Yeah. Hey, I'm out here. I'm about to shoot the shot. You playing up on me. Oh, I'm not going to take. I'm a fake. Pass it. I'm going. Give it back to me. Layup or what? Like everything I'm faking, and now I'm taking you from the 3-point line all the way to the hole. Like, you don't have to always do it that way. There's other ways to play basketball. The Knicks, this is the NBA. These guys are too smart to be just like, oh, there's only one way of doing it. Like,
yeah,
we
because
get right, man.
Yeah, because if you look at the way San Antonio uses Wemby, right? Wemby's a big 3-point shooting big man. Use Cat that way. You know, hit him with some trailer. You know, let him trail the offensive play and hit him.
But he did that last year. His biggest flaw in this system here, this current system, is mid-level. He doesn't really shoot mid-level at all.
That was my argument last week. You see, I changed my argument from week to week because I'm not going to continue to focus on it. They're not doing it. I saw Cat. Sacramento game. I saw a play broke down. He shot a midi from the corner. Butter. Like nothing. But they don't want to go to that. This league is so stupid sometimes. I'm not a victim of the 90s. You know, I'm not hey, I'm lost over there. There's only one way to play. No. But I do know that when everybody's playing the same way and they're expecting you to do this and they're playing good, because we're the problem. We don't play good perimeter defense, but they do play good perimeter defense against us. So we got to do something different. Take a mid-range shot. It's 2 points. Okay, it's not 3. Yeah. Who cares? It's going in the basket.
I've been saying that.
Those shooting matrix, they call it, and it's just horrible.
Sorry, I've been saying that. Even the concept of it is flawed because it operates from a flawed principle that if you just shoot the same amount of threes and the same amount of twos, the 3 is going to be better. Well, what if they have better 3-point defense? What if you have a worse shooting variance that night?
There's analytics in sports, man. Analytics is running people's brains down. Like
I'm a nerd. I'm an analytic guy, and I can tell you that's not the right way to use it because it's implying that every game is the same.
It's not.
It's a combination of all
every team is the same you're going to play against. What are you talking about? Every defender is the same. It makes no sense.
Double A. Some of it is up to Cat though, because when you're driving, if he just stops for him hard to be and just pops, then he has it. But a lot of times he's bullying in the China shop and he's going.
I agree
with that drive.
I agree, and it's a good point that I wanted to touch on. I'm glad you said that because a lot of time when I see him go to the 3-point line, he could get a clean 3 off, but before the guy even commits to the defensive action, he's already driving. So he's putting himself this is all to do with lobs.
You know what, D-Rex? That's a good point. You know why he's doing that? He doesn't have confidence in his shot because
but
that's the problem.
But that's the point. Even about the lobs, JB on the roommate said, "Oh well, I can't see the guy." even if the lob doesn't miss, it's still better for your team that you throw the lob. Sometimes, 1 time out of 100, because then they're going to say, "Oh, he's at least going to try. I have to do something." Even if he knows you're going to miss it, he can't just sit there.
That's what happens to us. Hold on, I want to get back to Double A because I know he's been trying to say something, but that's what happens to us all the time, especially when a good team does it. When Indiana smoked us with it in the playoffs, we've seen it happen from another team. They get to the point where they're starting to get their offense going. Oh, Boston did it to us this year. When they get to a point, they're starting to get their offense going. Right, the outside shots is falling. Then, okay, we over pursued on the offense. They start going inside a little bit. Oh, no. Now they get funky with it. Now they're starting to throw the ball up. You can't, when you start overplaying on the perimeter to stop guys from shooting threes, the lob is open and it's the easiest shot to make as long as you got somebody tall enough to get. You can't defend it. You get
so many times against the Knicks.
We have a 7-footer on the floor every time.
Every minute, yeah.
Yep. Go ahead, Double A. My bad. I'm sorry, my brother. It's okay.
No.
I think we overlook the obvious a lot of times. Go ahead, Double A. I'm sorry.
Cat, when he was the most efficient on offense, is like Dort was saying. He mixed up his offense. He took at least 6 3-pointers a game. He doesn't average that with the Knicks. Not even close. I mean, some games he's only taking 4 shots. So, aggression is a problem, And I think Brown could do a lot more to put him into a more winning situation, get him some open shots, like Dork said, don't depend on Mitch and Cat, the only one setting picks. Set a pick for Cat every once in a while. So he doesn't. So he ends up with a little guy on him or something like that. I think when the Knicks was really, really good on offense earlier this year is they were running. I mean, they weren't letting the other team set up. That ball was moving. I mean, they were up and down the court, whipping that ball. And it seemed like more people were involved because they knew if they hustled and got open, they were going to get the ball. You know what I mean? And I just said, man, it was a beautiful thing watching them share the ball and just play fast. But they're not playing fast anymore. They're getting away from it. And I don't know if it's because Brown was using a longer rotation. And I guess the players were more rested. And I don't know if that, could be a situation, now that they're losing, they're now cutting the rotation, the minutes, they're not using the
I swear, all of this is that they're outsmarting themselves. They now the pressure's on, we have to act like a contender. So a contender does this, a contender does that. We have to do this, and the starters have to stand up more, and they have to, I think they get in their own way because individually they're not going to achieve any of their goals. And I feel like it's really completely broken down. There's been 0 team basketball, I feel like, in any of these games. We've seen individual good games of OG, Mikal, but the team, even just a 2-man action of OG and Mikal. When do you see OG and Mikal ever do a little play for each other, anything? Never. They score opportunistically, And OG could pass. I mean, Mikal could pass at least.
Mikal definitely could pass. He's a good all around. Yeah. So
do you think do you really? One question for the whole panel. Okay, we've discussed offense, we discussed defense. What is their biggest problem? Because I think right now,
the defense for sure.
I think right now, say for instance against Golden State, we had 4 25-point scorers. I mean, 4 20+ point scorers, right? Plus we had a guy off the bench, double-digit points, right? That should have been enough to win. But the problem is, if we can't stop the other team from scoring, then we have to score more. And this is where we miss Jalen Brunson. Because Jalen Brunson would have gave us that extra 10 points or whatever from the point guard position that Deuce gave us, right? Mm-hmm. And then you have, so I think the offense is not really a big problem. The whole problem is stopping somebody. And you have to be able to stop to win in this league, especially when you start getting into the playoffs and that when every game is competitive. You have to be able to stop the other team.
No, I mean, this is a great point. And I want to say, if you look at the bench defensive rating of the NBA, number 1 is the Thunder. 2 is the Spurs, 4 is the Heat, and 5 is the Suns.
I can't hear him. Is it just me?
Wait, you got a little muffled, brother.
You're too loud, I think.
Maybe because you got some smoke in your throat.
Also, I think you're on fire.
I'm on fire. Oh no, that's my I have a humidifier.
Yeah, you. Oh, I was like, what? I was like, wait. Oh, I see. Okay.
I was trying to.
Oh my God, the Knicks. That's it. I can't take the Knicks anymore.
On fire, y'all. Woo.
That's how I want to see Cat look going. That's how I want to see Cat look going down the lane.
On fire. He's on fire. Oh my God.
I thought Dork got tempted when Nick Nation mentioned Yeho. He's over there.
Yeah, man. Let's
Sorry. I did want to say yes. The fifth
guys.
best bench defense is the Suns, so heads up for tonight. But the two pretty much best teams in the East and the West, their bench defense is the best. And the big knock of the bench last season, what was it? They have the lowest scoring bench in the NBA, right? And they couldn't play the bench because the bench was so bad. So they got scorers. Leon did fix the problem, technically, of that we have a higher scoring bench. We're not the lowest scoring bench anymore. But it's like a monkey's paw kind of wish because now the defense is so bad that they can't keep any type of lead. Even sometimes Yabusele does come in and score, but he gives up more on the other end. And Jordan Clarkson, it's like unbelievable, you know? Like you really have to look beyond his actual points with him because it doesn't tell it at all, you know?
Yeah.
I actually think that we as fans and even the coaches, they're overlooking one of the easiest and core principles. And that is Mike Brown always talks about getting into the paint, dribbling, and then spraying. And to me,
3Ds.
it looks
people driving.
Exactly. But it looks like like I say, one of the biggest issues is because it usually typically works is when that ball comes off the board and all of a sudden Mitch grabs it and then Mitch is not really going like a lot of times up but so far, but he kicks it back out. So to me is why wouldn't you just have Cat or Mitch? Why wouldn't you just pass it to him down that way and then let him kick it back out? Because it's going to cause a collapse. Because anytime a 7 feet, especially when a lot of times we start playing teams last couple teams that were smaller, why wouldn't you just, you know what I mean? I know your offense is your offense, but to me, hey, cut it. Just get down in the paint. I'm either throw it to you, either you turn and what's names, or spray it and kick it back out. To me, they've tried to make certain things so complicated that the simplicity of it still works. And the simplicity to me is really what causes space, because once you catch that ball down in the paint, hey, it's like pulling the fire alarm. Like cling, you pull the fire alarm. You pull the fire alarm. You know what I mean? People start running and scrambling, going crazy. So initially, they commit to come down toward the paint, and the kick is always open.
I think that's
what
a good
we
point.
Do with that is just weird.
No, I think because like you never see like when we pass to a big in the paint, it's just to score. We never use them as like a decoy. It's like, oh, now you go score. It's so like that's the most obvious thing. It's like, oh, technically you should do that, but like how many times other than Mitch, we don't do it deliberately. Is we wait for a rebound. We wait for Mitch or Cat to grab a rebound, then they chuck. But to do it intentionally, he's right. We really don't see that much, you know. Like send Mitch into the paint, throw him. It requires passing to our big man in the first place. So even to start, it's pretty rare. But then to use it as a decoy, yeah, it's beyond what the Knicks are capable of, I guess. Now I don't know.
Yeah,
intellectually.
Shout out to D Coolis. He says, I don't care how much Cat scores, he will still jack up ill-advised logo threes when we desperately need a basket. Yeah. That is goofy to me. But I will say, listen, nobody likes it, but I can take it if he's on one, right? Cat is struggling so bad with his shot. He don't even want to take those because he's like, well, I'm going to do this. I can't even. He can't even hit the gimmies, the chippies.
When he was hitting them,
when he was hitting those, he would do his own heat check. I could deal with it if you're on one. He's not on one.
You don't get yourself going with a logo three.
No, yeah, but you had a great point about that a while ago. That because of his size and the size, and how strong he, should be, and how his height, those bolts on his bottom of his ankle and everything, that it was more comfortable for him to shoot deeper. And that was you that brought it up. I remember that. I do believe though that we got hardboard. Really? Okay. Sorry.
I mean, oh, it's finally official. They signed the contract. Okay, cool. I mean, whatever. I was already thinking.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That I'm not sure if it moves me enough now. I used to be a big fan. Anyway, yeah, and his brother coached for my favorite college football team. Anyway, I said anyway 5 times and I kept talking. That's why I think that I learned that I did that all my life so I could keep pushing the issue. Anyway, I think that we are looking at a man that
I got you, Randall. For real, you're going next. I'm like Randall keeps coming in and out. He hasn't spoke yet. This show has been 4 hours.
I'm sorry, Randall.
All right,
I'll let you talk. I'll be done in a minute. Anyway, I'm gonna say this. We are looking at a man that I really believe is having a in between the ears problem right now.
Mm-hmm.
First, it starts with the ears; he's hearing it, and then it goes in between the ears, and he's feeling it. I am a Knicks fan, right? I want to see him do well. I think that one thing that hasn't been said enough is that we've given all our feelings on how we feel, this is trash and this is trash and what he's doing here is trash. But the truth is, we know that he put those numbers up before. There has to be something going on with him. And whether that is the pressure finally busts the pipe, or he is kind of losing his edge, or he is losing his desire in New York, or whatever it might be, there's something going on with this man, because we've seen him do it before. And I really hope that he steps up, because after he hears this show, because we're Knicks fans. I hope we're all pulling for him, because as long as he's on that court, we're gonna root for him. As long as he makes that last, I hope so. I am, and I hope he makes that right play, the right pass. I want to see him get to the right spot. I don't want to see him lingering in the corner at 7 feet, waiting for the ball to be passed to him after he just did a give and go with Mitch. I want to see him do it. So let's just hope that he's, that he goes and he, and he gets busy with it. But
oh, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm good. But soon I'm not going to be good. So I'm gonna let Randall go.
All right,
Get in there, Randall.
Let me get over to Randall. Be like, hey man, come on now. Well, let me just say this though, real quick, guys. We didn't get into after Randall. We'll get into the preview, and I'm gonna do something different because I know it's 4 hours and family's like, what are you doing? I am going to do something a little different. Okay, I am going to say this real quick. I'm gonna let Randall cook. I'm gonna give everybody their time to say their goodbyes, their final words, and then I'm gonna open up the phone lines for about 20 minutes. This is weird, but that's what I'm gonna do because I've been killing. My phone people. I have not shown anybody any love, and I'm sorry. Okay,
I'm here for it. I got all day.
Yeah. So,
phone people, stop getting nervous and hop on the screen.
Yeah, anyway. You know what I mean. But what
I
do want to say is, if Karl Anthony Towns scores 30 tonight, I believe the Knicks win. You can book it.
I'm
Ron
with you.
said if Cat scores 30 tonight, the Knicks win. Okay. That's
Not
it.
if they do something with that boy the bully that bullied us the last time we played them.
Ryan Dunn or who?
Ryan Dunn. Oh no.
No, Brooks.
Oh yeah, Brooks. Yeah.
Listen, the chances of Dylan Brooks hitting 5 or 6 threes again tonight, I don't believe it. I will say though, don't take it for granted. Dude is averaging 21 points for Phoenix, so I got to give him credit.
But
Let's not jinx it.
Yeah.
It's the other way he affects the game. It's the other way he affects the game. By getting
I know. Yeah.
Fast
Gets into people.
dirty.
Yeah, I know. Randu, what's going on, brother? Sorry, man. So I know you've been part of the problem is you kind of been going in and out, so you've came back, but
I had to step out for a minute.
Yeah, you can get errands done, all types of stuff. Go eat, meet up with a friend, and come back, and we still rocking. So, what's happening?
I just want to kind of reiterate something that Free was talking about yesterday on his show.
Okay.
About Cat getting all the blame or most of the blame, and I'm gonna say this: when you getting paid as much money as Cat is getting, what, $53 million?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna take most of the blame.
It's true.
When you getting paid that type of money. But I mean, I can't say put all the blame on Cat because you can't. Because I mean, I've seen OG Bridges getting cooked on defense. The blame could be spread throughout the whole team. But it just seemed like though, and I mean, okay, OG was like what, maybe a top 20 defender in the league. Bridges what, top 25?
That's small forward.
Huh?
That's small forward.
Yeah. But it's just like them playing where they playing defense, man, is just unbelievable. They gotta figure this whole thing out. Hopefully they can figure it out tonight.
What do you think, Randu? What do you think is there something? And I'm not asking you to have the answers. I mean, the damn team don't have the answers. What do you think?
Right.
Obviously, the point is, I'm not going to worry about defense. Bottom line is, everybody knows the Knicks need to play better defense. So I don't want you to tell me they need to play better defense. I agree. We all know that. But what do they need to do offensively to win this game tonight? Because the bottom line is the Knicks have to find a way to win games without Jalen Brunson. I don't think he's going to be available tonight. He shouldn't be available that soon because that ankle is an issue. And it's the same ankle from last year. It's the same ankle from earlier this year. So he needs to rest it, right? And maybe he needs to get himself.
So right now, they still got him listed day to day, right?
Yeah.
Game time decision.
They still got him listed day to day, right?
Tonight. I don't necessarily want him to, but he could.
He will versus the Knicks. He will versus the Knicks. Believe that.
It don't make no sense to rush him back.
Right.
His wife is.
Let him just take time, get his ankle right.
His wife is a physical therapist, so hopefully she's advising him, on his situation. But Randu, what I'm saying
we're hemorrhaging. We need him. We're hemorrhaging.
But Randu, what I was trying to get, the point I was getting to you when you were saying these guys, OG and both OG and Bridges were top 25 defenders, right? But both of them at the small forward position. Okay, we got both of them now playing out of position. Okay, because we got Bridges playing shooting guard, trying to stop faster players, and he's not tough enough to stop bigger players, and he's not fast enough to stop the smaller players. He's a all-world defender at small forward. OG's an all-world defender at small forward. We got him at power forward, where he can't use the advantage of his 6'7", 265 pounds, where he was using against other small forwards.
Right.
That's a damn good point, Double A. That's a damn good point. Continue.
So, we can't really say, they're in their natural environment. They're not, because we brought OG Bridges in to guard the backcourt, and we brought Bridges to guard the, forward position, but they're both out of position. And that's why that Dante trade hurt us, because Dante was a perfect shooting guard for us. He was tough. He played defense. He was tough, and he would get in your face.
He was Dante was an underrated defender.
So underrated.
Indeed. Hell yeah.
I told y'all before. Sorry, Double A. I didn't mean to say, but
it's all good.
it was so mind blowing to me when I looked at the stats at the end of that year to see that Dante DiVincenzo was top 10 at his position on defense. What? I never would have even guessed it, bro. I had no clue. But continue. Sorry. I guess Randu, I was talking to you.
Oh yeah.
So
what do you
want to see from them?
You want to spread blame around also. Some of the blame gotta go on Mike Brown.
No doubt.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean,
because I'm gonna say this. I did after the playoffs last year, I did want Tibbs gone, but at the same time, I wasn't in favor of Mike Brown getting the job.
Me neither.
I think we as fans we are being let's look. We can't have everything the way we want it, right? Fickle. We have to deal with what we got.
True.
Mike Brown is the coach, and you know what I always say.
The love it, the underdogs on top, and I'm gonna shine, homie, until my heart stops.
Whether you like it or not, he's here. What we gonna do? He's the guy. We want to win.
Yeah.
We want to win with him because he's here. So let's figure out a way to make it happen.
Right.
Yeah, but crazier stuff has happened, Ron.
I know.
They keep losing. He could not be here.
Yeah, don't get it wrong. Yeah, listen, this could be a one and done. If things get too crazy, it could definitely be a one and done. I don't see when James Dolan has to really get involved. He's not here yet, but when it gets to that point, if things get a little too crazy, the media starts chirping, Brown starts making more questionable decisions. Because right now, I don't really. You can say what you will, guys. I'm not questioning Mike Brown too much with regards to his decisions. He's making a couple that haven't worked out necessarily, but then there's others where the players are not necessarily. And when you put a lot of onus on the players to figure things out on the court, and we're running into problems, that is on them. But let's see where it goes, because there's also been times where he's made good adjustments. There's times where he's made adjustments that Tibbs would never make, and it's worked out. So this is still the beginning. We're not even at the All-Star break yet. We're close. I want to give this guy time so we can see what it is. But I think the part of the big issue that we're having is we need help. And we're looking in the wrong direction. What we really need is
He in college now, man.
Yeah, in college.
Where's James Najee, man? Where is James Najee? Anyway. Okay. But Randu, I wanted to ask you. So, what would you like to see offensively for the Knicks tonight? Who can help the team out tonight that you think should step up? Who's okay? Let's do this. Let's go 3. I'm gonna get Randu. I'm setting you up. I'm giving you who's the 3 impact players that need to go off tonight for the Knicks to try to win this basketball game. Go.
Bridges, OG, and Cat.
OG.
Okay, Double A Randu.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Cat, OG, and Bridges.
Okay.
Wait, hold on,
Randu.
Hey, Double A is your ghostwriter. I'm just.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're in an agreement there. I am okay. I don't even want to. I mean, does anybody else disagree with that? Any other 3 players that you think is that the 3 that you think should really have the impact games tonight for us to win? If Jalen Brunson doesn't play, of course.
It's definitely got to start with Cat. It's got to start with him.
I would say everybody is just like Cat.
Playing along with OG and Bridges.
Just like we give Cat the blame, we need to give Cat the opportunity to get the praise. Cat needs to be the dude tonight. He's got to be the guy.
Right. Definitely.
I would say the OG and Macau don't have to both go off. One of them does, though. Because, maybe if Deuce has a similar game like the game he had at Golden State, we could still do some good things with that. But one of those guys definitely has to go off. You need at least one. The Knicks need to get at least 60 points from 3 guys in that starting lineup. If they want to win.
And they can't let Booker go crazy.
I know what I want to mention to you is about some of the trade rumors I've been hearing.
Oh, all right. We'll take a little trade.
Let me ask you about this.
Go ahead.
Lately, I've been hearing rumors about Triple J, OG, Pacome, and what? Cash. What you think about that?
Hold on, let me fix my camera. There we go. Okay, Triple J for OG, Pacome, and some cash.
No way.
No
way.
Wait, Triple G for Pacome
and OG. And some dollars to make the money match. Wow. How
tall is the big? He's not as tall as people think he is.
He's 6'10", I believe.
I don't think so. I'll double check. I
he
know
is.
Is he 6'10"? Then then I would do it.
Actually, he's 6'11".
He's 6'11". Yep, I'm looking at it now. He's 6'11". Yep. Well, it says 6'10" here, probably with bare feet. Maybe it's 6'11" with shoes.
Right. But we can't do it with Cat, right?
No, they don't want Cat.
Who does? Well, I know one person, but
but you could build.
There's a lot of teams that don't want Cat.
Remember, the thing about OG too is OG's 27 years old or 20. He's going to be 28 or whatever. He's still young. So that's another reason why OG is a little bit more attractive. Not to mention he plays defense and he's giving you some scoring here. So he looks like the better get for a team. I don't know. So, hey man, that's an interesting one, and I talked about it a little earlier. Randu, you weren't here at that time, I don't believe. I don't want to trade OG. Okay, I'm happy having OG as a New York Knick, but if there was a trade that came up that made me think about it, and I said if they did it, I would eventually have to deal with it. The Triple J thing would be it, because I know he has good height. He's a fantastic shot blocker, and he was Defensive Player of the Year 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I can't like I gotta, and I know he scores. He averages like 17, 18 a game. And he can shoot the 3, like he stretches the floor. I can't not like that would be like silly of me to think that OG is much better than he is. He's not. Like they're similar in what they do as far as what they can bring to the table, and Triple J has more height.
And he's better, more insurance for us because remember, we're not going to be able to re-sign Mitch.
Right, and neither one of them. Oh, by the way, neither one of them can rebound the ball that well either.
Right. So it's not a big difference with that.
But Cat does. That's one thing Cat does is rebound the ball.
Oh, right, but Cat's not in the trade.
That would be a perfect trade. No, I'm saying so. That's
I see what you're saying.
Triple J will fit in. A lot of people say, well, he don't rebound. Well, we can have Cat to do the rebounding, but he can do the things that Cat don't do. Like
and the other thing about Triple J is because of his and his ability to block. Like OG can't block. Like that's not his game. He gets blocks, but he's not like he's not blocking 7-footers. Like Triple J can help on the defensive side there. That's different. So maybe that's more important. I don't know.
He's not soft at all.
I mean, on the whole, it's hard to get a better player than OG, really. On average.
It's tough. And that's why I say Triple J is like, he's interesting because I don't see many people that you could trade OG for outside of obviously Giannis, I mean, but there's not a lot of guys you could trade OG for that is an instant, like he's going to give you
let's be honest. OG, he has his faults, but there's no player. I feel like we get too like enticed by the promise of the player. They don't really look into the faults and like what we'd be giving up. I mean, as there could be no better example than Yabusele versus Precious Achua. Like we all had this image in our head. He was going to come here and I don't know what, and Precious is some bum. And we've seen it, So, I mean, I think OG, like, first of all, he has been rebounding better a little bit this year.
No, he has. He's had to, and he has. I'll give him credit for that.
And that might actually be a Mike Brown thing also, neither here nor there. But, dude, I mean, he's in a slump right now. He's been stinking it up for like a month straight. I don't know what to say. I can't defend the play, but who can say, he's a bad player? Even good player is not enough. He's at least a great player. I think that's fair to say.
I did tell you, though, before that OG is kind of not – he's not necessarily inconsistent, but he's streaky with elite play.
Right? I feel like that we're asking too much of him, and it's like tasking too much because he could really focus all his energy on defense one game, and he could score a little more opportunistically, But I feel like it's not forced, but like he wants to do both in a game, and we're playing him tons of minutes in every matchup, and like I don't know, because I've noticed people go, "Oh, minutes police." After he played, I've never seen him hit a three after he's played like 34 minutes in a game. From like 34 to 38, it's just I've just never seen it. Maybe it's my confirmation bias, but. Whatever, but beyond that, what is his role? What is his role? Yeah, exactly. But what is his role?
He asked for it though.
Power forward.
Yeah,
he asked for it. He said he wanted to be more offensively. You know what I mean? One saying challenge. So he asked for it.
Yeah,
but is that a good thing? Even if he asked for it.
Well, that's the thing. That's what you got to figure out. But I will say the other thing about OG that I think we take for granted. I said this when we first got him because I didn't. I'm calling a spade. I'm just like everybody else. You worry about your team. You don't necessarily know how a guy plays night in and night out unless he's on your team. I didn't realize how much of a demon with effort OG is. He's all over the place. He at a high level, and that's why he gets hurt. He be running into stuff, falling on the ground, all this type of stuff.
He plays hard. You can't say he don't play hard.
So, but I would say, and this is another thing I want to add to it. Earlier in the season, guys, the way we were playing, I really bought into the style of play, and I said that I didn't want to trade Mikal Bridges because of how he was playing.
I'd trade him.
Mikal was not necessarily playing the same way he was playing earlier.
No doubt about it.
So OG right now seems more valuable to me than Mikal. So honestly, if the Knicks,
you're trying to do something.
I don't want to be here, man. This is a place I don't like to be. But if the Knicks,
I'm on that train at this point. I don't like the big trade.
But if the Knicks are not, remember how I said the Knicks have a decision to make? If they don't lock in and get right and turn this thing around, changes are going to happen eventually. It may not happen at trade deadline. It could happen in the offseason. But either way, you got to get together. And I would much rather, at this point, see Mikal go than OG. So that's just my opinion at the moment.
Hey, Ron.
It could change.
I'm gonna say this. I feel like this. If the Knicks are not in the finals this season, it's gonna be some trades during the summer.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Believe that.
I agree. I'm not, and I'm gonna say it again. From my end, I'm not championship or bust. I know some of you guys here are championship or bust. I'm finals or bust. If they don't make it to the NBA finals, this is a bad season. And nothing we did makes any sense, in my opinion. But if we make it to the finals,
exactly,
like, anything can happen. And then that means next year we should be better positioned because we got there. Now we know what we need to do to win there. But if we don't get there, I definitely think the Knicks are going to make changes. 100%.
Well,
definitely.
one thing that's going to change is they're not going to have Mitchell Robinson on this team.
The way things are going and what's being said, it looks like he may go bye-bye. Yeah.
And I think it would be smart if you can get another center in the deal because, you need backup, man.
Yeah. We'll see. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of question marks.
You also that's another person people take Mitch for granted. Nobody could replace him, really. At the end of the day,
you don't have anything to replace
there's
him.
nobody in the NBA that can replace him.
Well,
really.
I will say though,
his output of
when Mitch
offensive
didn't sign
rebounding
that
is.
extension, I knew he was pretty much going to be gone during the summer.
if we flip
When he didn't
things
sign that
around,
extension in October.
if we flip things around, this just I don't want to get because this is not that show, and I could get crazy with that stuff. There's all these things you could do this, you could do that. Hey, I could trade this, I could trade that. There's ways to flip this whole team around, and you wind up with a different product, right? You wind up getting rid of Cat. I'm not saying that's what we should do. I'm just saying you wind up getting rid of Cat, and somehow you wind up with Triple J here. Okay, but that's not enough. You need more scoring from somewhere else. So then whatever, and you may need different defense. So you figure out a way to get Devin Booker, whatever. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying there's ways to flip this whole thing around, right? Instead of you worrying about top heavy scoring and having Cat there, you go guard. Now Mikal Bridges is no longer here somehow. You make a move. We wind up with Devin Booker, whatever. I'm not saying that, but Mikal was adored and loved over there in Phoenix, and maybe they want to reunite him. Just saying. And other ways to figure out how to make this happen. That's not enough for Devin Booker. You have to give up more. But I'm saying you could really say, you know what? This whole thing is not going to work. We're going to break it up. We're going to keep some of these young players. We're going to trade others. We're going to trade this second round picks. And we're going to go Devin Booker, Triple J. You know what? We'll take a chance on him. We know he can block 4 or 5 blocks a game, get some rebounds. Let's go get Walker Kessler. He's coming back from a bad injury. Utah doesn't really want him over there. They don't want to pay him. His rookie contract is ending.
I've wanted that guy for 3 years.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's the doomsday. It's time to break it up thing. I'm not saying we're there.
No, I would like to get Kessler and put him away for next year if we have to.
If the Knicks had money,
yeah, I've been wanting him since he came out here. I want him on the team.
I don't know where the money comes from.
Well, Danny Ainge also blocked it, and it wasn't the money. We could have gotten him before we made the move for Bridges. That's exactly when it came.
And he would.
And then instead of having Bridges in that position, even though we would be a little smaller, we could have went out and got somebody to fill that position.
Can I play the role of Fritz for a minute? Because he had a good point about this.
All that stuff. But all I have to say is that, I love this idea of getting Triple J and throwing him in the power forward position, which is truly what we are looking for, a 6'9" to 6'11" player to play power forward. OG has done a lot for us. So it's that is kind of a tough conversation to have. But yeah, I think that there's other players too besides them. I'm looking at one right now. I think that's a good look too. What D. Koulis is saying, there are different people. But Triple J being 6'11", being a two-way player, we agree on that. He's a two-way player, and he's consistent. Even if he's not scoring 25 points, he's consistent. If we keep him, then we would have. But I'm going to agree with something. I can't believe this. That he does do a couple of the same things that Cat does, which is early fouls and stuff like that. Then we would have 2 guys in early foul trouble at the same height.
That could get crazy.
And that can be a problem. Now, if you don't lose Mitch in any trade, though I really believe that they're probably exploring, if they're not looking to re-sign him, they're exploring.
Right. What?
Because of where we are and what it is. If they don't, though, then you could use a Triple J with Mitch and that would be start Mitch, and I would take Towns on the bench, coming off the bench.
Okay.
And because he plays better with Kolek, he plays much better with Kolek. I know it's very unrealistic what I'm saying because you don't take a $60 million player and put him on the bench. I get that. I'm fully understanding that. But maybe you mix it up a little bit. You start somebody else. Maybe you start Triple J with Towns, and then you pull and move and switch because the big Towns plays better with Kolek than he does with JB, and I bet you JB and Triple J would rock.
Right. I think it would be very interesting. Shout out, and I know I want to get to D-Rex real quick because he said he had something to add to it, but I want to say real quick, shout out to Schofield. Yeah. He said JJJ had one breakout game and a loss, and now he's better than OG. Nah. No, I wouldn't say that. I think what I said, the reason why I think Triple J is interesting is only because you're not losing a lot there defensively. He's a really good defensive player in his own right. And I'm not going to do this. I'm going to tell you right now, listen to what I'm saying. Okay. If you've been here, I haven't seen you scuff, so I don't know if you've seen. People who know me know how I talk. I love OG Anunoby. I love his game. Up until 3 weeks ago, he was a plus 800 since his time being here. That's how much he affects winning with the New York Knicks. I don't want to trade OG Anunoby. You kidding me? But if they had to, Triple J is one of the few people I could say I could see how we can be a team that is still good with Triple J being here. Triple J, as good as OG is, and I'm telling you this, and once again, to me, OG Anunoby is better than Triple J. He's better than a lot of people, but I have a bias. He's my guy. I watch him. I see what he does night in and night. I see his effort.
Right.
He ain't never won, but he ain't never won Defensive Player of the Year.
We got this situation where next year Hart is going to be on his last year of his contract. Okay, so he's going to be looking for extension. Mitch is going to be looking for extension. So, and we got the money or the space to pay these guys. So I think it will behoove them if they can make a move like trade a Bridges for 2 players or something like that. Because like Jay was saying, and a lot of people saying, a way to unlock Cat is to have a real playmaker on a team that can put him in their spots. And that me and Jay have been saying this since last year. Jalen plays better off the ball. He gets hurt less. He doesn't have to struggle bringing the ball up the court, which is how he sprains his ankle trying to twist and turn.
Although he's been playing off the ball a lot more this year, and he's gotten hurt twice already.
Okay, but as far as passing, playmaker, somebody to get Cat the ball in the right positions, and like you said, he plays better with Kolek, so the answer might be a better, a ball distributor.
Yeah. I mean, and then you maybe, if you can make a move like that, and then you can maybe take a Yabu and a Dadier or somebody like that, and go and get yourself another guard, like the kid that they keep connecting us with.
Dante?
I would love Dante. I don't think the money fits that.
They will not give up Dante at this point, bro. Yeah, he's playing too good.
Not for Yabu, and not for Yabu.
Hey guys, how long are we gonna stay in fantasy land, y'all? Cut it out. Ron, send your question back because I know you wanted to ask us a question.
Yeah, no, brother.
And give the guys 20 minutes to talk.
And thank you, but I appreciate that though.
Yeah, you have to do a limit of trade talks every show. That's be like a dead cutoff of like 10 minutes max.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I only made one remark on trades anyway. Because I don't think they're ever gonna happen. They're not gonna happen. We're not gonna do this. But there is a young man that we have been connected to consistently over in New Orleans, who is a point guard, right?
You talking about?
And we are connected. Yes,
not the midget, bro. Come on now.
Yeah, off the bench, we need a guard. We got a hurt guard right now.
He's 6 foot tall.
They all are, bro.
There's bigger options. You're allowed to play people taller. Do we know this?
Yeah,
There's not a Knicks specific rule where we're not allowed to play
God.
anyone over 6'4".
Yeah, but did you see them? Did you see
I'm
him
gonna
take
laugh
down a bigger
because I
player?
don't yell.
Get
All
into
right.
a fight?
I don't yell.
You know why he got suspended?
Yeah.
Who?
Do you know why Alvarado
Because
got
he's a
suspended?
dog.
Oh yeah,
He's
yeah.
a dog.
He is a dog.
He's a
It's
dog.
true.
Okay, can I interject? Okay, I wanted to say, because Fritz makes a good point when it comes to trade talk, is that you have to think about, like, for every trade that you do, you're probably gonna have to fix something. So just by trading JJJ for OG, OG's a way better shooter and scorer. So now you also you got, let's say, better defense from JJJ, but you have to now do another trade to get back to scoring of OG. So I think most likely this season we'll have probably, like, not a splash trade, you
But
know.
points ain't our problem. Scoring ain't our problem.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Overall defense is bad. So I was going to say that there is a player in Chicago that I think we could get for Yabusele. He's 6'7". His name is Dalen Terry. He's a former first-round number 18 pick. 6'7", very, very fast. He's one of the top 5 fastest players in the NBA. He was a secondary ball handler, and he was a point guard that played next to, like, an undersized 6'2" point guard in Arizona. And I think if you look at him, his defense is very good. A lot of the names I've heard, like Ayo Dosunmu, Alvarado, Ayo is 6'5", and if you look at his actual numbers, I was shocked. He's not a good defender. If you actually look at his numbers, his reputation is a good defender, but he's not. Jose is 6 foot tall. It clearly does not help our team. The last thing we need is another 6 foot tall point guard. A 6'7" guy are a big issue, like we said earlier. The Cade Cunningham, the Jalen Johnson, now you have the Tyrese Maxey, DJ Edgecombe combination. Castle, guys like that, like a 6'6" point guard that's fast and strong and tall. Like, we don't have anybody. McCall is too soft. Deuce is fast, but he's too short. Like, that's a very big, imminent problem we need to solve, you know? So that's why I like this guy, Dalen Terry, because he's 6'7", 7'1" wingspan. He's fast, and they don't have room for him because they have Ayo, they have Josh Giddey, they have Okoro, they have all these people. So there's something. Dalen Terry. He's good. He had a good game versus.
We did a draft special back in the day when Dalen Terry was being drafted. We went over him and all that. I mean, he had some stuff that I thought was interesting. He's interesting. He was a much better college player than he's shown in the NBA to this point. But my whole thing about Dalen Terry is I don't know what does he do that's going to help the Knicks outside of him being fast and having good size. What's the transient?
No, I said that he has good defense and he's a good ball handler. He was a point guard he had a 4-to-1 assist turnover ratio in college.
He's taller.
He's tall. He's 6'7". So, like, a big point guard that can facilitate, drive, and defend, and, like, be fast while staying in front of me. Yes.
Well, okay, but so if I'm thinking about a Dalen Terry, then why wouldn't I just be thinking about a Jeremy Socon? I'd rather have Socon.
Exactly. That's what
I wouldn't mind having him here if that's the case. If we're thinking along those lines, because he's also
Socon's more expensive in general. I think you could get Terry for Yabusele.
He's on the outs over there too, because they've got too many good athletic guards over there that do a little bit more than him offensively and still kind of play defense. He might be better than them defensively, but they're so good team defensively wise that he's on the outside. So he's another player to look at. But I hear you. I just my whole thing about Terry is I'll be looking to see if he can add something offensively with that speed, like
So actually, that's another big knock on him is that he can't shoot. Right, this year he's shooting 34% from 34.5% from three, and to that point, people talk about Sadiq Bey. Sadiq Bey is shooting 31.8% from three this season.
I hear you, but Sadiq Bey is averaging 11 points per game. Terry is averaging 2.4 points per game. You know what I mean? That's what me. I'm
not saying that he would come here and be like a 50-point a night guy, but my whole thing is we have scoring. We have scoring, we have shooting. Our problem is that we don't shoot enough or get enough shots. Yes, they've been missing shots lately, but the team offensively is good, basically. But no defense.
I do think that even though scoring may not be our biggest emphasis, when we look at players, especially players that may be coming off the bench, that we want to be a part of this rotation, we have to factor in some level of scoring in that because the scorers that we do have off the bench are inconsistent. Like Brunson could give us 3 points on a night, and what the hell, So I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
There was a trade on YouTube that they were pushing that it really wasn't going to cost us enough. It was Yabusele, Landry Shamet, and Pacome Dadier for this gentleman from Dallas, I believe. Is it Williams off of Dallas? It's some player.
Williams is
Dallas.
actually a good ball player.
Is that him, Williams?
About. Yeah, I think it's
and he's a good ball player.
Yeah, he comes off the bench for that man.
Brian Williams or something like that. I think Brian Williams or something.
He's a power player.
Is it Brandon Williams, the point guard?
It's something with the B. Something with the B.
Yeah, Brandon Williams.
He's a power front court player. Brian, he's front court.
Oh. Well, then
Brandon Williams. Brandon
Williams is a point guard on their team.
He's 6'1".
No, it's a different player.
Okay. Oh, was it Najee Marshall?
It might be Najee Marshall.
It could.
And Marshall was also talked about in the trade talk.
I know they were talking about Yabusele, Shamit, and Pacome Dadier for him. And,
okay. Also,
I would like to see Najee Marshall on his team.
But Najee Marshall is valuable, and they don't need Yabusele over there. A flip side also is that Chicago actually makes sense as a landing spot for Yabusele because they don't have any power forwards. They have only skinny, little, slender guys, and Noah Isenge, who is their rookie power forward, is injured for the season. So they just have Vucevic.
They need a fat, overweight guy.
They actually do need more mass, which is weird. It's the one team you can say that about. So it actually makes sense.
In that case, I'm going over there. If they, they give me the right money, I'm gone.
Listen, man, I hate to cut it short, but I did.
Time for me too.
And I promised something, so I'm going to do that. Let me get around to everybody real quick. Get your final words. I think we talked about a lot of good things. I don't know if the one. I mean, we kind of covered it in a way, but I don't know if we really tackled it. But I think you all know the answer. If they play the right way, if Karl Anthony Towns gets involved offensively, then that answers the question. Because the question was, can this Knicks team win without Jalen Brunson? And I believe they can if they play the right way. They've done it in the past. This year it's been a struggle. I don't see what we're doing here. We can get back to winning, so I don't want to harp on that. Anyway, AA, final thoughts. Tonight, the Knicks play the Phoenix Suns 7:30, I believe.
It's another L.
Oof. Ouch. Tough crowd, yo.
I'm just being real, bro. They didn't show me.
Dude, way to harsh the vibes, bro.
Because now they're facing two things. The point we said, the big offensive-minded point guard, right, in Booker, and then the tough bully, dirty player in Dillon
Brooks. Yeah, Dillon Brooks is a freaking monster, man. Negative. Don't like him, but I would love him on
our team. I love him. Oh, you beat me too. Sorry.
Last thing I would say is
toughness.
Dalen Terry. He got in a fight with Beef Stew recently, so I'm like, I'll take that.
No, I mean, I'm telling you, the young boys will fight. They don't care. They're not.
That's the energy we need, 100%.
Young guys will fight. My bad, AA. So
that's it. You go ahead.
Okay, cool. All right. And once again, I want to say from everybody, I'm sure everybody echoes the sentiments. Once again, apologize. Condolences to you and the family for your loss. Definitely sad to hear that. And also, I'm happy that we were able to see you. I hope this took your mind off of it for 4 hours.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I appreciate you, my guy.
Plus I'm fighting the flu here. Well, I hope, So
take it easy. Well,
I appreciate from all, man. Thank you.
Doubt, brother. I mean, the good thing, at least with the flu, is like at least you're dealing with it in Florida rather than New York. It would feel a little different.
Although we had New York weather here the last 2 days.
Oh, that don't help. That don't help.
New York, but which New York weather? Because it is like 12 degrees here.
Yeah, it's cold.
No.
You don't have that.
Like fall New York weather.
I got
Right. Hey, AA, check the private chat when you get a chance.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, man. Thank you.
D-Rex, you, man, it's on you. Your final words, my brother?
I mean, yeah, I have real anxiety over this team lately, but I'm also not out. I feel like I'm actually on the more optimistic side of the team or at least the panel today, because I feel like the team's not fundamentally flawed. Like I feel like a few different changes along the margins, and just people getting out of their own way. I think it really just comes down to overthinking. It's like they're outsmarting themselves. They're trying to be too smart, and like Basketball's not rocket science at the end of the day. You know, you got to make people guess. You got to get people into patterns. Like boxing, I used to box. Well, I mean, I still do sometimes, but jab, 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 and you wait for the jab, boom, you know, or a really soft jab, just a little condition them, make them think it's going to be nothing, and then a really like you just have to have a little conditioning. You have to condition your opponent and then mix them up, you know. And I think that we're conditioning ourselves. I think we are the ones as a team that's like, if you get so lost, you know, you lose the forest for the trees, that they overthink and you do this and that. It's like you have to be a little more fundamental with it. I really feel like that's the way of the game. It doesn't mean you don't call plays or whatever. I think, okay, second thing, ending, last thing, that the hate, the criticism is never going to stop, especially if you're in New York. And I don't know if these players listen to any of this kind of stuff or whatever, but you have to take that personal. That should be your fuel of like, oh, you said all this crap about me that I'm soft and I'm weak and I'm whack and I can't do this and I can do that. Well, you know, F you, I'm gonna show you I can do all this stuff. And then I'm gonna do it more. Like that should be the fuel that you get. Like just cheerleading you with the pom poms and spiraling in depression. Like honestly, I really honestly feel, and I'm not trying to be just like I don't know, coper or whatever, that there's more to this team than that. So like whatever it has to take, like I feel like a lot of it is like again, now that they're a quote unquote contender, it's like you have to put on a costume and act a certain way of how they think a contender should act. And it's like the aesthetics of looking, make sure everybody of the NBA sees we're looking like a nice, clean, professional contending team. You know, we have to do X, Y, and Z. It's so robotic and dressed up. Like you have to have a little fun or you're not going to win. They haven't looked like they've been having fun doing anything with a basketball in like a month. They look miserable. And it's forced and it's effort. And it's like so overwrought. Just so much extra that it needs to be, I feel like, between all of them, overthinking and just doing too much. It's not simple. So I think they should just all simplify as much as they can their roles. And like we like I said, I'll wrap up now full circle. The Swiss Army knife. You love the Swiss Army knife, you know, but a more specialized tool, you know, if you're trying to build like a car or something, you don't use a Swiss Army knife. You need a real serious piece of hardware, you know? Mm-hmm. So we love the idea. It's like a gritty guy does everything on the like stuff. It's tough in the NBA if you only have one guy to do 20 jobs. You know, OG to his credit, I think his job is very big. He's not only here for a power forward. He's not only here to play defense. We all want better for the guy. Also to run with like all the players that I would actually have any affection for. I really like how OG plays basketball. I like watching OG play. He plays very hard. He's very skillful. He can't dribble. Okay, just try to dribble less. That's what I could ask of him. He's even rebounding more. Like I would live with it. You know, compared to anyone we would get for him, it's really not going to be better realistically.
I don't think so. I don't doubt that either.
But he's a pretty damn good basketball player. I mean, on the whole.
Like I said, once again, I do not want to trade OG Anunoby. I just said if it happened, like if I woke up tomorrow morning, oh no, OG's gone, and they told me it was Triple J, eventually I would be better, but I would not be happy. That's all I was saying.
So yeah, that's what I got. Yeah.
All right. Let me get to Randu. Your final words, my brother?
Tonight, we just got to figure it all out. Back home, everybody got to play well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. I like it. Randu, short and sweet. Okay. I work with it. From short and sweet to sweet and a little less short. Let me get to my guy, Nick Nation, my brother. Your final words, where we're at.
Where we're at is we're going for the marathon run. So I'm actually
I'm almost done 7 hours up here, brother. Great.
Yeah, I see, bro. You doing it.
No, not today. No, I mean in the past.
I thought we was gonna do it.
We hit 640. I was like, yo, what am I doing up here?
I was on that sucker.
You were. That was nuts.
Yeah, I've done one that's 5. I think 5 or 5.5 with you. But
I'm here in a satellite location. I'm down here, with my parents. Because I'm going
nice.
to because I'm going to the game. What's the name? Monday.
Oh, sweet.
For the Dallas game, I'll be there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's cost me some change, $350, but it's in a suite. We're in the suite.
Oh, that's cool.
So,
damn,
so
you know what?
Food and drinks.
Say something before you continue, brother. Guys, y'all see Knick fans. Y'all see how much the culture, how much the and I see Knick Nation. I mean, I see him on all the other shows now. He's really out there, and it's got him. It's overwhelmed him, guys. The Knick talk has got him. Look at it. He's over there with his parents. Look at how many hours he spent talking with us. Oh,
yes.
I love it.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
He came like 12 years.
It's
snow.
him.
You can see the snow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm in. Yeah. So
it's different.
Yes, definitely is. But and you know what, today, because I kept the comments on, and let me tell you guys, the chat has entertained me. They've had a lot of energy out there. You guys are really going at it. And, for good or for bad, guys going back and forth at each other. But let me tell you, it has been entertaining, and we definitely appreciate you guys being here. And please don't leave us. Make sure you guys come back. And hey, you know what? I'm going to throw a shameless plug in there because sometimes, like you say, Ron, I'm on that show too. But hey, and I know Divine and Shaw Powers would love this. Because we're close too. You guys, when you 6:30, make sure you guys head over to Knicks Real Talk, because you guys got a lot of energy still in the chat. So come on over and join over there, and I'm sure those guys will get you straight. Along with my boy Jay over there, I'm sure he'll be on there as well too. So you know what I mean. But tonight, let's really go back to what Mike Brown considers his 5, his 5 points. Possibly tonight, we possibly could, for the first time, see our full squad. It is possible tonight. Because if Brunson plays, and more than likely Hart will play as well, if those guys play, that's, that's it. And let's get back to the energy. Let's get back to, grinding for those minutes that you're in. Let's hopefully Mike Brown has, between him, the offense and defensive coordinator, they've, there's sometimes it's just where a few wrinkles in the offense or the defense. And, I know it looks dismal right now, but sometimes you can iron a few of those wrinkles out, like, out of your favorite shirt, and then boom, it's back to looking, good and new again. So, I don't want to lose all hope, and I know a lot of people out there, really thought that, hey, that this was a 4-hour abuse of Cat, but it really isn't. We're fans. We just want to see him do better. We're trying to figure it out, as fans for him, because, ultimately, we want him, we're fans. We want him to do well. As much as people, in the chat or think that we're harping or really what's the name, that's not really it. What it really is that, this is a heavy media town. It has grown because of social media. So everybody, has more of a voice. So what I'm basically saying is that we love our players. We don't want to see them do bad. We want to see them do well. I want to see Cat hit 30. I want to see him not in foul trouble. I want to see him, more than anything, I want to see him mentally shake off, with certain things where, hey, that's off my shoulder. You know what I mean? Because that's what it is to be a real New Yorker. It's to pop our shoulders and be like, that was good. You came at me with everything you had, but you know what? Boop. That's what I think of you. And I'm coming back at you, because that's what it is to be a New Yorker. And that's what it is for us, because we're grinders. We know what it is to grind. So, in that being said, is, hey, tonight, I'm still promoting the win. Tonight, hopefully, you know what I mean? Even though coming off of a long road trip, there's some time of down, I'm saying that, hey, we're hemorrhaging and we could rise above that and we could be better players. So tonight, I'm just hoping for a solid game. I'm not asking anybody to have 60. I'm
I just want them to play as teams play and play for each other. And more than anything, have each other's back. Even if you don't like that player or not, still have his back. Because you guys were right. In the last few games, we have seen certain things that, hey, make us cause points of question to say, hey, does this guy have this guy's back or not? You know, the reason why I questioned that call about with Cat was because I thought that, hey, Mike Brown in that moment really should have challenged that, because sometimes you could know that you're going to lose a challenge, but it means so much for your coach to say, hey, I got your back. And you know what I mean? I just want to show that, hey, even if I have to show the NBA up that this is bogus, sometimes you have to do that. And, you know, I know it can, you know, everybody wants to save that challenge for that last name, that last critical voice name. But I thought in that moment to support Cat would have been bigger than anything, you know what I mean? Up and even if you take the L, as long as good, you know what I mean? Because that's just one battle. We're trying to win a war. And sometimes you really got to show that, hey, I knew that that's what's name, but I need to support you. You know what I mean? It was an emotional moment. It was a critical moment. And from there, if you watch in that game, we began to crash right after that, where we were battling, but we began to crash right after that. And I think because sometimes, you know, mentally, these guys, we forget, these guys are still young. You know, Cat is this, you know what I mean? He's closer to the age of my middle son, you know? So I know that mentally you could lose these guys. You got to grab them back in. And to that, I thought Brown made a bad decision in that moment. But you know what I mean? But these things can be cleared up. And I'll cut it from here and say, hey, Knicks win tonight, no matter what. So, hey, Jay, you good over there?
Yeah, I want to say, yeah, I agree. And shout out to Vernon J. Smith. He said, I really hope Cat's teammates have his back because this fan base is brutal. Well, I will say, shout out to you, Vernon J. Smith. Thank you for being here and rocking. Hopefully you're subscribed and all that good stuff and you like the content. I know we go back and forth up here. We have a lot of stuff going on, but we rocking and rolling. Shout out to One Royal Q in the building. Says the Suns got this win again. Oh, we got. Is that a Suns fan or what? Either way, you're always welcome to come in with your Suns talk. We it's an open place here, so you know we welcome all comers. Wow, this guy said no matter what, Suns win tonight, no matter what. Like no matter what. Like even if Pat comes in, drops 30, if Brunson plays, drops 30. Let me tell you something. You see that, they losing, but whatever. I hear you though. Shout out to you, man. Jay Chosen, your final words, my brother. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. Where do I begin? At the end. It was a great show. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna say this, man. I believe in this team right here. Mm-hmm. That's the team I believe in. And you know who's on that team? Cat, OG, the shooting guard that doesn't like contact. Keep flipping my mind. All right, but the point of the fact is I'm rooting for my team no matter what. Because I am still a Knicks fan.
This guy, he's good.
And you know, that's good.
That's good stuff.
And I think that a lot of the stuff we talked about today was warranted. It was brought on by somebody who is not living up to his potential and doing what he has to do, whatever the reason is, because we are one of my favorite things to do, we all do it, is couch coaching, GM couch, in the chair, GM in the armchair, doing all those other stuff. But we have to play like we were playing before. What is the difference between the way we played when we were 8-2 in 10 games and then won a Emirates Cup? And I gave all the excuses in the world. We're tired. We played our hearts out. We flew to Indiana. We did all these things. That has been so long ago now that you can't use that stuff anymore. The stuff that is obvious, that's right in front of your face, it's obvious to a duck, is that something's going on with Cat. There's no doubt about it. Right? Maybe he's hearing the noise. Maybe he's going through certain things. Maybe he doesn't feel well. We don't know those things because they're keeping things very close cup. I feel like you. I would like Triple J in this team. Do I want him for OG? No. But if we could get a shooter, I would do it for Bridges. Now I don't know if that would do that for the, I don't know if they would, do that. I don't know if that would move the needle. I don't know what that takes. But I would do that because now we're talking about two people who would take contact, and we would definitely have to find a shooter with the Yabu Dadier, second round type thing. Look, these guys are it's a peaks and a valley system in sports. Sometimes you're going to run away with it and you're going to have great games. Let's not forget that we were way more than 8-2 in 10 games. We were one game out of first place. We are still what? 4 games, 5 games? So how much are we out of?
We are 5 games
from first, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
5 games from first. I mean, so what are we talking about here? We're third in the third, right? Behind them,
yep.
And I think barely third, if I'm correct.
Well, Toronto and Orlando are tied with 18 losses. We have 16 losses, so they're 2 games behind us.
Okay.
In essence,
right. So the thing is, look one game at a time. We can't look past. I'm going to say something else. We are definitely going to win tonight. The Knicks are definitely going to win tonight. We need a game, and I agree with you. If Cat goes off for 30 like he can, we definitely win tonight. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. I'll yawn.
I heard Brandon yawning, and he's got me, man.
He got me. I'm going to cover up. I'm going to cover up. I know that there are certain people. There's certain people that have. We're allowed to have different opinions. We're allowed to have, different things. I would say throw your money on the Knicks tonight for sure. And actually, if you have, you know what, throw all the money you have on the Knicks tonight. And I give points 1.5 for every dollar. So, listen, thank you for the platform. I'm gonna do a shameless thing if it's okay with you. Like,
hey, this is your final words. So
right, okay. So I definitely, Ron. I don't know if you know this, but you were the first show I ever went on.
I do know this. I remember.
I know you know.
Seen you anywhere else before, so I was like, "Wow, who's this guy?" Yeah, I remember.
Right, exactly. I used to be like this. I would stare like that from the corner, but then I'd be like, "All right, I'm gonna come in there." And watching you and knowing that I was on a trajectory to do whatever. Right now, Uncle Peasy and I are doing a Mets lounge.
Sweet.
It's called the Mets Lounge. Come in and check it out. And now I also have my own private show on that Mets Lounge. And I believe I have it up in the air with the name, but I believe I'm going with, hey, I have to say something. All right.
You know they play in City Field though.
Say it again.
You know they play in City Field though.
Yeah, but I don't care. Yeah. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I see what you got going on there. I see where you're going with this. Okay.
Right.
I like it.
No,
I like it.
Thank you. If I can make City without having any like curses or anything in there.
No. Go your way, man. Don't go my way.
Yeah.
It can backfire on you.
It definitely will. I promise. But it's nostalgic, and my show is going to be about the stuff that we're doing together. We're dropping the news. It's a safe place to come and chill. Believe it or not, David and I got along swimmingly over there. He's a big. I didn't realize he's a big Mets fan. He came over there. We talked.
I don't think I knew that either. That's cool.
Well, and we had a good time together. If David remembers after today because of what I said, but listen. At the end of the day, it's all love, and when the next big things happen. With the Mets, you could come. You definitely should be looking for the Mets Lounge with me and Freezy out of Blanche Tears, and then for myself, I'll be doing it all under that umbrella with the hey, let me say something, okay. Or I'm gonna go with hey, I was thinking of I have something to say, but that'll be locked down before I lock on, And if anybody has any good ideas and they know me and they know how to get in touch, shoot them my way. But make sure Shay's in there. It's hey, let me say something. That's definitely what it's going to be. So I'm second guessing myself on live air.
I like it because it's a pun on the play on the words, but it's also when you say, "Hey, let me say something," and it kind of gives me a little Italian vibe. And you are, you know what I mean? Like I could see it. I could see.
I appreciate it. And I was second guessing myself on live air, by the way, which is not what I want to do. But I'm sorry. What are you saying?
And also feel better, dude, because it looks like you're a little under the weather, man.
I don't. It's weird, but like,
damn, on the spot. Look at that. I got you.
Wait, on the spot. It's weird. You just did that to me. You know what? It's
I didn't know that was gonna happen.
That was Brown's fault. Anyway, I don't know what it is. I think I was cleaning, and I think it's more allergies, but I usually don't get allergies when it's cold. I don't know, so it's weird. I don't know. Everything's been very weird health-wise. You know that.
I get it, bro. I get it.
But either way, listen, man. No matter what we said, no matter what, it shouldn't be personal. We're all in the same family stuff. We're Knicks fans. And everybody but Wiz is allowed to come and to any show, and that includes this one, mine, whatever. Ron, thank you for the time, the platform. I often feel like you don't. I read that was funny. You don't like you have such good points, and you don't get them off. Like you don't get to say them. And because we're all talking, And I think that's a gracious host of you. But your knowledge is a big reason why I'm pushing forward. Your essence and your being of who you are is why I'm pushing forward. And so when before, yeah, you even see it in the private chat where I even said to somebody, hey, I wasn't trying to shut you down, but Ron was cooking. Cook more, brother. Because, we love to hear what you got. You are the leader, director, the coach, and the GM and the owner of this here thing. So thank you.
No, I appreciate that, man. Thank you guys. But that's why I try to keep the point of Saturday show, especially, is to allow everybody to have a platform to come out here and say their opinion and talk about stuff, whether or not they want to be heard or they want to gain knowledge from something, so we can all kind of piggyback off of each other and create a good dialogue and conversation. And part of I know that in order for me to conduct a good show, I have to allow people to speak. Now, but what I try to do is try to jump in at certain points and just give something. Okay, that was great. There's a little bit more context to this. Let me just throw that out there. So somebody that's listening be like, hey, man, he said something. Oh, that's a great point. Oh, you know what? But maybe you didn't think of this. Let me add this to it so that there's another part of it. Or, hey, I don't know what the hell he was saying. That's kind of crazy. Wait. He may be a little off to you. And maybe that doesn't necessarily fit. But what about this, right? So that's the key that I'm trying. That's how I keep myself in check too. Because of course I could talk forever about my opinions and how I feel about things. I may be wrong, I may be right, who knows? But in order to be able to have a show where everybody gets involved and has a safe space to get their opinions off, I got to sit back and listen. All I try to do is interject here and there with a little bits and pieces, so that way we kind of all think of certain things. And if we're getting off, I want to bring us back a little bit. And that's another reason. So I keep the first part of the show where I can have my little rant, 30 minutes or 40 minutes, so I can get out a lot of that energy. Because if you keep the energy bottled in, you're always going to be jumping in and bogarting the show. And well, hold on. Well, I know that sounded good, but let me tell you how I feel. Listen to this. Oh, damn. He interjected. All right, hold on. I'm going to do this backwards. Hold on. Caller, you on live. Knicks fans, Know the Ledge, the whole family, everything is here. What's going on, brother?
Hey, yo, it's your boy, Lord Scientist. I didn't even think he was about to take any phone calls.
Oh, no, I'm going to take it. Hold on. Because you just beat me to it. So let's go backwards. But anyway, you guys get the point. That's how I do it. So that's how I create it, so that whatever. And you guys don't have to bounce. You guys, if you have time to stay for a little bit longer while I take these calls, you can definitely interject. I just want everybody to get their final words off, so that way I'm not leaving anything to question. So I'm
gonna bounce out, Ron, just because I want to get some I want to get something to eat.
You lucky I'm not talking to your parents. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, exactly.
When you mean you leaving here, you crazy? Have a great time.
Get something to eat. Hey, you know what I mean? Try to build that up for the game in case especially if I'm Knicks, make it to the real Knicks talk. So I need something
get yourself right, my brother.
All right, brothers. I appreciate you guys. And Rod, definitely appreciate your platform always. And you're nothing but the best.
On Real Knicks Talk and on the Queen Show, Dope Soul Sports. I've been trying to catch you, and that's why I was trying to call in. But yo, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Nah, brother. If you got something, what's the name? If you want me to answer it, hey, I'm more than likely. But these guys here are geniuses as well.
Well, the other thing I wanted to say real quick before we get to the call, Craig says, but you can't forget about the subscribers in the chat, Ron. Never. Of course not. And the funny thing you said, Craig, is because I got final words. My final words include you. Right? Boom. That's you right there. I'm not going to show it yet. I'm not ready for it. My final words include you. So I'll never forget the peoples, man. All right. Let me do this right. Hey, guys, it's time to call it, even though we already got a caller. Let's go. Hold on, Lord.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, don't mind me. I had to get that off. All right, Lord, what's going on, my guy? What's on your mind?
Oh boy! First of all, I ain't spoke to none of y'all since the beginning of the new year.
And I know part of that's my
late.
problem. I appreciate you calling in now. Part of that is because I haven't opened up the phone lines in a long time. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, peace, brother.
It's
Peace.
all good, but again, happy 2026. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
We alive, even though we
Happy
going
New
through
Year.
whatever struggles we going through. We here,
Right.
and
Right.
again, we still Knicks fans, no matter what's going on in our lives.
Facts.
We still paying attention to our team, rooting for our team through, like you said, the peaks and the valleys. Hey, yo, Jay Chosen, yo, I listened to you on Real Knicks Talk like a week or two ago, and I was like, yo, they go to OG right there. Every time I hear you, yo, I'm telling you, you sound like Spike Lee a little bit. I don't know if it's your age, or the way your NY slang is, but yo, when I hear you, yo, you be reminding me of Spike Lee. I'll be like, damn, is that Spike or is that Jay Chosen in disguise? Like, but yeah,
That's high honor. That's high honor right there. I don't know. Thank you, though.
But yeah, again, salute the Knick Nation. I'll try to catch y'all on the Real Knicks Talk thing later.
Yes.
Yo, listen, this whole show has been phenomenal. Like between you, the Queen, and Real Knicks Talk. Like, listen, Sam and them on Nothing But Knicks with Tony Crow. Yo, listen, y'all are just the epitome to me of us in the fan base, especially being from where we from, and our passion for this team. Like people who are outside looking in, they're never gonna get it. You're never gonna understand NY. I don't care what borough you from. You know what I mean? Like some people say it's more than 5 boroughs because you got to count Yonkers and you know what I mean? Westchester, whatever. But
Miami, you got a lot of places. Orlando.
Yeah, you're never gonna get it unless you from
Atlanta.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's like what the point that I want to touch on, and I'm gonna try to keep it simple so you can get another caller because I'll get long-winded. You know what I mean? But we have to, meaning the Knicks, the team, they have to have that all for one and one for all attitude, like Brand Nubian, like that New York grit, that no matter what the struggle is, what the problem is, we still pull together. I ain't gotta like you, but I ain't gonna let nobody disrespect you and you in my circle. You know what I mean? Like all of this, these little things, these little breadcrumbs that's been happening to me has been leading up for a long time. One of the main things to me that started it was when dude who got traded to the Wizards called himself rolling dice on our floor. Like that was never, ever. So that would have never happened. I don't care what decade you go to, where you gonna come in MSG, beat us, and then get in the middle of our stadium and roll dice, and nobody come check you.
Nobody.
Listen, when that thing happened with Embiid, with Mitch, that messed Mitch season up. That was another time where the team was supposed to be on Embiid. I've watched Jalen Brunson when Embiid fouled him, right? Hard. And he waited. He didn't blow up. He waited to the next dead ball and took his mouthpiece up and walked up on that big dude and said, yo, what was that about? You know what I mean? That right there is the grit that I'm talking about. Listen, there's no way that idiot for the Warriors did that to Cat and our coach is talking to him. Oh, listen, listen, I couldn't even see it, but I heard it. I heard it as I'm listening to one of the content creators. At the end of the game, he walking up, talking to OG and laughing and dapping. Listen, what is going on in the NBA that everybody is buddy? Listen, when we on this floor, you my enemy. I'm trying to take you out because I got a goal. I'm trying to get a ring and bring this championship to the best city in the world, the Mecca. There's no way. Listen, we could have smiled and did all of that off of camera. Here's like, listen, this whole concept of how there is no guts and grit with the team, I have an issue with. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's like I can't even focus on that. I got to try to keep it positive because there's enough negativity going on in the world, in everybody's lives, people struggling. You know what I'm saying? All I can do is try to focus on our team and hope that no matter what, we pull through and achieve the goal. But the way it's looking like that, you know, they just going through the motions. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looked like. It looked like they going through the motions, and that you know, if they get something accomplished, good. If they don't, then still good, because they still gonna get their money. It's like, forget the money. It's the passion and the love of the game. Like, listen, if I could talk to each and every Knicks player, excluding Jalen Brunson, Josh, and Bridges, not Bridges, Deuce. If I could talk to Clarkson, I could talk to all of them dudes. If somebody can clip this and send it to them on Twitter, listen, y'all are New York Knickerbockers. Y'all are representing the city that will go for you. Listen, our fans will step to Joel Embiid. Our fans will step to Draymond Green before he get on that bus to lead a Garden. You know what I mean? Like, we will back you in a way that you've never experienced in your life. And then the next thing I'm going to say, as a basketball player, go back and remember when you was a child, when you was playing in that playground, playing in that gym after school, trying to get your game better. That drive, that motivation, that desire to make it to the NBA. Now that you here, don't get lackadaisical. Grab hold of that same drive, that same desire, and step up and be the great player that you know you're capable of doing. You know you're capable of scoring 50 and better, Cat? Well, show it. Show it. You from Jersey? You part of the tri-state area? All right. Where's your heart at? Put it on your sleeve and let's go. Let's do this. We got the rest of the season to knock out. Yo, let's step up. Each individual man, think about what you're doing. You love this game? Well, let's see that passion. Because what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing, because again, I can't see, I'm not hearing or seeing the passion, the desire to be like, man, we got to put everything out here on this court every day, every game. Listen, Michael Jordan, you want to know why he's the greatest? That man had the flu with 102, 103 degree temperature. And that man went out there and bust somebody's butt so the Bulls could win. And then he collapsed. He collapsed in Scottie Pippen's arms. Where is it? Where is it at?
Facts.
I'm calling on my New York Knickerbockers, and I pray somebody take this clip. My name is Lord Scientist. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm legally blind. I've been a Knicks fan since 1972, 73, when I was 2 years old. And I've been riding with this team through the whole up and down, Knicks for clicks. Listen, they want to clown y'all. They want to say, Cat, you sweet. Whether you sweet or not, that ain't got nothing to do with you putting on that jersey and representing for our city. So let's go, man. Tighten up your sneaker straps, tighten up your knee brace, your arm brace, put that jersey on, and go out there and play and leave it on the floor. Forget all that smiling, and you can do all of that behind the camera. Where's the passion at? Let me get that passion back so we can achieve what we need to achieve. And that's all I got to say. Salute.
Hey, salute
to you, brother.
Salute. That's a 10 call right there. That's a 10 call.
Yes, sir. That's a good one.
Woo.
Appreciate you, my guy.
That was fire.
Yo, Ron, when you get a chance, give me a call later.
All right, brother.
Yeah, that was fire,
right.
brother. You be safe, man. Peace to you too, man.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna duck out, bro.
All right, brother. Take it easy.
Brother.
Enjoy. Get yourself some grub. I'll holler at you.
Starving. I'll tell you later, brother.
All right, man. All right. Once again, that call in number is 34. Hey, well.
My God. Yo, God.
Well. Oh, Jay, go ahead, brother. No, go get some rest, man. Take care of yourself. Get something to eat. I got this.
You got this? All right.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Man.
All right, brother.
Blessings, man. Peace to you.
Same to you, my guy. All right, caller, you are live. Know the ledge. I know who you are. What up, Wiz? What happening? More fire, rhythm beats, bo, bo, bo.
From Los Angeles. We got 5 over.
Yeah, you sound like you in New York. That's them New York sounds right now.
82 degrees, sunny, with 2 degrees off the ocean. Now that's what I'm learning. Yo, Jordan, peace and love. Send my, condolences out to my bar, LA. So first, the negativity. Okay, another name for your show. At least you got the Cowboys. That's a good name for the show.
That's an interesting name. At least you're not the Cowboys. Yeah.
We're full of shade. Full of shade.
Look at you funny guy.
Shade.
I see what you did there. This is all great coming from a Yankee fan, people. I just want y'all to know this is fantastic.
We're the Bronx Bombers. You're the Queens Bombs.
Oh wow, man, something's going on. I think my call connection is starting to mess up. I don't know.
What's up, Chance? Okay, enough. I can't wait for the show. I listen to it, man. I support the Mets. I just can't watch them.
I got you.
My first game was at Shea Stadium. It was a beautiful, man. That field was beautiful, and the game was nice. Unfortunately, they lost, and my mom was a Chris Chandler's fan, so I'm a Yankee fan.
Oh wow!
Fortunately, it was the right team. But anyway, tonight, I'm with you. We're winning tonight. We are winning tonight's game. We're turning it around, but I still want to trade. I gotta move Yabatelli. I do want a player in I want a combo of, Sohan and Sadiq and Herb. And I don't know, it's too much to ask, but I think we may have to do, but it's most personality. We need a personality in the locker room on the bench. I know, Tucker was last year or something, but something a little bit more volatile. I don't know what we talked about, we don't need the thugs. But we do need a thug mentality somewhere on the bench. Doesn't have to be a thug. Go out there and be bad boy piston. But you got someone where people know an enforcer, like, hockey. I don't know, Carl Gillies, Islanders back in the day, where you touch right, Marcio, Trotti, or Godwin, Carl Gillies comes in, there's going to be a little rumble. Don't do it. All we need is just deterrence. We don't need the thugs, but we do need something. The choir boys are choir boys. I mean, they might as well be from Queens or called Queens. Ooh,
wow, man. This is just, the hate is natural when it comes to the Mets.
From Kings County, baby. Where the Kings live.
Goodness.
Kings County all the way. Anyway, I just want to say, Ron, your show is actually therapy, man. We need you, so thank you. I've been listening all this time, and we look like, hey, these guys are good. It's fire. They tie everybody up and down the panel. Dorg, I mean, even the Mixed Nation, okay, Dallas Cowboys fan, even Dallas Cowboys fans can actually say something smart once in a while. And that was actually some good take. And I'm saying we're gonna turn around, but I do think we should make a move. Just to shake up the locker room a little bit with somebody with skills, but also with some kind of, like I said, a little New York personality, energy, swag, that kind of like those guys where they're like, no one is going to feel safe. Even the next player is going to look at him and make sure to lock their jewelry up because he's in the locker room. Just a little thug like in that locker room.
Right.
Anyway, I want to say thanks again for the I needed this. That game is killing me, man. I just been like sitting there.
I hear you, brother. Listen, man, I appreciate the call. Sounds like you in a wind tunnel. You in Wrigley Field out there, yo. It's crazy.
It's a Pacific Ocean breeze, man.
I guess.
It's bright sunshine, clear skies, and 82 degrees. It's not real.
No, I could imagine.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I hear it.
I like 84 degrees, 82. Quite.
Yeah, I know it's tough. I know. I can get how that. Yeah. They're messing with you right now, making things tough. I get it. All right, man. Go enjoy your nice weather, bro.
Okay, boss.
All right, man. Thank you for the call.
Tonight, man.
Yeah, Knicks win tonight. Let's get it. All right, bro. Shout out to Eddie Presti. What up, Ron? He says, "What's going on, Eddie? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well." I think I said what's up to Chris before, but shout out to Chris Gotti if I haven't already said what's up to you. Shout out to my guy Wolverines. I don't think I said what's up to him earlier. Shout out to you. Yeah. And yeah, I think I said what's up to all the other peoples here. Shout out to Raymond Amontil. Raymond Almonte Alvarez. Okay. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, man. Thanks to everybody. Let me see. I give it 5 more minutes. Calm down. I'll give it 2 more minutes if anybody else calls in. If not, then that'll be it. But yeah, tonight is I don't like, first off, I don't want the Knicks to lose 3 in a row if we can avoid it. You know, up until our last losing streak, they hadn't lost 3 in a row all season. But of course, in that one, I think we wound up losing 4 in a row. But hopefully we can break the losing tonight in the Garden. You know, Phoenix is a different team when they're away from Phoenix. And so maybe we'll get a little love from the referees in regards to the physical play. So maybe we can have a better chance tonight. But more importantly, I want Cat to go out there and be Cat. Look at this. All right, new caller. All right, hold on. Okay, what's going on, caller? You're on live. Know the ledge. Your name and where you're calling from?
Hello, Ron. This is Mellow Mike of 5-Star Knicks calling from New Jersey.
Hey, Mellow Mike in the building. What up, Mellow Mike? Good to see you, brother.
What's going on, Ron? Just want to say hello to you guys, the guys in the chat, everybody that's listening right now. I had a question for you.
Okay.
And probably a thought as well.
No, by all means, brother. The floor is yours.
Okay. Just wanted to know, what would you think if we was to get Sadiq Bey for the 2 players being Pacome Dadier and Yabu, and also to get a big man? And I was just thinking of one guy that wouldn't be so costly to the Knicks, being that we're watching the second entrance so closely. Mm-hmm. Getting Moses Brown out of Denver. I know he's a former Westchester Knicks center. Ended up playing, got a 10-day contract. I think 2 10-day contracts when he was out there for Dallas while AD and I think their front court was out at a commission. Mm-hmm. But then they ended up sending him back to Westchester. Now he's with Denver over there in their G League. And I just wanted to know, what was your take on that? What would you think about that?
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, first, give me 1 second. Let me just read this super chat because it's along the same lines. Sure. Shout out to my guy Double A. Said the Blazers dupe Reef is available, only $2.5 million cap hit. Interesting. So I don't know enough about him. When someone mentioned him earlier, and I think that you might have mentioned him too, Double A, that was the guy you were talking about. I got to look into him, actually. I don't know as much about him, so I'm going to do my little Googles and do my search. I'll talk to my sources, to see what I can find about dupe Reef. And, when I talk about my sources, it's these people. Typing into Google, people. Sorry, I don't have sources. Anyway, so I'm gonna look into Dupe Reef, Double A, and I'll find out about next time we have a show. I'll be able to talk a little bit more about him and how I think that fit might work. To my guy Mellow Mike's question in regards to that trade, I like that trade. I've said it for a while. I don't think New Orleans likes it as much now. Maybe because, the thing about them wanting to maybe trade Sadiq Bey is that Sadiq Bey is just playing really good basketball, and I think they want to get more for him. But I would love it if we can get Pacome Dadier out of here. Not that I want to get rid of him, but I'm just saying, what's the point at this? He's not really helping to that extent that it would warrant keeping him, especially when you got Diawara. If I had a choice between Diawara and Pacome, I'm going with Diawara. So I would trade Pacome and Yabusele, of course, to New Orleans for Sadiq Bey. I like that trade. And even if there was some other alternative or flip around where we got Sadiq Bey and Yves Messi, because he's a big guy that might be able to help the team. He's got some NBA talent around him, so I wouldn't mind that too much. Now, the Moses Brown thing, the only problem I would say with Moses Brown is I feel like the Knicks have seen the best of what Moses Brown can offer, and I don't know if they like it because they had him in the G League twice or 3 times, I think.
Correct.
3 times maybe. And so each time he's come back, whenever he was in the G League, he put up incredible numbers.
Yes.
But the thing is, the weird thing about Moses' game is that he is a inside the paint player, like literally inside the paint. He grabs his rebounds, he gets multiple putbacks, which allows him to get more rebounds. He doesn't really live outside of the paint offensively, so that's an issue. And the other thing is his defense is limited to paint protection. Like, he's only good in the paint when he has to get out of the paint. He's not the same type of defender. Like, he's a great blocker. He's got great anticipation with time, with as far as his
right.
But everything happens around the paint, and I think that's why the Knicks got sour on him, because they wanted to see if he could expand his game a little bit. He got a chance at one point when Indiana scooped him and added him to their team. They gave him a 10-day contract, and what did they do? They shipped him right back out. He wound up back on the Knicks G League team. It just keeps happening. Then Dallas, or I think before even that, maybe Dallas gave him a shot. He was on Dallas for a cup of water or a cup of coffee for 2 weeks, and then once again right back on the Knicks G League team. So it just keeps happening that he doesn't get the opportunities, but he also doesn't do enough on these teams for them to keep him. They're getting 10-day contracts, and he can't do enough to stay on the team. For a guy that was at one point, seems like he was averaging 20 points and 20 rebounds the way he was playing, it shows that even though he's doing that in the G League, it's just still very limited. So that's my thought on Moses. Don't get me wrong. At first, I was like, man, we might have one here. But then when I actually got to watch him play, I saw that I was like, why are the Knicks not high on this kid? And that is what it is. He just doesn't do enough. And he's very limited in his style of play.
Do you think that he would come into play just for this season? If you get a kind of a Sadiq Bey and the Knicks are looking for a backup center, as a third, I guess, backup in case, Mitch goes down, God forbid. You got Porty, and then having another guy that's big, because bigs are hard to come by to begin with, you know? That's why I was making that point.
I don't mind that.
And you get him for cheap. That was the other thing too.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Yeah. Like in that case, in that scenario, if you're bringing him in as just insurance, a backup, or maybe a chance to play somebody for a change of pace here and there, I don't mind it. I just think that he's not, like, if you're looking for somebody to be a complement to Mitch, he's not the guy. If you're looking for somebody to replace Mitch, he's not the guy. But if you're looking for somebody who can come in and give you like Ariel Hukporty minutes, if you don't have Hukporty, or if we run into issues where big guys are getting into a lot of foul trouble and you just need another big body off the bench, yeah, I would definitely have no problem with him, because Moses can do certain things well. Like I said, it's just the fact that his game is kind of limited to his. He's one of the weird players that doesn't really play in space. He just plays right there in the paint. That's all it is.
Yeah, true. My second point was that for those that don't know, I am a Westchester Knicks season ticket holder, so I'm constantly going to the games. I'm everywhere. I'm at Westchester and I'm at MSG catching the games as well. I just want to put the name out there. Dink Pate, special kid. Started his professional career at 17. He's gone through the G League Ignite, G League. The Capitan is now in Mexico City, and now he's with us in Westchester. And the Dink Pate hive is growing. We see something special with this kid, and we'll push it for him to hopefully, get signed up at the next level. A lot of talent, and I hope the Knicks get an eye on him, because obviously we see the MSG brass attending the games for the past 3 games. They've been there. So I'm sure that they've been focusing on, talking back and forth. What do you do? Because obviously there's a spot available since Tucson has been waived, right?
Right.
And there's other behind the scenes, and this is nothing guaranteed that it's going to happen. But just wanted to put it out there that obviously Dink Pate is doing work at Westchester, and hopefully we look forward if he can, get signed to that next level, to the 2-way contract if possible. But I'm sure that Leon Rose has got other things on his plate too as well, to try to upgrade this team to make that run for the final stretch, especially we're approaching All-Star game, and then after that, hopefully these guys will be able to kind of reset themselves, I should say, and get back on the winning track. Obviously, starting tonight as well, playing against Phoenix. But yeah, we're looking forward to big things, and let's see what happens with the Knicks going on for tonight going forward, man, because we need to turn this thing around. I was disappointed what I saw with Coach Mike Brown. That was something else I wanted to add. I wasn't really feeling that. And it's kind of deterrent to have your coach, shake hands or whatever, dap it up with your rival.
Right.
And knowing that these guys have a history already to begin with.
Right.
They didn't have his back when that incident of, I don't know who it was that passed away in his inner circle, and Draymond had made a comment. I thought that was awful. And then having missed
that's right. You know what? Mellow Mike, I forgot all about that. It turned out to be a family friend of his fiance now at the time. And Draymond said some wild stuff during. You're right. I forgot all about that. Yeah, so there's no love lost between him and Cat. Cat does not like him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So obviously this has been building up, but to have our coach do that, you know what I mean? To kind of like, I don't know. There's obviously something going on. My belief is this is my thought process. If you don't fix what's going on inside, whether it's with him and coach, Cat and coach, or what's going on in that locker room, because everybody seems to have just let go. They've thrown in the white flag. These guys are not playing up to their potential. We've seen better from Mikal. We've seen better from OG. We know that Jalen is, injured right now. He needs to invest in high tops, man, and tape up them ankles.
Yeah, he might need them.
These
Skippies ain't doing it.
These Kobe's are not working for him, and it's been well documented that these
man.
guys are twisted their ankles, man, with those Kobe's. They're nice and beautiful, and all that, but constantly getting rolled. And how much can you take on rolling your ankles?
Right.
He severely injured himself in that Lakers 5-game road trip last season. I remember it like it was yesterday, and you can't keep rolling your ankles, man.
Right.
So. But that's all I got to say, Ron. Thank you for bringing me onto the show here, so I appreciate it. And,
yeah, man. No, it's dope to chop it up with you, even for a little bit, man. I had a good time when we were both on Karan's show that time. So good to hear from you.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, good to hear from you, bro, and look forward to chopping it up with you again. And just, man, hopefully the Knicks will do something. And I think they probably are really looking heavily at Dink Pate, or even that other young kid who has been shooting great from three. I forgot his name, because they definitely did. What's his name?
Bryson Warren.
Yeah, Bryson Warren. Because they
obviously, that kid's special too.
Yeah, they obviously see something that made them open up that two-way spot. So we'll see.
Yeah, just to throw a little something, Bryson Warren, a very unique player, because I didn't get a chance to kind of understand, because this is a whole brand new team at Westchester for the past 2 years, where we kind of spoiled, Ron, the guys that we had with Moses Brown, TJ, what's his name? Chuma Okeke, I should say, TJ Warren.
Yeah.
We had Donovan Williams. We had a very solid crew. Plus, they won the showcase back-to-back years. So then this year was a whole new project for Coach Diop of the Westchester Knicks to handle new personalities, new culture, new everything. And it's been tough this season, but there's also bright spots. But that kid Bryson, he's come up big time. I think the point guard Noel, he's injured. I'm not sure if it's a leg or ankle situation, but he's been out. And Bryce has been taking a lot of the responsibilities, but he's doing very well, shooting a very high percentage, and doing very well for the team.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I gotta get my more tuned in and see the development of a guy like Bryson Warren. But I definitely did see some good things about him, and so we'll see what the Knicks do. I mean, listen, I really hope that Dink Pate gets a good look. If you do have an open spot available, I don't think it hurts to bring the young man along. We'll see where it goes, because I did like his game in the summer league. I like the fact that he gave me more than I expected. I expected him just to be another guy that goes out there, calls his number, tries to put up some points to impress. But what I liked about him more was sometimes he didn't necessarily have his shot going, but he was dishing the ball, he was playing defense, and he was grabbing rebounds. That's what opened my eyes.
Dink Pate, I'll tell you something right now. You get this impression as soon as you meet because I've been able to talk to him, face to face after games and stuff like that. Great guy, but when you look at him, you see that he's ready.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to play. He's hungry.
Mm.
And that's what makes it enjoyable. Plus, he's great with the fans, at Westchester. We love him down there. So we already know, like I said, the MSG brass is at the table, thinking of what moves they're going to make, whether they do it or they don't do it. We hope so. We want them to, move up. But, again, there's a lot of things swirling around with what's going on right now with the team. So, things that happen at the top level got to be handled first before they start thinking about what's going on, I believe, at Westchester. They're just not going to give up the spot. But, and you know what I mean?
Yeah,
as far as making changes to improve the teams, that's because they're on this hunt for the championship. So, but yeah.
I hear you, man. Well, listen, man, appreciate you, Mellow Mike. Thank you for the call, my brother. And thanks for giving us a little bit more knowledge about the G League and the team and what's been going on in some of these players. Definitely appreciate it, man. Yeah,
definitely. Let me know. Reach out to me, Ron. I'll definitely be able to help you out because I go to all the games. So I'm always in contact with these guys and, rooting them on to, even though it's been a tough season this season for Coach Diop, but we out here, supporting these guys. So, there's always, regardless of what's going on, there's always positive things to look out for. And, those two guys you just mentioned right there, with Dink Pate and Bryson Warren, two stars, up and coming. So definitely.
All right. Sounds good. I appreciate. And right. Oh, by the way, do you know who's calling the games for Westchester Knicks? Do you know? The announcers.
I know the two guys. Forgot his name. The main guy I always call him the Bob Costas of or Mike Green, Mike Green of the Westchester. But I'll find out for you. Oh yeah. I'll find the yeah.
All right. So, yeah, because
okay.
I may not be able to do it this year, but maybe next year. Because at one point I was trying to get an interview with the people to understand a little bit more about what was going on in Westchester. I did an interview with someone, but MSG shut it down and didn't allow me to. I had to actually take it down. I couldn't air it. So, but those were different times. So maybe it's better now.
Well, Robert could do something better yet. You can be my guest. You can come to the game. So whenever you want to come down to Westchester, just let me know. We'll take care of it so you can come down and I'll introduce you to the guys that are there. So all of them know me down here in Westchester. So we all family down there. Absolutely.
Oh, very dope. Very dope. Well, man, I may take you up on that offer, man. Appreciate it. But once again, thanks for the call, man. Let's get this victory tonight. Knicks versus Phoenix, 7:30. Let's go Knicks, baby.
Let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. And salute to everybody in the chat room. And to you, Ron. Have a good night, guys. All right?
All right,
Take care.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate the call.
You got it.
All right. So let me shut it down before it rings again. That is it, folks. I want to say thank you to everybody who came through. Tuned in. Shout out to the chat. The chat was going crazy today. I mean, look at this. We got over 180 people right now. 5 hours and 56 minutes in. Almost 6 hours, y'all. Rocking and rolling, man. Thank you guys so much. Let's get this victory, man. Appreciate y'all. And, I want to say I held this because I want to say this is like the most important thing I was trying to get across today. This is where I really want us to all understand and keep everything in perspective. The bottom line here is throughout everything, shout out to my guy Craig. He says, I wish we would just focus on the players that we actually do have and try to figure out how we could get these guys to play better. To me, that's the most realistic thing right now than dreams. I echo that sentiment 100%, Craig. My whole thing today, even to start the show, even with regards to my rant, was just I want us to all understand that this is our team and the Knicks have a decision to make. They need to step up and do what's right in order to get this team back to their winning ways so we can stop all the negative talk, we can stop all the trade talk, and we can get back to the way things were a month ago when we were talking like a championship contending team. And this is the same guys. We can do that. We just got to get back to playing basketball the right way because we lost it. And 100%. We got to get Cat back on track. Cat's got to feel wanted. He's got to feel good about his role on this team. I'm not saying you got to, kiss his feet even if he makes mistakes. But what I'm saying is make him feel like he's a part of this team and that we need him and that his role is important. That's all. If he makes a mistake, call him out. But don't forget who he is. Don't forget his importance to this team. And don't think that you can win without him, because you can't. At least and if you trade him, that's one thing. But he's here. So you cannot win without Cat. Cat is an important part of this team. Especially if Jalen Brunson is not there. He's even more important. He's important with Jalen on the team. He's more important when Jalen's out. I don't know what we're talking about. That's all I want. That's all I want to get out there. We have guys here that have shown that they can win. We've been second place in the East for how long this year? Now we fell to third, and but it's not doom and gloom. We're still here. We still got a chance to turn this around, get back to second place, and we're close enough to first that we can get right to first if we need to. But we got to start playing smart basketball and get these guys back on the same page again. Go back to playing good defense in the paint, not the perimeter. Forget the perimeter. I'm not saying forget it. Like, we got to pay attention to that. But I'm saying let's focus on, if they come inside, they're getting shut down. You come inside, you're getting shut down. Back to, the basics. So I just want to say once again, guys, I hope that, these two things stay with you guys, because they're going to stay with me. The keys, in my opinion, for Cat is go get it and do something with it, right? Cat, go get it and do something with it. And then for the Knicks and the players, it's not anybody, it's everybody. So it's not just we're talking about anybody. Oh, Cat, we're talking about this. No, it's everybody has to play better and step up. Everybody. So all we can ask for, man. That's how we're going to win. It ain't going to be about one guy. We need Cat tonight. So he is one guy that needs to really step up offensively. But that ain't how we win. We win when everybody does what they need to do. Everybody trusts each other and believes in each other. That's how you get it done, including Coach. Coach as well. Coach needs to trust everybody on this team and be there for them. We'll go from there. Anyway, I want to thank you guys. We hit the 6-hour mark. Oof, one of them shows. Thanks everybody for tuning in and showing love. Remember what I always say, man, the good, the bad, the ups and downs, no matter what, we are still Knick fans. Let's keep it going. You know what I mean? As I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knick fans. We'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30-ish for Know the Ledge, as I help talk y'all off the ledge, or y'all sometimes may talk me off the ledge. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in. We've had over 220 people rocking from Facebook, X, and YouTube. Please smash the like button if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you like the content, if you're new here. And definitely share out to your peoples on X and Facebook. Let them know we've been rocking. Appreciate it. And last but not least, listen, as I like to say, be good. But if you can't be good at it. You know what I mean? Enjoy yourself. Make it fun. Looks like we're at 96 likes on YouTube, guys. 4 more likes to get to 100. Can we do it? I don't know. But I appreciate you guys. I you know what? Normally I would wait to see if we hit the 4 more likes, but I gotta eat something. Straight up. So anyway, I want to say thank you guys to everybody. Thanks for all your opinions. Thanks for the love in the chat. Thanks for being respectful. For the most part, I think everybody was pretty good. And thanks for listening, man. Thanks for, just being here consistently rocking with us. We try to, have a good time while we're up here. And so it's been another great one for me. I want to say take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Knicks at 7:30. So get yourself ready. It should be pretty fun. Hopefully the Knicks win. That's what they need to do, man. Let's get back in that W column. and I will catch you guys on Monday night. So take care. I'm out. Latest.